Okay, so today I'll watch even more of the Jodi Arias trial. I was gonna watch this till I get bored of it, but I'm just not getting bored of it, so it's actually, fine. But yeah, we'll try to move on to something else here, and I don't know what it's gonna be. Let's try to recap the category. Let me try to fit in some of those, but I'll start with this at least. And this is one of the things we had, at least 5 things to consider, right? 5 different parts of the YouTube series. So I'll consider this the courtroom section, but I can always alternate between them anyway. So the one thing I'm not going to watch is the vice presidential debate that was yesterday with Vance and Walz. I saw a couple of clips, and it seemed like they're at least being a little nicer and more respectful to each other than Trump and Harris. So maybe people are happy about that, but it's so boring. These debates have been so boring, even so. It's a case where, I just don't really care, but whatever. It was yesterday. They seem like that's the main theme of it, that they're a little nicer to each other. They kind of said these lines like, I believe you're trying to fix the problem, but Trump isn't. Or I believe you're trying to fix the problem, but Harris isn't. That kind of thing. So, and it sort of is they can divorce themselves from that too. Whatever Trump did in the past isn't Vance's fault. The 2020 election, that had nothing to do with Vance, so he doesn't have to answer to that, January 6th. And same thing with Walz, even though Harris has been in the White House, or, in the vice presidency for the last 4 years, so what? That has nothing to do with Walz, so you're not necessarily making a case for them as much as yourself here. But, no, I've been getting suggested a lot of Sarah Palin clips, and the issue with that is that people are making fun of her answers to things, but you don't see how similar Harris actually is to that. At least with Hillary Clinton, she had a little more tact to how she would speak. Harris is completely only scripted, only, fake sort of things that are very repetitive and canned sort of phrases that are so basic, right? So that's the issue, that that would actually be my sort of speech-making style, that I would be very improvisational. I guess sort of like what Trump tries to do, where he goes unscripted, even if it has sort of drawbacks. Even what I do now, not everything I'm saying is going to be that great or insightful, but it's sort of off the cuff, or certain takes that I have from the past that are very well formed. So that's what I would say. If you have something really well formed like that, you don't really need to think about it. You can just do it along the line of where you're able to basically you're able to do it off second nature, because it's maybe not even your idea fully. It could borrow from things, but it's just a fully formulated thing, this sort of shower talk idea, shower thoughts. You would just it'd be something you'd go over in your head and sort of play devil's advocate. That's something I've always been known for, even from my debate format and stuff, just being objective and being able to make both sides of an argument, or multiple sides. And so you're able to basically do it you'd be very good at predicting what the other side would say. So I already know what they're going to say, and I already know what my rebuttal to it would be, and I already know what their rebuttal to my rebuttal would be. And so it's not a question of whether who is right or wrong, but I've already thought through it, because that's not hard to do, right? This is sort of the myopic framing that people always get into, you only want to hear confirmation bias, and you only want to think about from your point of view, but it's far more useful to do it the other way. So let's recap on what the categories should be for this YouTube segment series. I almost want to see that movie, Game Change, apparently starring Julianne Moore, because we're seeing all this stuff about the Trump movie that seems like kind of propaganda, stupid shit. But yeah, that seems kind of good. I couldn't tell it was even Julianne Moore. I saw one scene from it, and I had no idea, so the makeup was pretty good. But we could watch something like that, I guess. I should watch top 10 political movies, but again, that would have nothing to do with the YouTube Premium thing, unless one of these comes free with it. It should almost be something like that. You can watch 5 free movies a month with YouTube Premium, or some selection of curated stuff, almost like it's a streaming service on top of everything else. So, okay, number 1 is Skibidi Toilet was something I want to watch the rest of it, or at least some more of it. So Skibidi Toilet is definitely on the docket for the YouTube series. Number 2 is the cut video / social experiment, that kind of thing. Number 3 is the most subscribed YouTube channels, that type of thing, like how we were doing with Mr. Beast. Number 4 is like the Let's Play type stuff with, people I've seen before, maybe people I haven't, and sort of judging and grading that. Or those two almost go together. But whatever, that's 3 and 4, and then 5 would be like the courtroom stuff, and then I guess there would be a 6th one too. The courtroom stuff, and the finally, because I combined sort of 3 and 4 together, the most subscribed channels and the sort of Let's Play stuff, just to kind of assess, like, why are they popular, or what is it that makes it tick. I can't remember what the 5th one would be. I was almost saying I should watch something like on Twitch, some low viewer streamer, and almost review and rate their stream as it goes. The problem is you won't really be able to watch along with it, even in the timestamp stuff that I do, because you don't know, right? It'll be so hard to kind of match that up. I could almost upload it myself with that, and I'll just yoink their content, and they'd be grateful because Horse Armor Days, I'm getting some sort of pop-up for some article to do with that. So I can't remember. So number 3 is like most subscribed channels / Let's Play channels. Number 4 is going to be a case of the courtroom stuff, and number 5 could be that thing I was talking about with the Twitch stuff, or it could be some other category which I can't remember what it is. So we'll add a 6th one then, just like etc., any sort of random stuff, news stuff, political stuff, a movie like what I was just saying, top 10 political movies of all time. Number 5 would be the simple case of being able to, number 5 would be what exactly? It's supposed to be, I guess just that element. I'm pretty sure that wasn't what I was talking about. So number 3 again is like Let's Play / React content / whatever, right? Including most subscribed stuff and sort of assessing that. Number 4 could be the courtroom stuff. Number 5, I could go back in my own recordings and try to find it, but whatever. That's enough. Maybe watching other people's streams and stuff, and sort of assessing that and seeing what makes them tick, and sort of fact checking them from my objective perspective and all this. But what you have to realize about most things, whether it be media or whatever, commentary, is like there's a certain bias intrinsic to it, where you have something, it's not that they're not smart enough to know that or whatever, right? It's that they are taking some selective spin or view. So, like, when is Ben Shapiro going to say, oh, maybe Democrats did a good job? Or when is somebody on the other side going to say, oh, Republicans did a bad job or something, like, or Republicans did a good job, whatever. So it shows you that it's not really about that. You don't really care whereas I don't have a horse in the race, so I could just tell you. I don't have a donkey in the race like a fucking Democrat donkey mascot. So, Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 9, starting in 3, 2, 1. I've probably seen this before, I don't know. I'm kind of losing track of any of this. So what you have is a simple ability to phone call. You just go right into it. There's not even a jury's in defendant. I could watch other court cases too, obviously, but let me try to touch on some of the other categories. Maybe I should do it like that. Like, I'll watch one episode of Skibidi Toilet only, like part 9. That's kind of an argumentative question. Or she's defending Arias to the grave. You could just say, paying attention to detail, period. She says that so many times, Mr. Martinez. It's not really non-responsive, it's over-responsive. %, is body nonverbal. But see, that would apply to you too. How do you know then what Travis 90%? Like when he says, 90% is nonverbal, but that would apply to you as well. You never spoke to Travis either. Or regardless of that, just, 50% is bad of your case because you've only spoken to one of the two people, he says, at some other point. It's hard to judge this subjectively, whether it's good. That's not up to you. That's up to the jury. That's kind of improper. How do you know how good? It depends on the context. It depends. That text message could be very revealing. By what standard? Preponderance of evidence. He's going to almost say propriety. But on a one-to-one basis, like one line of text versus one line of something. Right, one sentence by Alexander in his voice versus one line of I am. His performative aspects. That's actually a very good point. He doesn't have a reason to put on a front because he doesn't think anybody's going to hear it. But here, she knows Right, Travis certainly didn't have secondary gain. I like that term, actually. It's very... Why would there be secondary gain in the sex tape? It's at least a greater degree of it, but I don't get what the secondary gain is for Travis. They have some degree of secondary gain, but I don't even really see it with Travis. Because that's primary gain, it's not secondary. You want to have sex, and you're horny, and you're having a phone sex call, like... This judge is kind of lazy with that, just for, please just answer the questions. Like, she's not very authoritative. That's all she ever does. That's all she ever says. She likes to do everything on approach. Like, I'd love to hear a sidebar just because I want to see how she's very low-key, laid back. She'd be kind of like me as a judge. You want them to notice you like as little as possible. If you were in my session, I'd ask you to take a time out. His histrionics were so over the top. One. Like, look how he gets into it with his whole body, dude. Like, relax. He gets, like, mad. Particularly female, because they could be faking it. Actually, women fake it most of the time, so you don't know that. Which, hey, if they want to fake it, that's their problem. Like, I'm enjoying myself, so you can fake it all you want. It's your loss. You're not, you know what I mean? Like... Well, it's a lot easier to achieve that, though, on one side. But just secondhand knowledge that, you know, you could say that he was and she wasn't, just based on anecdotal. You're just keeping an open mind. You don't have to say they weren't, you're just not sure. Here we go, as long... You could just say, I'm not sure. Here we go, argumentative. I didn't hear whether it was sustained or not. Argumentative again. It was just an assumption, like how she's saying now that they don't know whether they were having an orgasm. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's even a bad thing. Yeah, that was a good explanation, though. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing, right? Like, whoever taped it, that's fine, as long as the other knows. And you know what I can guarantee is that probably Travis wouldn't have minded that. Jodi would say, hey, I taped this sex encounter, and here's a copy so you can jack off to it. It's like, oh, cool, thanks. Normally, I'd have to pay for this on Night Flirt or whatever the fuck people used back in the day. I don't know. I heard from a friend. Night Flirt to OnlyFans to whatever the fuck. The most random reference ever. Or maybe you're only saying that now because you've come to find out it is Arias who did it. Really only had sex to please him. Only in terms of text messages, though, so they could just be role-playing it. The poor Hughes, now they'll be brought into this. Let's have the Hughes testify that they're mad that they had oral sex there. This quaint Mormon couple family. Approach again. Now we got part 10. But this gets confusing because it's still the same day, so I don't know. So this is Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 10. No sidebars. In 3, 2, 1. You know, I could watch other trials too, but this one is just so entertaining, and the over-the-top way that Juan is sometimes going at it. Like, bro, it's not that hard of a case, but I can appreciate your passion for it. Oh, look at her slipping that in there. Well, the first part of that was argumentative. So it'd be 19 months. But he was wrong then, so the prosecutor lied. The prosecutor was wrong and said 2007, but it was actually 2006. Argumentative? Why is that not argumentative? Or you're leading about leading, them being leading. That's not yes or no. Miss Alexander, what could have been the alternate happy ending? Or there's like a funny clip idea I had for like a Freudian slip where he says, this is a classic, he says, California is a very progressive state, isn't it? Because they have gay stations, gas stations, he corrects himself. So that's perfect. Like, the Freudian slip is, it's very progressive because they have a lot of gay people there. Gays, but he's actually saying gas station. Because what's progressive about having gas stations? Nothing. But it's progressive to have gay people there because, you know, that's the cutting edge part of history. So some of this, at least, I haven't seen recently. I've probably seen at some point. I'm going to end up having watched the whole thing. No, but Juan has more energy doing this shit than I do even reacting to it. And her glasses are a little bit nerdy for sure. Seems like the type of person who would have a seminar called Snow White as a Battered Woman. Which people might associate her with like this feminist type of shit. Batter me once, shame on you. Batter me twice, shame on me. In my definition, batter me once. Oh, look, she seems pissed. Not that I wanted to, but that I did. Now you're going to get on her over punctuation. I just don't like using question marks. This is like a Seinfeld bit. It's implied that they're questions. Based on what she said. She could just say, no, I didn't do that, but if she had previously said he would get angry a lot, and then we would have okay, skip this shit because it says no sidebars. A lot of editing. This would be an editing nightmare. When do you really see Travis get angry, though? And any of that, or... I'm surprised she admitted that. But it doesn't say only. That's actually pretty fair. But that is a statement, like they're clearly all questions. Yeah, that makes sense. This actually seems pretty normal. Oh, here we go. Asked and answered. That was already written, so I'm just filling in. Not all of it. I kind of sympathize with her here. This seems like a stretch. You're sort of reaching. Like, what's wrong with that? I wrote down the questions and then I wrote the answers in later. I left a space. She's not very convincing. Like, I could be much more convincing with this. The law of attraction. When did they come up with this bullshit? Or I guess she probably mentioned it once in there and now they use that to justify everything. Or like The Secret, whatever that movie is. I was operating under The Secret. Oh, it's from that. I didn't know that's what I had to do with. I just made that as a joke. Like it's something similar. It's basically like manifesting before people started to use that word. Just like, if you think and do and whatever, you're meant to think positively, act positively. We'll come back to you. And it works the opposite way too. But there are some negative things in there you could point out. So it's sort of selective. She'll write something negative, but not something really negative, or something convenient. So only if it's an extreme negative. This is an interesting topic, like just some ideology that you have that justifies what would otherwise be unconventional. Like I'm an absolutist philosopher, so I wouldn't write down anything that could be incriminating or something, you know. At least he's doing the list properly here instead of just saying her statements, her this, her that. Like, let's see a follow-up to this. Where are they now? What is Alice Laviolette doing now? What is Gaffner doing now? What is the other guy doing now? But you got to realize the demand for defense witnesses, they would still be willing to use you because they don't have anybody better. So would you rather have a discredited doctor or whatever, psychologist, or would you rather have nobody or nobody qualified? So you got 3 expert witnesses to come up here and talk trash. I'm surprised there's not something that could be taken like that, though, too. Like, oh, we had a fight, he was really mean to me. That could count as, oh, mean, meaning he hit me, even if that's not what it says. That's, even if that's not what it says, that's a case where, you know, you could interpret it like that. He really hurt me today, as in, that'd be perfect, yeah. Travis really hurt me today, as in, it could be like, I was hurt, you know, my feelings were hurt, but it could be, oh, he physically hurt me. You could find some passage like that and extrapolate. Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez versus Laviolette, part 11. It doesn't mean that it justifies it, though, unless he was abusive in that exact moment. Right, just because you have a pattern of abusive behavior. The same way that in a court of law, just because you have a criminal history doesn't mean that you did the crime this particular time. Right, that's always prejudicial. Like, oh, he committed crimes before, so he must automatically be guilty. That shouldn't be considered. So we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Day 43, part 11. No sidebars. Laviolette versus Juan Martinez. It would be her written word still. Otherwise. Yeah, where else would she get it? Gordon Freeman's long-lost cousin. Or I love how video game characters are assessed. Like, oh, most badass character. Is it Link, who doesn't say anything? Is it Gordon Freeman, who doesn't say anything? Is it Samus Aran, who doesn't say anything? Until Other M turns her into an angsty bitch. And Mario, who just goes around making noises but doesn't really talk. Like, none of these characters have a ton of personality because, you know, that's video game syndrome. If you're a quiet kid, it means that you are like a video game protagonist. Quite frankly, that's none of his business, though. Like, you break up, she could be living 10 miles away. So what's wrong with that? You could be living there for some other reason. At one point, but then at other points, he's also getting close to her. See, he goes into this too much, where he's just sort of giving commentary. Not even compound questions, but just sort of run-on questions and statements. And look how long. That should be an objection. Run-on sentence, run-on question. Show me the statement, then. Show me the statement. I'll have to go back to my office and brainstorm and redo something. You're sort of dug in. Changes not. He changed into Yoda. I want to see that clip of Ninja doing whatever. It's like Ninja being cringe. And he does this whole thing in like court with the baby voice and all that. He's so committed to it. People say, oh, that's not funny, but it's more creative and funny than half the shit that XQC laughs at or whoever, right, was reacting to it. That is very committed. Have a soup eye. That's always a funny name. This is critique, react, humor, have a soup eye. The tire light is finally gone. The stupid thing. I don't know how. It still feels a little bit off though. Something with the accelerator, but I have no other lights on, so. It was sort of that I needed an oil change, but it was weird because I had just done it like 1,000 miles ago, so I don't see why. Right, normally it's every like 3,000 miles that you want it, but so you want me to censor the truth. You want to rule by omission. You want myopic marginalization. Is that it, Mr. Martinez? I got to get on the stand just so people. This is the best way to convey to the world what an absolutist looks like. Not saying I'm one, but I am aware of their capability, even though I prognosticate a lot of these ideas, but they're very consistent with a thought process. So it's really my term and my philosophy, but it's consistent, ideologically consistent. I would make up so many bullshit excuses to try to get out of, like, I totally have a bias. I think Jodi's a bitch, and I would totally fucking find her guilty. So then excuse me from service, which you might get in trouble for it, but I'd make it seem like an accident, or like I don't know any better. Fuck stupid ass jury duty, even though it's an important pillar of society, it's still fucking dumb. Like, really, what if I have something that's so important that I can't be bothered? Even though I'm saying how I would stage a crime, a minor crime, not that I would actually do it hypothetically, just to have the fun of whatever, just the experience. You might think, oh, it wouldn't be so interesting, but it would be something minor, so I'd have nothing really to lose, but I'd love to see how other people take it so seriously, and I'd love to clown them with all these things that they wouldn't understand. Or I was watching that Bill Gates deposition from like 1998 where he's acting like he doesn't know the meaning of words and different things. It's like a 10-hour thing that I was just like, that's where timestamps are useful. All these comments that have timestamps in them, like, oh, this part was fun or this part was kind of interesting. So you can just go by that instead of having to watch the whole thing, which implies that the people there probably watched the whole thing themselves to find that moment. Or maybe they just skipped around, but that's the whole beauty of, uploading stuff to YouTube that you do instead of just, live streaming it, that you get to show, like, you can kind of skip around and you don't have to just do the same thing all the time. So I think I've only streamed twice for the sake of the channel, and it doesn't matter. Like, I don't see the real value in it. So I'm a little bit behind on editing now, but not too bad. But it's just because I do it twice in like the same day sometimes, these sessions, so it ends up being a lot. I've just been like very tired on these sessions lately, so I don't feel very enthusiastic about doing it, but so let's see either the next part or we can switch over and watch something else. I don't feel like we're on the playlist, but it keeps correctly identifying this anyway. I sort of paused it before the end of the video anyway, where I get to, I paused it before the end of the video, and the reason why I paused it is because of the simple fact that is because of the simple fact that you have whatever, it wasn't very interesting. So what else did I want to see? There was that other category I was talking about. But yeah, the first category is what? We've already done a lot of this category of the court stuff. Skibidi Toilet. So let's watch Skibidi Toilet Part 9 and 9 only. We should do it like that. Like every day I can just watch like one part. It doesn't mean that I have to watch the whole thing. Right, so we should try to do that now. But it's so hard to get it set up because... Fuck it, I'll just watch the next part of this. Oh my god, I can't navigate this shit to save my life. Is there going to be some sort of redirect, or is it still going to be Martinez? It's Martinez cross-examining her, then you go to lunch, and he comes back, and he's still doing it. And then you go, and the day ends, and then you come back, and then he's still doing it. And then you go to lunch again, and then he comes back, and he's still doing it. And then you take a break for the weekend and come back the next week, and then, oh, he's still doing it. Like, some of this is done in a bit of a disorganized way, where, like, Jodi seems to testify for, like, 20 days just to the defense, and then Juan takes over for 20 days, and then there's a redirect. Like, I don't know why it's that extreme. You should split it up into parts where it's not just the whole thing, but that's almost what it seems like, or maybe I just am not seeing it exactly the right way. So, Jodi Arias trial, day 43, Martinez vs. Laviolette, part 12. No sidebars in 3, 2, 1. They're showing a journal entry. Now, was this after the break that they were talking about? Like on Friday, what she's trying to schedule? He's sort of nice in moments like that. Like turn it with the binding up. No, he gets away with a lot of argumentative stuff. This trip and the Cancun trip and all these other kind of shit. Like, this shit feels so wobbly, I don't know why. There's no lights on, nothing, everything's fine, but I don't know. Bemoans, good word. This is where they were having an argument upstairs, downstairs, about the phone or something, about her things being moved. That's hearsay. Hearsay from the dead victim, who he can't confirm anyway. Sometimes the rules on hearsay are inconsistent because unless it's something that somebody testified to in court, or unless you have it in the record that they said that, it is hearsay. When you say what somebody else said, or even what they said, like asking the witness what somebody else said. He sounded so exhausted there, right? His tone is just so annoying sometimes. Even Wilmot isn't this annoying with the other side. A cancer. At the preponderance of evidence. Yeah, like imagine if you lost this case, like how would you do that? How would you lose a case of this magnitude and style? Think about how much money she made from that. What are you getting, $200 an hour for 44 hours? Like, that's a lot. Or like whatever, some other quack doctor did that. You should have to show the testimony on sheet because you could be misquoting it a little bit. He's sweetening it, hypothetically, but under oath, and in this court, and on this day, and in this minute, and in this second, and he said it in this tone, and he said it in this exact manner, but just hypothetically. But he was totally here in this court an hour ago, and he said it exactly like this. And I have the document here to prove it, which he should have to provide. Yeah, their names are hard to keep track of. Mr. Travis, Mr. Alexander, Mrs. Jodi, Mrs. Arias. I guess Arias doesn't sound like a first name, but that would be the ultimate crime. Let's get Adrian Andrews here from Phoenix Wright, that even the killer got fooled by, like the killer doesn't know that it's a woman. Which, based on the rest of the case, that makes no fucking sense. How he could plan it out so well, and all the media and stuff he's probably heard, like, it's very inconsistent for somebody as smart and well prepared as him. Or it makes it seem like he's almost doing it on purpose, like he's acting dumb. Argumentative. See, Wilmot's very respectful to wait till the end. That's a bad quirk to have as a lawyer. I like to wait till people are done talking before I talk. I want you to look at the small picture. I like that. Was that the first time she said, no, we can't approach? getting tired of all the approaches, but to be fair, she's very strict about the speaking objections too, so I'd be sort of in between, allow it a little bit, but then it lets you sort of leak stuff to the jury that you're almost making statements. Yeah, you're just myopically blowing up one thing. You're mischaracterizing my continuum. She didn't say it quite like that, but it just kind of is a funny line. Like a top 10 quotes that you couldn't imagine were really said in court. As much as people make fun of like Phoenix Wright or courtroom dramas and shows, like nobody would actually say that. You'd be surprised what people say and do, and you'd be surprised what a parrot really did testify on the stand, like in Turnabout Goodbyes and Phoenix Wright. I called the parrot to the stand, but they actually did, because it was part of a murder case. So that's such a good kind of catch. That would never happen, but it actually has happened. So it's not that crazy, because the parrot said something that they would have said to each other, or something that came up. Yeah, but omission doesn't mean it's a lie. I can speculate. Oh, finally we get a good sustain. I was going to say, that is clearly speculation. You're even saying it in the question. It could be. But this isn't a question. That's not a question, though. I want you to assume this. Okay, assume it for me. I want you to do a handstand for me, okay? That's not a question, really, properly framed. It would be really good if you could give her the transcript of what he said. Is there some reason they can't do that here? Like, normally you should. Then don't even say Freeman. Just assume somebody came in. Right, rather than debate exactly what he said, or if he's misquoting it a little bit, just get it out here in exact detail, or that's always funny in Phoenix Wright, where they have two witnesses like juggling, pushing each other out of the witness box. Somebody says something, and then somebody else says something in the same box, so they're just like dancing out, in and out, right? Two witnesses having a conversation with each other at the same time. Okay, so today, before I start anything, I'll do another part of the Jodi Arias trial probably, but let's look at the concept of opposite interpretation a little bit, and that will show you that, like, for example, what people insist upon, like, oh, the same people, this like initial-minded social contrivance basis, the same people that would say, oh, something is fake, or they don't like that, or they're about genuine, authentic, they also operate on an initial layer where that's the whole point. Like, they'll go on preconceived notions, so they're not really interested in looking at something in depth, right? Unwillingness to be puzzled. So they'll go by the superficial, fake, performative aspects, or other, identifier things like age, or or whatever gender, they'll have all these stereotypes. So in other words, they're not really interested in the substance of something, but yet they would pretend to be. So like the very same people who would like, like if you're too direct or too blunt or not emphasizing, right, if you're objective, they'll be somehow thrown aback by it, like, oh no, it's not just about that, or we're above that. But they're actually not only not above it, but they're solely defined and controlled by it, because by simply not practicing that contrivance, you expose it, and now they feel insecure, right, by simply not doing anything, or like a non-base state, that element. And so now you have that element. And then another sort of similar concept is, the nature of social contrivance can be revealed this way. Like somebody could say the exact same thing, like, even something basic, like how's the weather or whatever, right? But if it's some famous celebrity, if Leonardo DiCaprio said that, oh, you'd be very interested. Whereas if some random person said it, oh, you're not. So in other words, it's not the substance of what they're doing as much, right, but who they are or other preconceived notions, mainly tied to dependent overextended pretense, like something you hope to gain or other, secondary gain. But in that case, I guess I don't look at it as a secondary gain, because it's just sort of primary gain, like it's Leonardo DiCaprio, so you have something to gain, period. There's no pretense of, you could pretend like, oh, we're being friendly. It sort of exposes the gold digger fallacy, like, oh, look at this attractive woman talking to you. You don't think that your job or your career or your money has something to do with that? Like, so in other words, that's an asset. That, like, Elon Musk is sure a victim of gold digging by Amber Heard, as if he's such a moron that he wouldn't realize that his money gives him a certain power or a certain attractiveness, or that's part of the reason why somebody would want to be with him, right? You have to have self-awareness. It's, quite frankly, I wouldn't even consider it their fault. Like, how is Amber Heard to blame if she has a chance to be with the richest person in the world? You might say, oh, that shouldn't be her sole motivation, but like, sure, maybe it's not her sole motivation, but you know what I mean? Like, what should she do? Just turn that down? Or like, oh, she doesn't care about it? Like, the reality is that, it's a two-way street, and you have to have self-awareness. The best way to avoid that is like date somebody within your same social class or something. Don't date up then and then complain, or don't date down and be like, oh yeah, Elon Musk has to go out with Oprah Winfrey or some shit. I don't know, somebody who's like on par, so that wouldn't be an issue. So even like Johnny Depp, you have to be aware that that's a component in the relationship that obviously you're successful. Although I don't entirely even buy that, because Amber was doing okay anyway. Like, again, she wasn't on his level, but that's a bit of a fallacy, actually. That's sort of, despite whatever the outcome of the trial, I sort of disagree with that premise. Like, oh, Johnny Depp's going to get Pirate 6 and he's going to, making millions of dollars. Amber Heard was doing well for herself. Like, she would have been fine, even without Aquaman. She was okay. Again, not everybody needs to be Johnny Depp, so when you make that comparison, it's unfair. She would make a nice little living for herself. She would get these little, side roles. She was already established a little bit. Like, think about it this way. She was in a movie with Johnny Depp, so what does that tell you? In other words, originally, that's how they met and stuff. So, like, unless that was part of his recommendation too, which I don't think so, that's kind of how they met, so he wouldn't have cared or known. But, like, that chemistry was like, oh, so why is she in a movie with Johnny Depp? It must, either Johnny Depp's in a really shitty movie, or she must be worthy of at least some role consideration that she would be in that. So all I'm saying is, like, it's not that easy. Oh, she's just a gold digger. Well, I'm sure plenty of women would love to just be gold diggers and be with Johnny Depp and be with Elon Musk, even if you want to just look at it just for their money. But, instead of a dildo with a heartbeat, like the fucking Travis Alexander says, he says it could be, I'm just a dollar sign with a heartbeat. I'm just a wallet with a heartbeat. I'm just a credit card with a heartbeat. Or you could say it differently too. I'm just a dollar sign with a phallic image, with a dildo sticking out. I don't know. Like, combine the two. I'm just a money sign and a sex object, whatever. But, like, again, you have to be aware of that. And again, there's a reason why Elon and Johnny both went for her, right? Like, oh, like, here's Amber Heard. She's just a gold digger. So, okay, so you don't have to be with her then. What makes those two decide that? So I don't like that framing. You might think, oh, I'm defending gold diggers, but I'm really not. It's like, if somebody can get something out of life, like, yeah, you can be with the richest, rich people who are wealthier than you. Okay, so then they will be, like, again, on top of other factors. I'm sure that's not the only reason, but would you rather date somebody who makes $100,000 a year, or $1 million a year, or $1 billion a year? Like, of course, you'd rather have more. So what's the, even just as a status thing, even if you don't directly want their money, right? Like, just, it's nice to be with somebody with that status. I'm sure people would look at it that way. So I don't understand. So again, there's like this performative preconceived aspect, but that's what's so disturbing about it is there's a lot of these, like I could frame a social experiment a number of ways based on either the performative aspect. There's like 3 layers. They can easily, again, it requires a little bit use of the brain, which I know that people don't do, so it's kind of, a lot of this is irrelevant to human society. It doesn't serve a zero-sum half-ass function, so it's not really of much use to them, but in any case, and you might think, oh, that's a little condescending or arrogant, but it really is just about functionalism. Like, if you could have objective truth, people would have no interest in it because it doesn't serve them in their half-ass zero-sum existence. Functionalism, where's the money in that? Where's the, zero-sum achievement of some half-ass contrivance state that you've been reduced to? Which, if you could see past that, it might remove the need for said contrivance state. It's like everything is always in terms of the process. Like, how do we overcompensate for this flawed process that we're reduced to, like within society, rather than questioning why are we reduced to that in the first place? So it's not a struggle against, like, oh, how do we best achieve or deal with it, but rather why do we even have it or need it in the first place? Why are we being restrained? So the point that I was saying is, so it's a little more objective than that, but like social experiment framing, 2 people could say the same exact thing, but because of their status or preconceived notion, that would make it different. So in other words, what you're reacting to is not what they're saying. So that, again, there's a few layers of artifice and social contrivance. Number 1 is, again, the dependent overextended pretense would just mean you have something to gain from it. Maybe I'll start calling it secondary gain. So again, zero-sum means like, oh, they're rich or they're attractive, so stimuli acme or whatever you want to call it. Right, so that would be number 1. So you have some other incentive. In other words, again, you're not reacting to them or what they're saying. You're reacting to that secondary benefit that you seek to gain, dependent overextended pretense. That's number 1, right? Number 2 is some other preconceived aspect, just like something superficial, the way they look, their identity, the male, female, age, height, weight, whatever, right? So there's another preconceived aspect there. And then number 3 is the simple fact of performative aspects, which at least this is more within their control. Well, I guess even the status is within their control, but the performative aspects is relevant because you have the simple ability with the performative aspects to see that the way that somebody presents it, which arguably, in terms of inherent value, should be totally irrelevant. Like, oh, look at this person, they're doing it in a certain way, like eye contact or whatever, right? You might say that should be how you define it, but that's arbitrary and artificial. Like, so in other words, this person's better at performative aspects, so basically just putting up a front, putting up pretenses. So because they're better at that, we're going to value that more. Shouldn't it be the intrinsic value of what they're saying or what they're doing? So you shouldn't need to overcompensate with undue emphasis for that. The fact that you have to means that you have something to overcompensate for, or the fact that you're relying on that aspect of overcompensation means that it's only serving to distract or obscure the inherent state that is there. So this is the absolutist, almost like boring state of being. You would just be boring and dry and to the point and quiet and not even say anything and not even need to do that. Because if something has inherent value, then you wouldn't need to do that. That's the point. You wouldn't need to do it. And the reason why you wouldn't need to do it is because of the simple fact that you wouldn't need to do it because, again, you're either overcompensating and placing undue emphasis. So when you start to value things on a superficial initial basis like that people do in social settings, then you're rewarding the wrong thing. So now it becomes a contest of contrivance where you're saying, well, who can put on the best performative aspects rather than who actually has the best product or who is actually doing the best thing or what practice is best worth doing or what idea is best worth pursuing. So it turns into cult of personality basis and arbitrary and interchangeable because that has nothing to do with the content of what they're saying. On the contrary, it seeks to obscure and almost overcompensate or distract from that you shouldn't need that at all, but that would still be met with undesirable response like, oh no, we want to be fooled by performative aspects on an initial level, and so now you reward the wrong process and get the wrong result. Again, not even in terms of the specifics, but in terms of the criteria. Like, it doesn't matter what that performative aspect is or how they go about it. If that's the criteria, it's just that arbitrary. So based on anybody can just put up a front or, it's this fallacy too of like taking the personality as an inherent state. Like, oh, this person is this way and that's it. And they're like that all the time. But they're different at work than they are at home, than they are with certain friends, than they are alone. Right, so in other words, people are human variables, and I understand the unwillingness to be puzzled makes people feel like sort of specifying the conflict, but people are variable, and so it's not as easy to pigeonhole them and put them in a box and sort of say, well, you have this ability to basically do it. I'm going to destroy my car by driving this much, too. Like, this has been fucking way too much lately. I don't know if it's something about these roads, but like, why the fuck does it feel like I have to accelerate so hard? I'm not going up a hill or something. I never had to do this before, so something is wrong, even though I just got it inspected and everything was fine. Even my little tire thing went away somehow in them doing that. And so, but no, my point was that it's actually good, like, absolute stream of consciousness moment because of the simple fact that you're able to, you have, like, this desire not to be made aware of a process. So it goes pretty well with that saying. It's easier to fool somebody than to convince somebody they have been fooled. It's easier to practice contrivance, right, to be fake and put up performative aspects than it is to convince somebody to not value them in the first place, like, or to make them identify the nature of the process, right? So you'd rather somebody be fake than to point out that that's the criteria, that you're expecting them to be fake or it's a fake process, social contrivance, right? So you'd rather somebody put up all these performative aspects than to disavow them and just be neutral and just be direct and to the point and not play into that process, right? To just completely not think that way, not to act that way, not to value that criteria, in other words. And so now we're at, but yeah, there's a lot of fallacies built into that are sort of, again, the three layers of contrivance, none of which have inherent value or consistent definable value or accountable value, because again, anybody could arbitrarily do that from moment to moment. So somebody could look all sincere on the surface, and this happens all the time, whether it be in politics or otherwise. Oh, they made eye contact, that means they're telling the truth. But people can easily do that, where they make eye contact and they don't tell the truth, or whatever, like the performative aspects fly in the face of something, and it's all like projection, zero-sum projection, stimuli acme projection, right? Just by simply being a blank slate and not even saying or doing anything, people will project their own shallow criteria or whatever, myopic criteria that they have. So it says more about the observer than what is observed. But the bigger picture point with this concept is that, again, the three layers, preconceived notions, right? Like, again, identity, age, etc. Number two is the performative aspects that people put on. And then number three is other things like status, or that's part of kind of preconceived notions, but I guess it's better to say it, preconceived notions such as status, etc., right, what you know about somebody, maybe gossip you've heard, things like that. Number two is performative aspects, how they present themselves with the awareness that they're being judged, therefore it's artifice. But number three, it's even worse in front of a camera, but just even just basically in the presence of other people. And then number three is a simple, so that's why the absolute is associated with, like, you know, some pretty good imagery that I've written about, like the absolutist who's highly capable, but they come into work or they're doing their business and they're dressed all messy, and their hair is all messed up, their shirt is stained or something. In other words, they don't care about all those aspects. So they might look a little raggedy on the surface, but they would be highly productive, and the two kind of go together. They don't care about those things. They don't waste time on those things. They don't value those things. They value the reality, not the performative aspect, the superficial appearance, right, to distract from it. So it's a consistent ideology. It's not like, oh, they're doing that to show off or something in some other way, like, oh, look how little I care, blah, blah, blah. They're doing it like it's a natural result because, again, they don't value things on that basis, on that level. They would just be naked, overall nudist colony criteria. Like, they don't value that criteria, so the criteria is only an actual measurable basis of value. But the only reason why you value artifice and superficial aspects is for two reasons. One, you exist in this false mindset of initial mindedness where you're not thinking about the longevity process and like the fact that you'll die someday and your time is finite, because if you were, you wouldn't care about that, because who cares what somebody looks like or dressed like or superficial things like that. You wouldn't care, right? You would have a higher basis of value. Absolutist is aware of death at all times, like not afraid of it, but aware, like you have a finite zero-sum existence, so you don't have all the time to waste and you should value it to the maximum, etc., kind of a thing. And so now you'd be aware of your mortality at all times, so now you wouldn't value such petty, superficial, non-impactful things. So that's number one, the fact that you're simply in a position to, you wouldn't value it for that reason, but you also would have a solid criteria that you would have a solid criteria that you're able to like exchanging, some NPC mindset dialogue, like how are you is such a phony thing, like, oh, everybody does it just to do it. Like, it has no meaning when it's especially compulsory, or like thank you, sort of the slavery to that, like it just shows you a process, you're overcompensating with social contrivance. So like the only reason why performative aspects are valued, again, either because, or superficial basis, is because first of all, you have this illusion and initial mindedness where you're not thinking about the longevity process, and so you're living as if you're going to live forever because you're not truly valuing it, because if you did, then you wouldn't value the things on that initial layer, either only impactful things or objective things or higher measure standard, etc. But then the other element is the simple fact that you have also that, like, why would you value superficial criteria? And the reason why you would do that is because you have it might be something just with this road. Something's fucked up. But I've driven on this road so many times and it's not always like that. The criteria is such that I cannot figure it out. Why else would you value superficial appearances? Sort of to overcompensate for some other flawed process. So if the process was sound, you wouldn't need to do that. And so it implies collective contrivance, and it implies overextension to the extent that you have some unnatural, so you could say that, like, there's too many people. If the world was a village of 100, you wouldn't need to do that. You wouldn't care, right? Everybody can just do what they want. It's a nudist colony. It's all just, the world is your oyster kind of a thing. So there's less need. But because there's so many people, you got to keep up appearances to keep up this sort of social fabric that, we're not just zero-sum self-interest, non-basis of self, even though that ends up being the dependent defining criteria. Instead, it is like a simple fact of being able to it's the simple fact of being able to some other criteria that you have I keep losing my train of thought. I forget, like, you value it because you got to keep up appearances, but you wouldn't need to do those. So again, it's this overextension that you have this sort of undue emphasis, even though it's a collective contrivance state where that's not really being valued. So if you just did it in an ends to means basis, like, you're buying a product just because of the product, you're doing the thing just because of the thing, instead of overcompensating for it in some other way by saying, well, we're going to value the social contrivance in between and sort of overcompensate and turn it into a context of a contrivance somehow. And so the way that you would do that is by doing it in such a way that the superficial basis is not necessary, right? If everything is just a direct ends to means value basis, but instead you get it in a half-mass state where it's very artificial, and what is so artificial about it is the simple fact that, again, you're like overcompensating for something, or it's, again, like the overextending self-interest into a collective contrivance state that would tell you, this is necessary to hold together this illusion of value. Otherwise you would think, why am I sacrificing so much to be a part of society and to overextend and all this kind of stuff? And it objectively, this is the whole, death knell of this, it would objectively not be necessary if there weren't so many people around. None of that would be the case. You can talk about machination process all you want, but the reality is that you would not need to overextend so much. So that's part of overextension, is like, you don't really value something, but you place undue emphasis to try to overcompensate for the fact that you don't value it. So you're just sort of distracting from the fact that, again, non-basis of self, you don't really care about anybody else. You just care about yourself and your own innate desires. And that would be framed as a false negative, but that's just natural. What should a being do? An animal, anything? Of course, they're going to value themselves and their own interest, and everything that they value is an extension of themselves. So even their family is nearest to themselves. That way the basis of value is higher. Or, again, like, I love my partner, but that's just hedonism, half-mass hedonism, the stimuli acme, that you value pleasure the most, and sexual pleasure the highest of all measures. So therefore, that's still non-basis of self, based on your own pleasure. And then zero-sum means. So all of these things are tied to the non-basis of self, but then you pretend and overextend. Now you might think, it would lead to like a very cold society that's like, everybody's just out for their own interests. But the funny thing is the cynicality comes in without the social contrivance. So it's like everybody could just look at the world for what it is. Everybody values themselves, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. And so you can make certain concessions, but the pretense of social contrivance to try to overcompensate or try to do something else with that, glorify it, is a little bit mundane. So now you have no real need or basis to do that. And the reason why you have no basis for the claim is because now, I'm going to get something else to eat now, even though I got like this big KFC bucket earlier, but because they fucked it up. They didn't give me enough. It's a 6-piece chicken, but they only gave me 4. It's a 4-piece biscuit, so they only gave me 2. And so now I've been getting way too much outside food lately. Okay, let's watch another part of this, and I don't know, I haven't done a segment like that in a while. I don't know, I feel like I recorded most of my good takes and terms from the past, so at least I have it in some archived form, even if it's not. It'll never be up to really my standard. This is a problem, like, with the perfectionism, is that, like, you would be like, I'd rather never do it than to do it imperfectly. But if you think like that, and this inhibited me a lot in life, but a lot of people, like, either it's got to be perfect or not at all, and so you'll just never end up doing it. Whereas if you put yourself out there and try to do it, right, it can at least still turn into something. It's good to have a high standard, but not if it inhibits you completely from doing it. Like, what would you need to do? So, you have all these ideas, but you're not motivated to try it or to write or to whatever. Or, like, that's always what I say. Just do something that you're passionate about as a routine, and don't worry if it's perfect, and then one day it'll be perfect. or it could still be substantial, because again, it's better, even though it kind of goes against sort of the absolutist philosophy that I pose. You know, you don't just like don't try it. You should try it. You should do it on a regular basis, and then figure it out from there, whether you're actually good at it or not, or whether it actually goes somewhere or something. Okay, so this is Jodi Arias. But yeah, that's one aspect of social contrivance, just to show like it's all fake. We know it's all fake, but we do it anyway because we either are too ignorant and initial-minded to identify that, or because we want to believe it because it's sort of some functional basis. Like, it's the sort of thing like, not only don't you value what you're doing by doing that, you don't value it, and so you overcompensate with that social contrivance to show like, oh look, I'm pretending to value it, so that entitles me to something, right, that otherwise would be objectively adverse, overextension, and finite. So in other words, the collective, like, glorify the collective, like, you should sacrifice. This is what society's non-consensual social contract notwithstanding would say, you know, because you're born into it and indoctrinated, and then you're expected to judge it, you know, freely or objectively. So that in itself is disingenuous. You know, have some sort of live in the jungle for the first 20 years and then decide for yourself whether you approve or vouch for, you know, this indoctrinated state that you're sort of forced into. Except you wouldn't even be able to do that because the, you know, government will say, oh, the jungle is our property, or, you know, certain parts of the world you can get away with it, but what you have is the simple ability to realize that that's what I would do if I was a billionaire. I'd go to all these weird places and I have people with like machine guns. I mean, I could get killed, but I'd be doing it like on stream or camera and like show it like I'm going through the Amazon jungle, like I'm a fucking, you know, like I'm a protagonist in a movie, but I'm gonna have these highly trained people with like fucking assault rifles with me, and, you know, like really hardcore kind of shit. So we'd be able to handle it, and so we're just kind of exploring the world at certain places in the world like that. I'd always have like some sort of safety net out of there, like some fucking helicopter or something. I mean, you have the money to do it. That's the thing. That's what's so sad about, like, oh, Kobe Bryant dying in a helicopter. Like, how fucking stupid is that? You have all the money in the world, but you're using this cheapo fucking helicopter company, or they cheap out at least and are in a rush. They don't want to say no to you because of the weather. Like, oh, we want to suck up to Kobe. We don't want to say no to Kobe. But by not saying no to Kobe, that's really what it was. The weather was bad, and they knew it's bad, but they said, oh, let's just do it anyway because he's a VIP. So we get the VIP fucking killed. Because you know how that pressure is. Kobe's a big client. We don't want to say no to him. Right, but then if there's a reason to say no, you should say no. Like, oh, we'll make an exception for the rules, but this exception was fatal. So you have the ability to look at it like, again, the individual, the self, would say to non-basic self, remember that term, right? The self would say to the one self would say to another self, like another person, you should sacrifice your self-interest for the collective. Otherwise, you're selfish, and that's the honorable thing to do, is sacrifice self-interest for the collective interest. Now, that first self, self A and self B, the self A says to self B, you should sacrifice your self-interest for the collective. Right? And self A and B are both part of that same collective. Is made up of selves, right? That's without the self, there is no collective. So that's what you have. So the point is that the only reason why self A is saying that self B should sacrifice its self-interest for the collective is because that self A is part of the collective. So in other words, you want self B and all other people to sacrifice their self-interest for the collective interest just because you're part of the collective. So by them sacrificing their self-interest, it applies to benefiting your self-interest, even if in an overextended form. And of course, as part of this pretense, you would pretend to, or actually do, sacrifice your self-interest for that collective interest as well. So it might seem like, oh, that's a higher standard, but it's not. Because the only reason why the self values the collective is because the self is part of the collective. So it thinks that you kind of are playing yourself, but you think you're playing everybody else. I'm going to make everybody else sacrifice their self-interest for mine, because if they sacrifice their self-interest for the collective, then I'm part of the collective, so therefore I benefit from that. But I'm also sacrificing my self-interest for the collective, so they benefit from that as well. So it's this major contradiction that you think you're doing something more, or you pretend, or you act like it. You're doing something more, higher standard, higher measure, higher basis. But the reality is that you're not, because it's the same basis, non-basis of self. And that term is a little confusing, but in other words, you don't have a criteria. Like, oh, you love your family, but like the nearness postulate and other criteria I won't get into now, but non-base of self means that you don't really have a criteria or a standard. Your only standard is, oh, yourself, and what is nearest to you, you value. So you value yourself because you are yourself. Okay, that's obvious. You value your family so much. Why? Oh, because blood is thicker than water, and oh, it's some love, and it's meant, all this kind of idyllic standard. No, it's just because your family is the closest thing to you when you're born and when you're growing up, assuming you're in touch with them, whatever. But so just because of their nearness and relation to you, right, the non-basis of self gives you the full value. But again, you only value them in their proximity, in their direct relation to you, right? Not some inherent standard that, oh, family is inherently valuable, but it's arbitrary and interchangeable, because what if your family was just somebody else? So reality is that it's given all this undue emphasis, but it's just, oh, you only value them because of their relativity to yourself, which you might think that's fairly obvious, but it's treated in some idyllic way, like, oh no, it's love and it's this high thing. No, it's just as shallow and arbitrary as the self-interest that you have, or again, the non-base of self that you have, you value yourself, and you only value things, again, as the relation to that. So then, again, why do you value your partner? Oh, you're in love. And I understand people overextend into social contrivance, but that you're kind of missing the whole point. And again, that's the initial layer. Like, oh, look at all this time we spent together, and look at holding hands, and even, again, any sort of physical contact, things like that, even talking to an extent plays into the stimuli acme, because again, what do you think holding hands does? Why is that so romantic? Not saying everybody who ever holds hands is doing it for that reason, but why do you think that that's the case? And the reason why, that's still part of the physical contact that would be intimate and adhere to the stimuli acme in some lesser way, just like all, hugging, kissing, even holding hands. So you're still dancing around that same thing. Again, part of the overextension that you're not understanding the base nature of the process, so you're trying to turn it into something else, something more, even though the defining practice is still the very same measure. So it doesn't mean you have to be having sex all the time to adhere to the stimuli acme. It's still part of the same basic tree of ideas and same process. And so what you have here is the simple ability to realize that, I hope YouTube's around in 1,000 years, so maybe you'll be ready. Machination process catch up. It's the idea that you, again, non-basis of self, everything that you seem to value is just based on that relativity to yourself in such a way that that would be the criteria. So I understand people get caught up in that undue emphasis, but that's the criteria, that's what it is. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing, and people would take it as somehow a negative. Again, objective reality is a negative because your framing is falsely outward, insisting something like the world revolves around people, and if you say it doesn't, then that's just being negative. You're just a pessimist because the world doesn't revolve around you and humans, and you're not all important and everything isn't about you. So, this is sort of false inherent standard that we have. So, for example, well, I went quite a ways without doing this. But that's the point, right? Non-invasive self, everything else says zero-sum means. You think you love your job, but you just zero-sum means. You think you love your partner, but just stimuli acme. Understand the process, understand the nature of the process, be aware that there is a process, understand how it works. Doesn't discredit it, doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but what it would probably mean is you wouldn't specify the conflict, this term obviously, or in this case, specify the process. You wouldn't do that, and the reason why you wouldn't do that is because you would probably realize, again, it's not to say that, you wouldn't be with other people or you wouldn't have sex at all, although a certain objective absolutist perspective might do that. You would just remove the need and dismiss the process altogether. But other than that, and again, there's a lot of projection from initial-minded that these are the things you value, or this could be the only thing you would want, or even like assuming intent, assuming the measure, longevity process, right? You assume that the value basis in life is that you want to live as long as possible, but then you also drink and you smoke, so therefore you don't want to live as long as possible, so you don't even know what your own measure is, you don't even define it for yourself, you're not even self-aware, you don't even have a measure, you're just mindless, reactionary, initial-minded. But the other point is that this sort of vague basis of value is upended by the fact of, let me try to see, again, non-invasive self, if you're aware of the nature of, if you're aware of the nature of the process, it doesn't mean that you wouldn't still practice it, right? Like, okay, you're aware of the stimuli acme, so, okay, your partner and your half-mass hedonism. In other words, all the basis to do with your partner, let's say you're in love, you're married, right? All of that is stimuli acme basis, so that would apply to other people as well. There's no one sole criteria. You have to bypass cognitive dissonance to specify it by glorifying it, turning it into something, constant indoctrination, reinforcement, love, etc., basis that you have. The problem with this is it leads to some major inconsistencies, but beyond that, and you suffer conflict of contrivance, like, it's absolute, it's love, but then why so many divorces, etc. But what it would do is it would lead to you looking at it objectively, and you looking at it objectively might lead to you actually being able to you looking at it objectively would lead to you possibly not inhibiting it in that way. So it's like, it's only a way to try to rationalize. Let's place undue emphasis on something just so we can control it, or in this case, specify it. So society finds it more useful, wants you to be with only one person, better for the family system, functional basis if you want to argue, but don't argue a functional basis as an absolute, false, inherent, undue emphasis, right? Just realize, okay, it's functional. That would be more difficult to get people to sacrifice for that, but it means that you wouldn't be so inhibited. So like now you realize, okay, it's stimuli acme, so you're only doing it because of pleasure and hedonism and etc. So now you'd be less likely to specify it. So you'd say, okay, now I'll just have sex with whoever I want, whenever I want, even still consensually, but like you wouldn't limit it to just one person. You'd be in an open relationship, etc. That would be the base inherent tendency. And so all this contrivance response against it is very telling. And so you would be aware of the simple fact that, see, being objective is something else entirely. It's quite strange. It doesn't, just to put a cap on it, it's like, how can I explain it? I don't know. It's like, you want to turn it into like an absolute to try to justify specifying it, which itself is contradictory, but you want to pretend like it's something more. Otherwise, if you don't do that, then, so that's what the objective basis would do. It would simply break down contrivance response, and you look at the inherent state, and then if you still want to do the same thing, and if you want to argue a functional basis, etc., nobody's stopping you. Nobody's in fact telling you what to do or what your measures should be. Just that you probably should have one, be self-aware, define it for yourself. Don't let society, again, project or assume intent or anything else. But beyond that, it's a simple reality that it just shows you the value of thought. Like, people are so dumb, just period, but like, you wouldn't be able to have this otherwise. So what you have, if I can just finish my thought here, I'm a bit of a moron myself. That's the way to justify specifying it. So if you look at something objectively, it would not mean that it invalidates the process, or if it does, then if awareness of a process invalidates it, then that's not the process of the awareness or the thought. In other words, it would be the problem with the process itself, or a cognitive dissonance that you have. But beyond that, it would lead to you not specifying it. So in other words, you could still do what you're going to do or not do what you're going to do, but you wouldn't have to do it like that. In other words, you would still have sex, or you would still value the stimuli acme, but then you realize it for what it is. It's not some absolute, just to specify it, one person only, it's meant to be soulmate, nearness, postulate notwithstanding, etc. No, it's that you're doing it for pleasure, it's half-mass hedonism, so now do it uninhibited, so it's no longer half-mass, where you're not specifying, undue emphasis, glorifying, etc., specifying. So if you can do that, then you'll realize the way the process actually works, right? That's what it is. So the same thing with a lot of other things. It doesn't mean you wouldn't still do the practice, or you couldn't still do the practice. It's easier to, I guess, fool people that way so they don't question it, like with the religion and God. But you have, like, even with morality, like, you can't just not do it just because, like, okay, I respect the fact that people don't want to be killed, so I won't kill them. That would be enough of a rational basis. Or, you don't want to deal with it on subjective terms, like it's your word against mine, even though that's subjectively what it comes down to. You have this ability to look at it from a perspective that, it would have something to do with specifying, and it would have something to do with the ability to it just sort of wouldn't limit it anymore. So let me try to think of another example. Like, even family, right? You would see an absolutist would realize, okay, the reason why you value your family is just because of the nearness to you, kind of relativity, you grow up with them, but it's non-choice reaction. Same thing like with cultures, like, I'm so proud of my culture and the food that goes along with it or whatever. But the only reason why they like that food is a non-choice reaction. They happen to live in a particular area, right? At least you might have more choice, like throughout history. So Japanese people love seafood. What a proud thing to be interested in. But the only reason why they do is because they happen to be surrounded by water. So in other words, it's a non-choice reaction that you're insisting upon, kind of like things you don't choose, like your race, like your gender, other aspects. Like, it's just not significant. That's the reason why the absolutists wouldn't value it or wouldn't place any special emphasis on it or value. And so you have the ability to you wouldn't place any special emphasis or value on it. And the reason why you wouldn't do that, again, this sort of undue emphasis that comes into play, like it would be along the lines of the simple reality that just again, you would see it for what it is. Like, okay, you didn't choose it, so again, you would see that not the family is the strongest bond, but that undue emphasis is placed because it's the weakest bond, because it's a non-choice reaction at best. So like now, of the layers of relationships you could have, family is the most shallow because you didn't choose it, you were just born into it, etc. And so now, of all the interactions you can have with friends, at least that you choose, even if it's nearness postulate, it's less. Again, family you have no choice in, you're just born into it. Friends you at least have nearness postulate based on geography, etc., right, would be a defining factor, but you still choose that a bit more. And even sexual partner, you choose that in a similar way with the nearness postulate. So at least there's more choice in that than in the reactionary basis of a family system. And so you have this okay, so now what's the Jodi Arias trial? I'm surprised I lasted this entire time without doing that. I'm just so tired lately, like I don't even feel like doing anything, but this is always fun, like if you get to just do it kind of whatever, like there's no real high standard. I'll try to maybe edit this shit here if you get to it's like a lot more editing than I'm used to doing, even though all I really do, I could arguably not even do it at all, but I just do it for the image and to cut out little parts. Like the majority of it is just one thing, like it's just all audio. So even the timestamps I expect people to do manually because I'm a lazy clown. But imagine, like, this is one of those things, like I'd rather do it like this for now because I would never be able to do it otherwise because it'd be way too much work and I'd never have the time. But yeah, just to count that off, like if you value social contrivance, you are basically a slave to it, even though it's artificial, it's performative, it doesn't have any inherent value, it doesn't serve any actual function. Right, it's all just a way to connect and again overextend what is something that is objectively a basis of value or criteria, like self-interest, zero-sum means. Those are the actual criteria of value objectively. Right, so this is only what it is in terms of. Right, it's not actually a basis of value, it's a basis of sort of connecting or again overextending value from something else. So if you value that, you can be so easily controlled. And it would reflect as far as being a part of a society in which you are able to, again, where thought is stigmatized, nobody really thinks about what they're doing it all on an initial reactionary basis, and that's somehow treated as normal. That's what's surprising about it. But it may be functional to reduce people to human functions in that way, but it's not. Like, you're not actually thinking, you're not actually self-aware. It's surprising how that's somehow treated like a good thing, but the easy way for an absolutist to define that is human beings' defining trait is not emotion, it's not love, it's not the heart, it's not anything like that, right? Emotion is rational insistence upon the self. Objectively, the defining factor of human beings is the ability to think, right? Self-awareness and intelligence and the ability to think. When you realize that's the defining trait of human beings, now you realize that anything that inhibits that is going against your inherent nature and is objectively adverse to you. And so now you realize that thought is your defining measure. And so now you would think all the time as much about everything, fully experience everything, right? Self-actualize at all times. So it would sort of fly in the face of that because what you have is the ability to, again, all the stigmatization of thought, like, oh, you're an overthinker, or oh, you think too much, or you're paranoid, or whatever. Or even, like, talking to yourself is a bad thing, but that's just called thinking. You should try it sometime. Or even the ability to do it in such a way that just thought in general is stigmatized. Thinking is bad. Shoot the messenger. In this case, thought itself, it's not that something is itself is bad, it's that thinking about it is bad. So much effort into indoctrination, basically a whole structure contrived to deal with that, like indoctrinate people heavily, stigmatize thought, reduce everything to initial basis. For what little time left you have to reflect, folly, favoritism, distraction, entertainment. So dull down your senses, alcohol. So do whatever you can to just not think as much as possible. And treat thought as the enemy. It's a bad thing. As if thought is the issue, not that it reveals some objectively adverse contrivance state, but somehow that initial layer is still active at this stage in history. Let's go. Jodi Arias trial, day 26, part 2 in 3, 2, 1. I was expecting to start that a little bit earlier. I hate these long parts of silence. Oh, this is Nermi, the fuck. Oh, here we go, the fucking admonition. Who's gonna say that? Yeah, I did hear something about the mania. I thought this was around when Juan was doing something. Yeah, the Daryl Brooks thing was fucking amazing. But see, that one's more funny. This is just more interesting. Although there are funny aspects about it. Casey Anthony is much more serious, but it's a masterclass in defense by the GOAT Jose Baez. It's really impressive, and this is an absolutist standard as well. It wouldn't matter what the measure is. I could disagree or dislike what he's doing, but I still have to respect the ability that goes behind it. Kind of like the same way you would appreciate villains. Light Yagami. He might be a bad guy, at least in a certain point of view, but he is also very effective. So I have to appreciate the ability. And I always use that analogy, with Hitler or whoever, if you valued life as much as he intended to end it, or if your measure of cause was as strong as his, for whatever you believe in and value, then you would have outweighed him, right? Especially if there's more people in your corner, etc. So it's if you believe so strongly in saving life as he believed in ending it, or whatever, other standards, then, you know what I mean? That's the absolutist measure. Your measure would prevail. So it's again, the defining element there isn't morality, because it doesn't matter one way or the other, right? He's trying to do what he's trying to do. Other people will try to do what they're trying to do. But the defining factor was ability. He was more capable or more effective, even with the help of infrastructure, party, etc. But that's the net result, right? They were more effective at doing what they're doing at that point than you are. So it's not about, we're right and they're wrong, or how horrible. It's about how effective are you. So this notion of you feel self-righteous, but if you really believed fully what you were, that's the sad part. He believed more fully in what he was doing than you do in what you're doing. Even if, again, it's his desire to end life versus your desire to save life. That would manifest itself in practice. So you have this little fucked up part of the screen here. Day 10, part 1, now you see, this must just be the opening statement or something. I see Juan, but I don't know how. Or this must be a prosecution. I don't get it. I don't know who this witness is. So we're going to... He's normally so adversarial here, but... I like the jury questions too sometimes. Okay, Nurmi is about to be done. Nurmi is cooked. This is like the PPL thing, I think. Now, see, when I was skimming through these, I didn't notice Juan at all in like the first 20 parts. So I didn't even realize there was cross-examination here. I don't feel like I've ever seen this. So this is Jodi Arias trial day 10 part 1 at 39:20 in 3, 2, 1. With regard to this prepaid legal, a pyramid scheme. I think I have seen this maybe, he objects to it being called a pyramid. He is suggesting it's a pyramid. He makes a new form of argumentative just by his yelling, not even by... Overruled, but then he even says go ahead. Like he's giving permission, not the judge. You know, that von Karma quality, but he's no von Karma. But his ability to just admonish the witnesses himself... Yeah, like this along the way. You're after Jodi. You don't care about this guy, but you might expose his pyramid scheme in the process. You're not out to get him, but he might be collateral damage. Look at him stating a call for speculation. He made up his own objection. That would call for speculation. And then Nurmi repeats it like the witness has to do it. Are we suggesting a stimuli acme presence here? This guy finishes fast. I know between these two options. This is kind of argumentative. Now he brought in Dallas. He gets away with a lot that is not conventional. But it gives context to the meetings. were you a keynote speaker, keynote breakout? Oh, it was actually a breakout. I like this though because you're like exposing his sleazy business practice possibly. He's asking in such a curious way. Look how aggressive he is. I kind of like it, but you typically can't get away with it. You keep saying Dallas. So technically you could say, I do know, I just don't know exactly. Not knowing would mean you would have no idea. I like this answer, actually. Legendary. Two would imply he was at the other one, though, too. This guy has a certain charisma to him, though. I like it. See, that is weird. That is like an admonishing question. You rarely see that. Why should he be allowed to do that? Because am I asking about that? It's not like a proper question. He didn't say what she told him. I like this guy. He's kind of getting under Juan's skin. Like, he doesn't seem really like a bad guy. He's just a little shifty. And this is consistent with the rest of the... the way they want frames... I don't know. I don't like it, actually, because you normally don't get away with that. Just look at other trials. Watch other trials, like on YouTube or elsewhere, right? You're not allowed to do that. That is actually really weird. And the defense doesn't object really to that either. What is the ending of this? This has nothing to do with Jodi. Some cop or something in like a fucking... I don't know what the fuck this is. But yeah, see, this is one step above reality TV. Like, it's not reality TV. It's actually real life. This is a real trial. Like, this is actually, you know what I mean? Like, the conduct in this trial determined both Jodi getting convicted, but also everybody getting disbarred. I'm pretty sure Nurmi and Juan got disbarred because they both wrote books and they made a spectacle of themselves. I sort of sympathize with Nurmi more because he was doing this against his will and he wanted off the case. Juan was kind of flying high and getting all full of himself. You know, you're sort of making a spectacle out of it. But I would say that with some certainty. Like, I am fairly familiar with court proceedings. It's not proper for a prosecutor to ask the witness, even if they're unresponsive or something, to say, did I ask you that question? Like, you know, it was in the evening. Did I ask you if it was in the evening? That's an argumentative tone and question by definition, right? That would be up to the judge to admonish him and say, the witness, and say, please just listen to the question closely and answer it. Answer yes or no. If you don't know, say you don't know. That kind of thing. It would be up to the judge to admonish that, not for basically the prosecution is given the power in this case to admonish, and almost like a Manfred von Karma-esque way a little bit, like, you would just have to re-ask the questions or ask a different question. You don't get to say, did I ask you that every single time in an argumentative tone? Because that's what that is. That is argumentative by definition. You're not simply asking the question. You're asking, did I ask you that? As if to rub it in their face or imply they're doing something wrong. Like, you know, that's a negative tone to take objectively. That's not, right? You're not simply asking the question again, or, you know, something. You're saying, did I ask you that? And that, you know, you're sort of leading them, even that, not really leading, but that is argumentative by nature. So I'm very surprised he's able to do that, right? It's highly improper, actually, and the amount that he does it. Like, did I ask you, even if you say, oh, they're wrong for doing that, it's still not really proper. Like, did I ask you, like, I don't know, just, it's not really a right question. I mean, nobody else really does that, or they would be more firm with it, like, right, like Jose Baez would be like, that wasn't my question. If you could plead it now, if you know, thank you for the details, but now if you could please answer my question. You'd say some snarky thing like that, but you wouldn't say, I don't know, it's not really the right way to do it. I disagree with that. It's really up to the judge to do that. If the witness is doing something wrong, all the prosecutor can do is ask the question again or ask a different question. You can't say, or even imply like, okay, that wasn't my question. Were you out there in the daytime instead of the evening? Like something like that. You don't get to just say, oh, you know, did I ask you that? Did I ask you that? So let's go ahead and look at the next part of this. But no, that part I totally forgot about. Day 10, part 2. I'm just sort of searching for the Juan parts. Nurmi, fucking clown. Even though I don't dislike Nurmi. In fact, I don't even dislike Wilmot that much. I think they were... The way they're perceived, I really sympathize. Because you could say, oh, they're doing whatever. I'm glad if they're trying their hardest. I'm glad if they're doing whatever they can. Even if they're listening to Jodi, and even if Jodi's lying, you know, about pedophilia and stuff. It doesn't matter, because I want you to do the best job you can, and if you lose, I mean, if you win, it's the prosecution's fault, or you're assuming too much, right? You don't really know all of these things. I understand, you know, that's why you think you know, like, oh, Jodi's lying, and Jodi's guilty, and, you know, oh, you know, if you were a juror, you'd be removed. You shouldn't be, because you're so sure of yourself. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying she didn't do it. But that's why it's up to the jury to decide. So, for example, maybe Travis was a pedophile. Maybe Travis did abuse her. Maybe she didn't kill him. Maybe the two intruders did do that, although that's not talked about in court too much. Like, maybe all that is true, and you shouldn't preconceive that. You should act like, okay, let's go in with an open mind, and then the jury can decide. So if you were a member of the jury, after seeing the trial, sitting through it, you would agree that, yes, okay, a lot of that is untrue, and she is guilty, and so forth. But people preconceive it too much, like, oh, well, it's so obvious she's guilty, so the defense just shouldn't even try, and they should just give up, and they should just, you know what I mean? Like, you're looking at it in ex post facto justification. The defense should do whatever they need to do, right, that's allowable by the court, and if they're wrong, or if the jury decides the outcome, then so be it. Then the defense loses. So you shouldn't fear that. We have a little cross-examination here in the second part of this, so I'll show you in a second. Or I won't show you, but I'll tell you in a second. This is 102.11 in Jodi Arias trial, day 10, part 2, in 3, 2, 1. I like how easy this is to do with the timestamps. Even if it'd be a little annoying for you to match it up. But it's such an infinite way to do it. Look at Jodi face palming. Yeah, she has that mousy librarian look, but I do sort of sense that from her personality regardless. Her having blonde hair doesn't suddenly mean she's not like that. She was probably always like that. Right, I kind of just get that vibe. She was not an aggressive person, necessarily. Like most of her life, inherently. She seems like a submissive, different personality type. So I see it in a repressed way. Oh, this is a Daryl guy who... It almost seems like the camera doesn't want to show this guy. Maybe there's some agreement, like he's doesn't want to be on camera. We just get to look at Jodi the whole time. Yeah, maybe that's what this is, actually. He doesn't want to be shown to anybody but the jury, I guess. Or sometimes with the jury, they'll block out their voice. Yeah, it hasn't shown him for a second yet. It's showing Juan, and it's showing Juan and Jodi. Or it's showing, like, his hand. Every story about how I met your mother is a lie. right? It's normally some innocuous thing. I got drunk at a bar and we had sex, and that was it. And then she converted to the Mormon faith. He sounds more objective, or like he's even a prosecution witness. Or Juan's being all nicer to him, too. Just remember, this man got disbarred in the wake of all this attention, so I don't like the whole book thing. Like, you're doing it to write a book, and you're making a spectacle. I hope it was worth it, and he did make a lot of money from it. I don't know, there's just a bad incentive with this whole media thing. So it doesn't want to show this guy's face. You would think you would recall such a amazing event. Yeah, it was anal sex, but I was the one getting pegged. You just assume that anal sex means that the man is doing it to the woman. What if it's the other way? A year later, why did he say it like that? How old was she then, even? Who the fuck are these people? They can't afford that shit. How could she fucking afford that? Who the fuck is she? She's just some random PPL clown later on. Like, what was she doing? So she was flying high in big money. That's $1,400 is no joke. Your wife? Wait, what's going on? Wait, I'm confused. When he's saying buying the house, he didn't buy it with Jodi, or she said $1,400 was her share? And then 2007, she's already with Alexander. Best question in history. I love that one objection or contradiction by Phoenix. You know, it was New Year's Eve, just past midnight. Hold it. If it was past midnight, that means it was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day. That's such a classic moment and line, like, I don't know how to explain it. It's such a minor thing, but this guy's voice is really deep. What about the wife part? I don't get it. Even though you've already had sex. So you're living in a house with her, she's paying rent, but he has a wife? So the Mormon faith corrupted her and made her crazy and made her kill Travis. No, I don't like to talk about religion. He's being nicer to this guy, so he must be a prosecution witness, or it would work a little better if you haven't already had sex and anal sex. How was she paying it before? I'd love to hear. What the fuck was she doing? Prepaid legal? She might have had a different reason for getting breast implants, am I right? $1,400 just for the fucking payments. I don't get it. And who the fuck do you people think you are to get a $360,000 house? Who the fuck are you? That's what I was saying. Damn right it's foreclosed. Like, what the fuck are you doing? $360,000? What do you mean, dude? He sounds a little bit like Johnny Depp with the whole low-key voice he does. But were you okay with it? You can't really prove this, can you? Or do you still have the pictures? There's no way you would still have these till now. You'd be flattered, like, oh, you think I'm cute in the shower or something. I like this guy. He seems objective. Which would have been where she put the weapon. Like, no, really nobody would find the weapon. Like, you throw it out or you bury it in the sand. But even if you do that, they would... I don't know. You throw it off like a canyon or some shit. I don't know exactly. Because you think, oh, you just bury it in the sand. But then they would see your footprints going towards there. And how would you know? I'm fascinated by that. Nobody ever found it. I could find it. I'll do a little mini fucking thing and find that shit. Typical media person, a fucking leech. He was just rejecting a lot of things. Did he say no, or is he getting up to actually do it? Nermie's fat fucking ass. But no, Nermie you almost feel bad for, because he didn't even want to be on the case, so what do you want him to do? Like... Why are you standing on that side of the table? Well, you did do anal. Look at that slow approach. Get your fat ass over here, bitch. A new baby. You make it sound like a new toy. They must be good friends or something. Oh, at that time, they must have known each other. Oh, she's going on a long trip, but she's never coming back. Because this is the trip we see right here. She's going to fucking jail. And in some way, you can't blame somebody for liking the attention, because it's the last attention they're ever going to get. Like, Darryl Brooks really milked that. Let's see a courtroom battle between Jodi and Darryl Brooks. But I think Jodi would actually be pretty good at it. But it's not fair to her here because, well, I mean, not in that sense. Like, she did what she did, but it's different when you're the defendant, or when you're the witness testifying, like a defendant testifying in their own trial. And obviously Darryl Brooks doesn't do that. Okay, so today I'll do even more of the Jodi Arias trial. I'm just going to end up doing this the whole YouTube thing, but I keep trying to fit other parts in, but it's so hard for me to navigate this when whatever, and this has been sort of addicting. So the problem is I don't have an organized way of doing this, so I end up watching the same parts over and over again. So this is, I don't even have the timestamp here, so hang on. It looks like 34:18, I'm guessing. and I'll tell you exactly what they're saying too. So it's Jodi Arias trial, day 36, prosecutor versus Shrink. Again, part 1. I guess because we had I should almost watch from the beginning because there might be parts there I haven't seen. Like day 10 had that PPL guy who obviously didn't have any I never had seen that before. I think I had remembered it actually a little bit, but I must have not seen that from a super long time ago. So we're at like 34:18 and we're starting in a second here. At least I think it is. So starting in 3, 2, 1. A little bit of a lag, so I can't even do it. I can't do it. It's like 34:17, I think. So 3, 2, 1. Per saying it. She's saying it, right? You didn't get anything from the fact that she couldn't get along with. They always talk over the objection, even when it might be something that helps them. But it'll always be something that helps them because the objection is always, from the other side that's asking the question. I thought he was going to say 25 to 30 years of experience. Your specifics that show the defendant had difficulty concentrating. Just by her saying it. See, you look at paranoia, you're afraid while driving of getting in a crash because other people are morons. So that's not paranoia, that's reasonable understanding of something that happens all the time, the stigma effect. But she read so many books, but that was after. But that was before. But that was before she was traumatized, right? When did she read it? When did she read the Book of Mormon from front to back? It was before this. Juan has actually anger issues, which is funny. Well, tell me the other factors. But when? When did she say that? Did she read those things after? You couldn't just blame that on the fact that you're in the jail. Visualization, assuming that she was good at that in the first place. Sort of meditating. Sounds like a new keyword for Magic the Gathering cards, like when they have vigilance normally. Hypervigilance means they can, I don't know, like instead of being able to attack and block on the same turn, they get to attack and block multiple times the same turn. But that's more like double strike, but it would make more sense for blocking, where you can block two separate things on the same turn. Because she met the criteria. What do you mean, why? That's not the right way to ask it. What factors did you use to find it? But no, some of this is like without good foundation. Like, you got to give it. Yeah, some of those parts are weird, where they're like. You could just blame this all on the jail, not because of, that's a sign of guilt that you can't sleep soundly. Yeah, do an approach counter. How many times does he say, what's his line that he always says? Like how Daryl Brooks says, is it fair to say? I actually forget what Juan always says. Well, how does he say that? More than the defense says to approach? Those are basically, they're both catchphrases. Yeah, like in just social contrivance standard, just an aside, that has nothing to do with this, but like what people find offensive is like whenever you point out the nature of a process. It could be true, but they'd rather just not think about it. So we're still in this initial minded, primitive state of shoot the messenger. Thinking is bad, observing a process is bad. It's not the thought that's not the reality that's reflected from the thought. It's not the process that's being observed. Right, it's the fact that you would point it out or be aware of it. So thinking is bad, awareness is bad. The state of existence is never bad. You just mindlessly reinforce it and insist upon it, whether it be a state of your being, whether it be a state of some process. All things that could, again, have to do with jail setting, not... You know, so many things, if you're just like sort of self-aware, hyper-aware, what's wrong with that? But, again, it's rather you'd live in a state of non-awareness than to deal with what the awareness would suggest to you. But this could be all during the daytime that this affects. That was like a speaking ruling, though, not just sustained. So the same way you need to approach to make that claim, like a talking objection. Yeah, I was going to say, that's not because she's hypervigilant, but the way he said that was correct. According to her, but she just told it to him. Yeah, people would rather insist upon or struggle with a contrivance state than to identify it or try to counteract it. So that's the initial layer versus a more self-aware layer, where everything is just surface level. So if you don't think about it, it's kind of like what Trump would say with COVID testing. If you don't do the test, we don't have the cases. If you don't think about a problem, it doesn't exist. Or if you're not self-aware, so the issue is that somebody would think, or that they would talk, or that they would observe, or that they would point out, or that they would have some reflection or of awareness of it. So that's what a lot of tact or popularity or social contrivance comes to. Somebody who's very, not only doesn't reflect that, but also subverts it or places undue emphasis in a way that you like they would distract you from it, basically. You basically want to be fooled or lied to or tricked, even though you know, or you would know the nature of the process with that. A lot of this just goes to her potentially lying. Look at how cute Wilmot and Jodi seem to be together. They're like twins. There are some fans of Jodi who say all these kind of positive things about her, which is not me, but somewhat, at least, I don't buy into character assassination. It's not useful. She did what she did, but that doesn't matter. Her personality doesn't matter. She could be all nice, she could be all mean. From the beginning or from when she became aware? But she didn't have a direct plan. Before what? But you said before that she didn't have a direct plan, otherwise you would have. It wasn't as strong. But just by bringing it up doesn't mean it's even true. So this is how you can always... See, that's argumentative. I didn't ask you that, did I? I definitely did watch this part, but I don't know what I should do. I should go from the beginning, day one, and just see whenever Juan appears, and I'll just do a Juan compilation. Yeah, try that for a while. Try to be hyper-aware, self-aware, deal with cognitive dissonance. Don't try to shun the thought, because this is the most common response in society that's only necessitated because of the contrivance state of society itself, that if you think about it too deeply, you would invalidate or have contradictions. So, in other words, try to distract yourself with folly favoritism like entertainment. Try to reinforce or overcompensate with other elements. Social contrivance, reinforce the state. Stigma, reward, punishment process, right? Like you're an animal being trained. right, do all of those instances of reinforcement. Obsessional ideation, suicidal ideation is a better way to say it, obsessional. You just said he had a plan, though. You fucking stop at a light for like 1 second and somebody honks at you because you're allowed to make a right turn on red. Like, what kind of a clown? You're not even there for like fucking 2 seconds. Like, wait a fucking millisecond. Absolute clown face maggot rat idiot, dude. That's like the least justified honk you've ever seen. You're stopped at a red light, and yes, you can make a right turn, but you don't have to do it right away. Like, you should come to a full stop. That's so fucking stupid. That's not a reason to honk. That's a reason to be mildly impatient for a second. And then the light turned green anyway. Now he's gonna honk when he's still behind me. He's gonna honk when I'm at a stop sign and I come to a full stop. And the cops here can be really annoying. Like, you know, if you don't come to a full stop, they'll get you. I want to watch something else, but I don't know what else to watch, so this is like a default that I've just come to appreciate. Blunted affect, we've heard this. You could go through it could include happy, sad, upset, impatient. But it's so contextual too. If somebody tells a really good, like your love of your life just died, or a family member just died, but somebody tells a really good joke, so you can't help but laugh. There's the context of the laugh of the joke, right? So it doesn't mean, oh, that means they're not really sad about it. But moment to moment, you're reactionary. Well, the way that's a good cover, the way a professional would expect. Correct. Yes or no. Loved one who died, or someone who's talking about the killing? Yes. It doesn't matter, but which one? The affect was blunted. Like one of these terms that could sound comical, just it makes you try to sound smart. But really being desensitized by the media or something, favoritism or something, just means that that's better. Like your imagination is better than the reality, so don't blame the desensitization, blame the fact that people are not as good as they're cracked up to be, or even like the antiquated technology aspect. The idea that oh, we used to value hard work or this or that, but you don't have to as much because of machination process advancement in technology. So the only reason why you convinced yourself to value it in the past was because it might have been functional or useful to do so, not because it's inherently valuable, but you mistake it as inherent value because you're brainwashed, indoctrinated to do it because it's useful to do it. So you believe it just because it's useful, not because it's absolute or inherent. But then when it's no longer useful, you insist upon it as though it is inherent or absolute. So that's what you always hear from older people, older generations. Alternative universe, we've seen this before. Just the way he's saying this is quite amusing. It would be a lie even to her. A lie would be more deliberate. It could be a coping mechanism. And even then, why would you be happy about that? You wouldn't be giggling about the fact that 2 people killed him. You could say that about anybody. Like, you weren't there. You were never there when you're assessing something. Could be a defense mechanism, coping, but then you're still lying to yourself. But it would still be a lie. It could be a defense mechanism and a lie at the same time. Or a defense mechanism to stop them from getting caught. Disassociative thing, but then he immediately says that's not what she has. As an example, but it doesn't apply. I can't keep track of maybe what I've seen in maybe when I'm not recording versus what I've seen when I am recording. See, some of what Juan does is very inappropriate too, because you have feeling for the defendant when he says that later. That's totally out of line regardless of anything, because you buy her a $9 book, even if you're on Juan's side and you think he's perfect, whatever, that was very out of bounds, out of line. There's nothing really to suggest that, that's totally... When you're reading, you can't always get facial expressions and histrionics and stuff. Just like if you were reading what Juan was saying, you wouldn't see that he's doing all these crazy hand movements and getting angry and saying it in such an argumentative tone, yelling at the witness and spitting as he's speaking and all this kind of crazy stuff. I gotta find something else to watch, but I can't decide what. I keep going over all these formats. I want to see a playthrough, but maybe a playthrough I haven't seen. Right, that way we can judge it that way. We should see some of the most popular ones. But it would have to be something I've played before. Or I wanted to do a stream. I should watch somebody's stream replay, but I'd have to upload it myself because I want to watch a small viewer streamer. Her affect was definitely blunted. My affect is being blunted by listening to you. or speaking on that psychology note, there's so many things that are associated with like, craziness or something that is like talking to yourself is just called thinking, right? You have an inner monologue anyway. So if you're talking to yourself, it's basically like you're, and it's sort of normalized in that sense. Oh, if you're streaming or you're recording something, that's basically what you're doing. You are talking to yourself effectively. And so there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Again, you're kind of thinking to yourself all the time anyway. So like having that internal monologue is something that people often find weird, or again, that's where objectivity comes in, playing devil's advocate, seeing something from different points of view. That's considered somehow a negative, but it's just like, because there's no end to it. It's like the unwillingness to be puzzled. You don't want to question yourself or think too much, but you will at least have the option to do it and be objective. So it's the objective mind versus the subjective self that you have. But no, that's the whole idea, is that you shouldn't, or like so many ways this is used, like, oh, listen to your heart, listen to like the voice inside, but that's what the voice inside is like you can just think through it and actually, be self-aware and consider it from different things. So just, whether it's deliberate or just instinctive, there's nothing good about the instinctive measure. Why not just be sure and think deeply about it and be deliberate about it? And everything, and if something's worth experiencing, then fully, otherwise half-mass overextension, and, it's self-defeating, self-invalidating. So it's this weird process of, like, rejecting that sort of internal thought that society will certainly encourage you to do that, but it's kind of like you would have this pressure or understanding that I don't know, anything associated with thought, like sort of overthinking, or is a bad thing, or just thinking in general, being objective, thinking anything above a surface level, right? Somehow that's seen as a bad thing. Let's see, we'll start from around an hour here. So we're starting Jodi Arias trial, day 36, prosecutor versus Frank again, part 1, no sidebars. At 1 hour exact, in 3, 2, 1. Need to connect with people. She'd never been in jail, which almost makes her look good. You know that phenomenon. But that can be a cause for a psychological phenomenon. It could be caused by you going to jail. He's making him look good. He keeps pointing to the 35 years of experience. This guy wasn't accused of being a hired gun or anything, though. That wasn't an answer. He just sort of nodded. No, it was his fault for timing it. Imagine having trouble typing in the late 2000s. I respect Juan's research that he puts into it. This is a little improper, the way he's able to write stuff as he sees it, but I don't know what he's basing this on. But fog is not really a medical term. You can hook somebody up to a machine, which, I'm sure by now it's much better. Like a lie detector test. And he certainly didn't use it. He seems pretty genuine about this. Put her on a lie detector. That should be used more often. Not that it's an exact process, but there's physical evidence versus just speculative. That kind of is an answer, though. It's not a physical. Good thing you said metaphorically. You're a crater with a heartbeat. You could maybe find certain signs on the brain, but and the expertise of 35 years. geological science. You could just say physical science in general, even as it applies. Look how abrupt that recess is. Look how sudden that was. That was like the fastest fucking recess. Look at how sudden that is. He's in the middle of a fucking question. That's almost as rude as he is to other people when he's asking questions and stuff. Here, let's watch some other one here. Alex Murdaugh's full cross-examination and double murder trial part 3 is 2 hours, 20 minutes long. And 3, 2, 1. Let's see how quickly we get into it. This is like the politician guy who's like bald and all this, I think. Even when you excuse the jury, the public is always still there. Yeah, you can't. Post-trial silence cannot be. This seems very justified. You don't have to really claim it. You can just... No, I still think he's wrong, though. I think the other guy was much more convincing. Not that I know exactly the full detail of this. Oh, I'm surprised, though. That sounded actually quite credible. That sounded like lawful law, but the judge made a tacit agreement. I was convinced by the first guy, actually. These are always better when there's no, major delays in there. I really can't decide what else to watch. Let's go over the criteria maybe once more. Number one is like Skibbity Toilet. We should maybe watch the whole thing in one video, but I also like to analyze them, so start off with video evidence of him just talking to police, probably. You got a little weepy killer vibe. I always found that guy's delivery pretty funny. The weepy killer, on the phone. Or maybe this is something else. I'm thinking it's a bald guy who's a clown that's more recent. This might be something else. The politician and all that. Or maybe this is just somebody else in the trial. Tampering with evidence already, you're admitting. But how does that constitute when you're trying to give them CPR or trying to help them or trying to save them? Right, you could be tampering with the scene there, so... What, the operator was very good? She was very good? What else do we have? Skibbity Toilet, the sort of social experiment stuff. We should watch that way. I'll watch XQC's reaction to it. And so I'm reacting to kind of both at once. But sometimes he talks too much, but a lot of the time he doesn't talk hardly at all. Fine, I'll do that. I'll watch some XQC reacts to something. and in the process, we're effectively reacting to that for the first time. Whatever it is that he might be watching, some social experiment type thing, whatever you want to call those cut type videos. So let's try to get a stretch of road here where we can do this, or better yet, at a stoplight. It's always the orientation of this that fucks it up the most. How it's always horizontal when I don't want it to be. But no, it makes you wonder and question, like, why are some of these people even so popular in the first place? Because they can react to copyright content live in front of thousands, millions of people and never get in trouble for it. Like, why should that even matter? Right, like, and then he goes to, like, Kick for the first time and watches The Dark Knight or something. Like, oh, I didn't know I couldn't show, not even react to it, but, like, show it. Oh, I didn't know I couldn't show a fucking movie. You just got a $100 million contract from the site, and the first thing you do is watch something that's blatantly copyright from Warner Brothers. I understand if it's some obscure movie from the 1930s and you think, oh, it's public domain. You're watching, like, some major Warner Brothers fucking Dark Knight, what the fuck? With the full video showing, the full, like, what the fuck? That would get you banned off the whole internet, but for him, he gets, I'd want my $100 million contract back, dude. If that's what you do on your first day, I think it was his first day on the site. And that contract was pretty sweet, too, because it's a non-exclusive. I thought it was going to be, for that much money, he'd have to be exclusively on there like Ninja. But no, he could still stream on Twitch. Like, so what the fuck? So just to get him to stream on there, period. Okay, so now you have to figure a way to, I'll just look at something that he's reacting to that could be interesting, could be like a murder case or something. I was watching that one where he's all about the leg shaking, like, oh, the suspect is shaking their leg, that means they're guilty. And then, oh, the cop is shaking their leg, that means they're nervous, like, it doesn't have to be that, right? People do all kind of thing all the time for various reasons, right? Especially if you're self-aware, then you're doing it with some other sort of deliberate intent. Okay, so XCC reacts, period. Iran launches missile. This is not going to be too recent. I want to see stuff from like years ago where I know he would react to all these kind of things. Inside the country that kills illegal immigrants. It's definitely not the United States because, it could be Russia, it could be China, it could be, I don't think India really would kill them, but they certainly arrest them and stuff. You can't just come, also known as every country in the fucking world besides the clown United States. Right, like, there's a reason why it's illegal immigration. You can't just come in. You could have contraband, you could have anything, you could have weapons, you could have, diseases, whatever. XCC reacts to Hassan. You gotta scroll down a bit to find something novel. XCC reacts to Gordon Ramsay, more mad than ever. Okay, that could be fun. But this is like the old Gordon Ramsay that I've never seen that. We could watch like the original Hell's Kitchen like in the UK. Which is always confusing because, like, Hell's Kitchen is a place, like, in New York, right? Like, the blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen, the line from Daredevil. I don't know exactly the whole meaning of it, but it would make a lot more sense than... it'd make more sense being in the U.S. because it could actually be taking place there. Maybe that's why it's called Hell's Kitchen, the restaurant, because it's in Hell's Kitchen. But I don't know if that's actually true, and if that was the name of the show in the UK, then it almost wouldn't make sense because, obviously there's no such place there that I'm aware of. So, XCC reacts to Gordon Ramsay more mad than ever in 3, 2, 1, and it'll serve as me watching the video period, because I don't think I've seen this, but I know it's like an older clip of him. Or I think I've maybe seen part of this. And we get to see the chat there, which just spams a bunch of mindless emotes, which apparently is entertainment. Oh no, I have seen this actually. Not his reaction to it, but he just laughs. He has facial expression, face cam. They make too big a deal about the pass thing. But just give the food. Just give it. Forehead, emote. Now he gets mad at somebody else, I think. Isn't it always like a red flag to the awareness? Like, oh, I had no idea that was raw. Not just that you're sending it out and that you failed to cook it, but that you wouldn't be aware of that? That'd be like a trust issue. Oh yeah, this one I've seen. Boiling Point. Maybe this is a compilation of clips, but I've seen this clip at least. But see, this is more like genuine anger. He's not playing it up for the cameras, or there aren't as many effects and stuff. This feels at least more authentic. Or there's some really funny insult here that people like. He's got to tell bullshit. Fuck the TV. Fuck the camera. That was okay. I mean, it's more a case of there's some really funny old clips like where he has like a laughing attack for like 10 minutes over some random thing. EU lost to a rat. I love stuff like that where people like have an uncontrollable laughing fit. I can't remember what I had that with. I had it with like Red John, something to do with Red John. I'm making fun of the whole thing. With like how stupid it is with the way that he lost, like with the fucking, we wait 6 seasons for this, and it's like he loses to a fucking bird. Right, he loses to a fucking pigeon. Like something about how I explained that, I was cracking up. Because I mean, I obviously had already seen it and knew it had happened. I like my little poker joker thing better with Bertram. Okay, so here I'll look at XCC reacts to disturbing things from around the internet, volume 14. I think I've seen him react to some of these before, so I haven't seen this video, I don't think, period, like the volume 14 itself. I forget who makes it. It's one of these horror channels. I remember there was one that was kind of funny in the amount of detail he goes into, like some daycare, like some haunted daycare that's actually just a normal daycare, but they have all these images on Google Images that make it look weird or whatever, but it was just like a regular daycare that people send their kids to, but somehow that was in one of the earlier episodes. At least I think that was part of this series. So this is XCC reacts to disturbing things around the internet, volume 14. It's about 40 some odd minutes long. I'll watch at least some of it in 3, 2, 1. Might have been like a little delay, but strong language and violence intended only for mature audiences. Yeah, and the average age of XQC's chat is what, like 5? There is like a major age moderation issue with stuff like that. Oh yeah, I remember this music too. Which I don't know if this is this guy's music or it's just some song that he uses. Yeah, does Adept still use XQCL in her chat since it'll be some weird old school program like that Petscop, but there's nothing scary about Petscop. It's actually cool, and they actually made it into a game. CNN, that's the real fear right there, the level of bias. You know, if he pauses it, it doesn't matter because it's still the same timestamp of his video. I'm effectively just doing it to watch the video itself, but whatever, we'll do it to see, like, what is so good about his reaction, and the answer is probably nothing. Yeah, disturbing things, no, I prefer Stranger Things myself. The precursor to Stranger Things, disturbing things. Or that's why it's a sequel, because they're no longer disturbing, they're even stranger. Stranger than what, though? So the first series could have been Strange Things. That could be the prequel, Strange Things, and then it becomes Stranger Things. Sometimes this narration is a little bit annoying. And it depends on the veracity of how true some of this stuff is. That in itself is unusual. Like, you would think you'd see them at least once. See, like, all this is stock footage and stuff, so the whole thing could be made up. You gotta show me actually something proper. Or is this an actual video? Or that's like his joke that it sounds like it's something outside. High intensity music. Good thing we have subtitles. I don't know if those are my subtitles. It must be for his subtitles in his video. Wind whirring. But like, what is this? Reddit. This is where we get all these. Reddit. Take to reddit.com to air their grievances. That's where you go. And this is the new Godfather. This is the new vigilante justice. When the cops fail you, go to Reddit. When society fails you, go to Reddit. Move somewhere else. Just get a house. Just get a new house. I love how he says that, though. It's like, oh, the police fail and this fails, but just yeah, who is that other creepy daughter? Like in Stranger Thing, American Horror Story. The daughter seemed all weird. This is like you're going into too much detail about something that could just be a fake thing. Like, was that video actually real, or that could be easily orchestrated? You got to see something more tangible that actually feels like it can't be fake. Just make your baby not cry. Just buy a house. Just But how often does your baby fucking cry? From the fires? What fires? Is this some sort of dystopia? So it only bothers you. Like, or forehead would have been the more appropriate email there, not little w. Right, forehead is like when you say just do this. But then why is it featured in this video? Unless there's like a court case to go along with this where they actually got murdered, then it would be creepy, right? In and of itself, this isn't creepy at all. But, in other words, yeah, insulate the wall. Like, yeah, like you're worried about them banging on the door, on the wall. I was just gonna say that. Yeah, they have to deal with the crying and the barking, so. Like, that's fair, isn't it? Like, you have to deal with... They have to deal with your crying, but you don't have to deal with their banging. It isn't intentionally crying because you're a bad parent, or... They're not yelling, they're banging on the wall, though. It doesn't really solve the problem, but... It's sort of your fault, though. You should have your baby crying all the time. Like when you bring your baby to a movie and they're crying. In a public play. Like, it is a little complicated. Okay, this one's kind of boring as shit, dude. Show us some actual video of something happening. Like, what, nobody else is here around to hear this shit? Or why don't you just yell at them or say something to them, confront them yourself instead of relying on somebody else? But the baby's not even crying. Maybe it was something else all along. They weren't doing it because of the baby. They were doing it because they're beating somebody up in there or killing somebody. Legal advice. Okay, man, this Reddit shit is so fucking fake and stupid. You really gotta start with this one. What is the point, dude? So you want another one? My first post didn't get much attention, so let me try to make another post and try to get attention this way. Just go up and confront them. We didn't hear any yelling, we just heard the banging. You should have recorded that. I'm gonna kill you. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, just rent somewhere else. How hard is it? It's a little different in a public place. It's a little different when it's in your house, though. When you're living there, you're trying to sleep. it's not a public place, it's a private house. But there is a big difference there when he's saying on a plane, in a movie theater. Is there a court case to go along with this? Okay, if at least it was news. Wait, what? But how is she getting food and stuff for that long? Wait, I'm pretty confused. Yeah, so you start with Reddit, even though how fake it is. So I don't get it. It was like a Psycho type story where she dressed the mom and the body smell would have been decaying and you would have noticed that. Ah, yes, it seems legitimate. Give me like a news. He said there was a news article. There's no way that could be fake news. So maybe it was the daughter who was banging on the wall the whole time, but you got to show us some video or like a police report. That's the only way I'll believe it. Give me a police report that shows that somebody actually died. Brittany Griner's long-lost nephew. Send in the SWAT team. Let's SWAT them. But for what? Yeah, why? Isn't this similar to the last story, or is it what? I can't even understand what he's saying sometimes. Oh, this is the same story. Okay, they're just backing it up. Okay, never mind. I thought this was a different. I don't get it. Yeah, are you still living there? What, just as somebody died of natural causes and... But they didn't even do anything to them. Yeah, just imagine living in Australia. There could be a big-ass fucking hairy spider above your bed. There's this one video of somebody like sleeping in the Amazon jungle with a bunch of spiders above his head. How long is this going to go on? He's padding this one too long. I'd rather than be quick and rather than be about... It was just too long. It went on way too long. It wasn't bad, but it's like, at least he backed it up with like the news story and everything. Right, at least there's an article, so probably that is true. Because you have, No, but he's dragging this shit out. Like, this is a 45-minute video. Not XQC, obviously. He's just reacting to it, but just stealing somebody's content, even if it was like, oh, with consent. When you become that big, it's no longer stealing content. It's like, oh, you make like a broadcast deal, but not really, because he just will react to stuff. Master Chef. Like, he really slow paces the shit out of this. Right, if you were to make a video like this as a standalone, you say this is boring as hell, keep up the pace, but because he's already established, he can get away with doing it, I guess. Like, play it on 2 times speed or some shit, which I guess I could do myself, but... So, like, pause champ. Give us a pause champ. Yeah, give us a police report, give us a something news article. But no, like, the point is somebody was dead there the whole time. You didn't notice the smell somehow. Or they'll always tease him like that. Oh, it's toss, it's terms of service. It'll get you banned. And so much like stock footage and sounds are used, so like is this going to be like The Sixth Sense, where she poisoned somebody's soup or some shit? Or that little girl? Shouldn't you have some life alert type shit? Maybe it was all part of their plan. The 07 thing basically means like goodbye, if you will. They mainly say that when it's like you're going to get banned or something. And maybe they're not saying it because of the story, but because they're going to get banned for watching this. Or he does these pauses after a sentence to be... Give us the actual real news article. That text is so fucking small. Or yeah, he has trouble reading sometimes. Jam, a man of fortune, and J must seek my fortune. Henry Avery's 1994. You would think you would question it somewhere along the line. The text does look a little bit like that. Jam, a man of fortune. Like he's reading it uncritically without thinking about what he's saying. That seems genuine too, like he just genuinely doesn't get it. And English wasn't always his main language, or I don't know. But obviously he's not English native speaker. And I don't sound like one either the way I just said that, but... Or these operators are always so slow. Like, I gotta ask you a million questions. What's your favorite color? What does it look like? What is the smoke? Where is it coming from? What kind of building? Like, just send the fucking police. Yeah, you better say that. Or is there that one call where the woman's screaming, actually? All this because you have to go to a fucking ball game. Why can't you just get out? This is what you call Darwinism. Because, look, dude. Why couldn't you use the walker to still get out of there? Like... But if she did get on the ground, then she wouldn't be able to get away. Like, contact your neighbor, have them help you, yell and scream. She sounds like she's laughing almost. She's probably just choking. And that's a good way to put it. Walk outside or just die. Can't you crawl outside on the strength of your hands? Or I don't get the whole thing, like, where you can't get out. You should have been letting them know 15 minutes ago. I mean, it only would be really disturbing if she actually dies. Is that the sound of her actually dying and burning? Just because the cops were too slow, 15 minutes. Depends, I guess, how far out and how remote you are to excuse that. Now, was that him who skipped it, or was that... was that the video itself who skipped it? I almost want to hear it, as sick as that is. Like, if you're going to go through this... What is your husband's name? And PC megaphone. Like, as if that fucking matters right now, but there is only so much you can do from the dispatch, too. Or she was already saying they're there, but they're... It sounded like she burned, too, not that she choked. Uber. You can get an Uber faster than law enforcement. It might be like some remote little area, but... see, I want to see the whole story of this case, though. I want to hear the whole thing or something. See, these were both disturbing. At least somebody died. I guess the first one, somebody was already dead. But how did that girl survive, then? So there was a forest fire that started from it, I guess. At least go in there, but it might not have been clear to go in. Because it puts them at major risk. Maybe it wasn't suitable. So you can kind of blame that guy, I guess. But a forest fire could end up being a lot more deadly, too. So they really didn't give a shit about her, though. Okay, this at least is good that you're giving the news report. Only $200K for that. That's how much you would get from the life insurance. Snapchat? What does that mean? I mean, you'd have to put out the fire a little bit before. Fire chief retires. He doesn't get fired, though. What are you talking about? Snapchat, bro? Bro's got Snapchat out. Like, how could you make the story any worse? Let's bring up Snapchat. That's what's really disturbing about this. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Wait, he said fired, but... It was a difficult situation, though. You didn't have a hydrant, and you didn't have a... there was a forest fire. It was a difficult spot. Okay, we get it. He drags these shit out. But I like the news report to show it. You had to go to a fucking ball game. And how did the fire start even? Yeah, like, do you get the insurance money for that on top of the $200K and the life insurance? Okay, that one was alright. He skipped over the best part, though. With all due respect, you don't want to hear her dying, but I mean, if you're gonna make a video about this subject, then don't do it halfway. Like, okay, just do it then. Which you could say, oh, that's TOS, but whatever, dude. Either do it or don't do it. What the fuck is a playmate? But in this context, it sounds like some twisted haunted house environment. Water sloshing. But no, these are just too slow paced. You could cover the same amount of ground. Give us top 10 in like 10 minutes. Creepy moments. Go through it quickly. Show the clip for 30 seconds. Give a little narration. Show the thing for 30 seconds. You're trying to drag out your ad revenue, view count, shit. Or yeah, like top 5 creepy channels on YouTube, like the Naked Pig or whatever, the Long Pig channel and all those ones. What seems to be a family. Or yeah, there's that one video of like a guy sitting in the spot for hours a day. It's like they're surveilling somebody. It's like somebody's spying on them. I'm guessing. It's not their channel. Some of this is done as like a little cutesy art project and stuff too. What, like you got one in the bathroom somewhere? Well, why would they make it public then? Why are you uploading it? That's the question. I think it's one thing, okay, you're watching it, but why are you uploading it? I love that moment from The Mentalist where the guy's like spying on the girl's bathroom, like the principal, but he has it like right in his little closet. uselessly drunkards drank. What does this have to do with the video? That's totally unrelated. Oh, like that wasn't enough to make you realize it's off? It's some sort of performative thing that they're doing on purpose, it seems like. Translating it from what? This is like some sort of all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. I can't even read what it says. The same. She's a freaking whore. Somebody's just mad and talking shit. Still a better lawyer than Daryl Brooks, am I right? Still a better legal scholar than Daryl Brooks. Yeah, they're putting it on YouTube in a public place. Like you wouldn't know that. You keep saying these are unnoticed, unpopular videos, but then how come you're pointing them out? You won't make them popular single-handedly? But see, the real point is they could easily be doing this. They could be watching you. But it's another thing if you post it online. What if it's them doing it themselves, though? Or somebody else. It could be a stalker. I'm just more confused why they would post it. I can understand, well, not that I'm saying it's a good thing, but agency to set up a stench. Or there was this like really epic story about a guy who like was criticizing the police in his town, and then he ends up dead by some quote-unquote criminal, right? And he kept recording himself and saying, if I die, it's the police who did it. Or there's like this truck outside my house. That was like a real story, though. Some criminal, quote-unquote, killed him, but he was criticizing the police and coming up with some conspiracy about them, as if they wouldn't have set that up. That is like a real conspiracy. And he was like taping himself, taping a van outside his house. That would have turned into like some movie plot. Just move out of the country and Yura the Burglar, 459 subscribers. He's doing it as some sort of performative piece, almost like some short film type. You know, some people do this for the fuck of it. They know what they're doing. I don't know why it suddenly feels like my accelerator is just off. Like, I have to push it like a lot harder. What are these videos he's playing in between? They don't have anything to do with sometimes what is being shown. This is an okay video, but he drags it out way too fucking long every time. Again, you find yourself in the deep. This is a game, or like what the fuck is it? You know, I always think of that like, oh, if I was a wealthy person, I'd do all these adventures around the world, but I would have like a safety net ready. Like, I'd have a helicopter waiting in case we have to escape, or I'd have a, you know, I'll go do some deep sea adventure, but I'd have some, you know, plan waiting, because you'd have the money to spend. The dude who saves him and doesn't. Okay, so skip it then. I don't think I had seen any of these so far, but he's only gone through like 2 because of how slow it is. What are these in between? They have nothing to do with... Yeah, these are all the fault of the cops or somebody for not doing something. Even that spy camera thing, like that should easily be reported and whatever, like if you live there, but I guess they don't know it's online, but you would think somebody would tell you. Somebody would find out, especially with all this notoriety. We inspect them, eh? That could be a little dubious. At least he's aware of the whole fakeness of stuff, so he tries to back it up. He just microwaved a fucking frozen TV dinner. High intensity music, and why would any of this be on camera anyway? But no, you'd always have a backup contingency plan, right? Like, okay, I'm going to explore the Amazon jungle, but I have 2 guys with machine guns with me, and I have, I'd wear like a bodysuit that's like all bulletproof all around. Right, like, I always imagine that, like, you have some biosuit, bodysuit that's just like, you'll be safe from most things, at least. Security guard pounding on door. You can never tell if this is like a reenactment or if this is actually real footage, but... it's too ordinary. That means it's not ordinary. Like, so what? He was killed in his hotel room. What else could it be? He's already dead, or somebody's like squatting in there who killed him, or. So he killed the woman and got out? Like, what is the thing? He rented the room just to do that? With all the music and all the, oh, now he's going to get annoyed that we've seen this before with everything, but with all the music and the stock sounds, you make it think like it's stock footage and it's all fake too. Oh, don't mention that shit. That was the worst movie I've ever seen, even though I saw like the first half. It wasn't that bad, but like the Autopsy of Jane Doe. Raised in captivity is his theory. But who checked into the room? Like, what was the point? It was the guy. Maybe she was already in there for a while. Maybe that was actually him. He was actually a woman. So he revealed his true identity. Yeah, what happened to him? He's probably the killer. The greatest mastermind since Red John. Why? Oh, it could have been somebody. It was like somebody using his fake identity. It was a fake identity. Eduardo Carocchio from Seinfeld finally revealed, the bullfighter that Elaine goes out with. So somebody was using his identity, and then what a twist. So some of these would be awesome to recreate. Somebody had pretended to be him. Yeah, if only he had a more unique name, that's the real issue. Unidentified female. Somebody, you're underestimating the criminal mastermind at work. He took that guy's identity, he faked it, he pretended to be somebody else so he could kill her, and then escape, and you'll never find him. Right, he's doing some sort of criminal mastermind gamut like that. Not to glorify it, of course, but that's what it almost seems like. Okay, this story's over. Go to the next one. I'll personally solve cases like this. I'll solve who's killed Kawhi Leonard's dad. Or whatever. Right, I'll take... I love that actually as a story. Kawhi Leonard uses his millions of dollars and his silent disposition. All these years he's been using his millions of dollars to try to investigate the man who shot his father, right? Killed his father. And he will one day take revenge and kill him himself, like the silent but deadly effect. And you would never expect it, but he's been working on that his whole time, behind the scenes during his career. And, you know, it explains his quiet disposition. He's holding in this anger. And it's not true, obviously, but... And then also it's like... he'll single-handedly do it, and he'll go to jail, but he'll be happy for it, and he's spending his millions of dollars to get back at the guy that he otherwise never would have been able to catch because the police are useless and he would have been some ordinary person. So he uses those millions of dollars to get that revenge. That's kind of a good plot line for a story. Like somebody who's famous, whose loved one died, who then uses their unexpected fame to take revenge, basically. Which maybe doesn't sound that novel, but just that specific, like Michael Jordan wasn't able to really do, but at least he was identified. I don't think the person who killed Kawhi's father was ever identified, or maybe I'm wrong, but that was an okay video. I'm surprised. Was it really 40 minutes the whole time there? Let's see what we got here. So Jodi Arias trial, day 25, 2 of 3, fiery cross-examination, no sidebars, in 3, 2, 1. Jodi Arias, cross-examination, day 5, part 2. That just means since she started testifying, I guess. So she starts in like day 20. Audio is actually very low with this one. Yeah, like, is it really paranoia when crazy shit happens every day, that people get in crashes and die and plane crash? Like, it's just awareness of a process. So you would be rationally very skeptical of human nature and human beings and how incompetent they are, and how, you would rationally not trust all that. You could just die today and it would be some innocuous thing. You're on some carnival ride, you're in some car. Rolling like your fucking Link. Super Ninja Assassin Jodi fucking... How could I testify? The trial hadn't started yet, but I guess without the presence of the jury. And then Martinez tries to use that against her, like, oh, why did you turn your back to the threat? But that's what you do when you try to get away from a threat. She still said, I think I did. Who you just shot, though, apparently. But you had a head start. That's sort of leading or weird, like this individual who's in shape. But when he just threatened to kill you, you could understand. Or no, she goes and gets the gun, so he hasn't been shot yet, never mind. I thought there was some evidence that Travis actually did have a gun that was presented at one point, that he had a gun or he tried to get a gun. Thinking doesn't take that long. My brain works very quickly. She thinks she's as smart as Einstein. Juan is always concerned about time, exactly, like a movement such as a step takes time. How would I know that? I don't have X-ray vision. Calls for speculation. Yeah, he could be jacking off out there to a little boy's picture that he had on his person. Not for very long. But you're always thinking. You could be thinking right now, even. You did think, but you're always thinking. So it doesn't have to take independent time to think. Okay, so here I'm going to watch an earlier part of this. We watched an XQC video, which at least encompasses, we could do social experiment type stuff with that as well, like the cut stuff, but also him reacting to it. So his reaction wasn't the greatest, but that video was okay. It kind of only covered like 3 different tragedies, though. But at least I like the guy at least backs it up with sources. Like, you're doing a Reddit post and it's like, what the fuck? But at least he showed the police report or the interviews and stuff, and he at least acknowledged the fact that a lot of this stuff might be fake. Right? Because with all due respect, like, I'm not saying I have some morbid curiosity, like I want to see people die, but if you're going to make a video like that, like 5 most disturbing stories or whatever, videos on YouTube, I want to hear the police report that says somebody got murdered as a result of this, not just like, oh, it's some creepy guy. I want to hear that because that makes it actually disturbing. Otherwise, it's like, oh, some random person just did some random thing. Like, he called my house and said something weird. Like, that's not good enough. It's got to be like, oh, somebody actually got murdered, so even if it's fake or like somehow orchestrated, somebody had to actually go to fucking jail to do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a joke at that point. It's like in Scream. It gets actually serious. So this is Jodi Arias trial day 8 full in 3, 2, 1. Wasn't it your job This is the guy who caught the license plate. If you had just put it normally, you probably would have gotten away with it a lot easier. This guy has a very burly voice, disposition. the jury is just like morbidly curious like we are as the public, like, oh, we want to ask Jodi's sex life. They'll ask questions about that, but oh, the actual police detective, we don't give a shit, fuck that. There is like, because as stupid as YouTube comments are, that reflects the mindset of the jury. Like, oh yeah, we're sure she's guilty, even though we haven't seen all the evidence in the trial. Like, that's not a good way to do it. You should go in objective, and then that might be your conclusion anyway, but people go in too preconceived. Right? Like, any of these clowns on YouTube, even at the time or whatever, like, everybody's too knee-jerk reaction. You got to be a little more patient. Yes, she's guilty. Yes, that's the outcome, but if you ask people at the beginning, they would already be sure of it, which is not exactly right. Why is he leaning on the table like some slouch, like Gordon Ramsay would say? Do I lean all lazy-like and fucking... This will be a defense witness, though, unfortunately. I don't get what this whole acceleration issue I'm having is. If I try to go above 50, I have to, like, push it really hard, which I never normally have to do. They'll make this a crime because of me, because I'll end up getting in a crash, like fucking, you're not allowed to make content. Or it is going to be Martinez, but how? I thought most of these were... But he's going to be nicer because it must be a prosecution witness. Oh yeah, I think I saw something to do with this. The rent-a-car. How have I seen some of this when I don't remember seeing the early parts? Like he says he has the franchise, but he doesn't work for them. I like what this shows, though. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, in a story or, like, in Phoenix Wright games, you'll deal with people like this that have nothing to do with the crime. They didn't do anything wrong, right? But you'll reveal some sort of incentive that they have. Oh, I was trying to sell him an old used car that was, like, had some malfunction. So I reveal that to discredit their testimony, and that's why they're lying, and they said something that, you know what I mean? Like, you expose something to do with their job or their business or them that has nothing to do with the crime, but that still discredits them. It's very funny. Like, it's very, very well done, because I'm trying to think of an example. Like, somebody who has nothing to do with the crime, who has some other agenda, and so you, like, the PPL thing, like, oh, you're discrediting his pyramid scheme, and by doing that, you discredit, like, oh, he had some grudge against Travis because, whatever, he was making too much money on his own, or wouldn't give him his little thing, so... That's like age discrimination. If the car's having to work so hard, you can maybe even hear it. Like, why does it have to work so hard to get to 60? I don't normally drive this fast anyway. I don't normally have to, but... Like, I don't know. I'm priming this for, like, one day you'll hear the car crashing, but there's no lights on. I just had it inspected. I just needed an oil change. That is so fucking weird how it just randomly changes like that. all this sort of passing documents back and forth is kind of dumb. It should be more like, whenever you show it to the witness, you should give them a copy that they can permanently keep, which in the modern court system you'd probably have. Like, everybody's all backwards with the computer still. I don't know, I've just enjoyed this so much. It's sort of relaxing and fun, and even though you're dealing with life and death stuff, I'm going to try to put JCS to shame, but I've turned it into like a React thing. But what I did before with this was actually pretty good. I wish I remembered exactly what it was. I took it like super seriously, even though I wasn't intending to. Not like before years ago on like another whole thing that I was doing, another form of content. So I want to go through some other content, other types. So Skibbity Toilet we're not going to do right now. The second thing was this is valuable though in case somebody was like faking their identity. Like, oh, it wasn't her, it was actually something. See, the pointing doesn't really get taken by the court record, so. Normally the judge doesn't say yes there in most cases. Let the record reflect. But Jodi was even all excited, like, oh, I've never seen it in court before. Or Daryl Brooks was excited that, oh, the FBI, I've never seen the FBI before, except in shows and blah, blah, blah. You personally took the call, or? Just the fact that she was asking for a color that's not loud, but that could be just a general preference. You could just have a quirk for that, like. A guy was with her, but then didn't pursue the thing. Maybe these roads are just shittier than I realized, but it never happened before like this. See, that doesn't mean you're suspicious though. Like, maybe I don't like the color red, so I don't want a loud color like that. Red is the only color that I really think of as being inherently loud. Why? Okay, let me try to recap my formats. I keep saying them and then I forget to actually do them. I just keep going into this every time. Like, the React content was good, but see, everybody has positive things about Jodi to say. And then she has like her final shopping trip before the murder, or that was after, I guess. She went to Starbucks, got her nails done, blah, blah, blah. So, whatever. Let me think. Okay. Skibbity Toilet we're not doing right now. Social experiment stuff I don't mind doing. Social experiment, right? XUC reacts to cut videos. I want to do that. And then he sort of does it ironically, kind of like what I'm doing. Double ironic, that I would react to somebody reacting, but also, social experiment. And I mean, you say unlimited miles, but then you complain if they drive too much, like she did. I'm doing my XQC imitation, like how I'm barely even saying anything through all of this. So let me try one thing here for a second, and that will be okay. We'll do XQC reacts to that. Number 3 could be I keep forgetting, like most subscribed channels, or like I could do a let's play video of something, some significance. And the reason why you would do that is because, come on, orientation, don't fuck me over now, dude, please, just let me fucking do it. So we'll do XQC cut video, I guess. Or something similar, it doesn't have to be that. Yeah, Jubilee cut, something like that. Ah, fuck. Match the job with the person. Okay, let's give it a shot. So we're match the job to the person 2. Lineup cut XQCOW in 3, 2, 1. The way it's titled makes it seem like he made the video himself, but best video in a couple weeks. And of course the OW is not like XQ cow, the way that people make fun of it. It's the fact that, no, that would be a Dup's role. She's the cow, ha ha ha. But no, it's like XQC is obviously Overwatch. I forget what XQC actually means. It means like Felix, something to do with Felix. Or like can't Quebec. So Felix, his name ends with an X, and then QC is like Quebec, I guess, because he's Canadian. All these stereotypes. About what? What? The fact that somebody's Greek, maybe just spamming? Sometimes people just want attention in chat, like, oh, look at me, I'm from Greece, haha. They don't let you really make a guess enough, like they jump to the conclusion too much. Like, let me see. Let me see the job roles again, though. The way they show this isn't right. Like, it's too... I don't like this. I like short hair sometimes on girls when they're... She looks like she could be a musician somehow. Like in a chorus and like a... She likes the type of chick who'd be part of the Shia LaBeouf fucking song. Music teacher. Everybody has a family. That's a very oddly specific thing to say. Weird flex. I have a kid, but that doesn't answer the question. I don't like the way they present this. I'm pausing it. This is fucking boring because they don't let you... They should have the names, all the job names up at all times on the screen or something. And then let me guess. Let me come to my own deduction conclusion. And, like, let me actually brainstorm it instead of letting these clowns make guesses. And like, the last one I watched was something else. I can't remember. But it's like, oh, you know, within a minute, somebody already guessed something. They're throwing, like, a cotton ball at somebody. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, let me actually get into it and try to guess. So this is dog shit. I'm already over this. I don't like it. And so let me watch a Let's Play video, and I don't know of whom I want to watch. Chris Smoove. Let's just watch his. I could watch his oldest videos and like sort of live through that experience. That he had some pretty funny. Luke Babbitt is a rabbit. Like the fact that the speed on some of these players was fucked up, and so he sort of was. He's like the Asmongold of 2K. Like he started off by shitting. Well, not the Asmongold started off by doing that, but at some point, like he was shitting all over how bad the 2K games were at a certain point. 2K8, 2K9, something like that. And then obviously he became known for that, and then he ended up obviously doing more positive content with them. And so it's the same thing with XQC, or not XQC, with Asmongold. Like at a certain point, he started to shit all over Blizzard and WoW. And got known for that, like around Mists of Pandaria or something like that. Right, so he was criticizing it, so sometimes you gain more of a following that way, like sort of outrage content or monetizing hate or something like that. People want to hear you bitch about something over and over, which to an extent that's fair. At some point, if you don't like it, just quit, just stop playing it, right? Like, I get that you'd say, oh, we're trying to make it better, but at some point you're just doing it for the sake of it. Like, why keep doing it? So there is an incentive there. Like, you sort of fit into a certain box where, oh, you're that guy who always talks shit sarcastically about the game and still keeps playing it anyway for 10 years later. So you eventually moved out of that. And to me, it's sort of just like a sequelitis issue. Like, after a certain number of expansions, just like a movie series, after a certain number of sequels, you wouldn't expect it to be that good anyway. So let me think of some games that I played that, like, obviously a lot, but like certain things I've beaten that I wouldn't mind watching somebody else play. Or I could watch other people's reactions to movies and react to their reaction, including that girl who, like, reacting to Jaws on a boat, or reacting to Blair Witch Project in the woods at night. Like, she must live in a really private fucking area to be able to do that. And then she'll be screaming and stuff too. Like, this sort of thing is not only fake, but it's fake in a way that's self-aware of being fake. Like, I don't... Like, when people get mad on stream, like Alex Botez or somebody getting mad while playing chess, it's like, it's not only fake, but it's fake even in its performative aspect. Like, I don't know, it's just so... Nobody's really getting that, I don't know how to say it. You know it's fake as you're watching it, but you still go for it, kind of a thing. Which is a little different. You might say, oh, then how come you get invested in movies? But there you know it's fake, so you're not pretending. With this whole cult of personality basis, like, why do I care what some random person is doing? Right, just period. And the answer is, you wouldn't, but you attach some special meaning to it, or some special value to them. Yeah, that was always a fun series to watch, like Siskel and Ebert reviewing movies, but I think I've seen pretty much all the noteworthy ones on YouTube, right, all the big arguments and discussions, and I might have even done some of those as part of this, and I did like the Good Son review, me reviewing their review of The Good Son. Again, I don't think The Good Son is a good movie. It's okay, it's like mediocre, out of, like, on their star system, they usually do like 4 stars, so let me do it out of 5 stars. I would give it like a 2.5 out of 5, or like a 2. So it's not terrible. It's like marginal. It'd be sort of still a thumbs down, 1 thumbs down, not 2. So it's okay, right? It's not really worth watching, but it's not terrible. There's some interesting things about it. But what I think it comes back to is the simple fact of it's the simple fact that I totally lost my train of thought. It's the fact that they moralize about it too much. Oh, it's bad that you would show a kid in a position like this, an evil kid. Well, having an evil kid in a movie is not there's no rule that says you can't do that. You can have the most evil kid ever. You can, the subject matter of a movie doesn't matter. Subject matter doesn't matter. Any subject can be done well, which even Siskel himself, I think, says that exact quote. Right, so I'm quoting him. Any subject can be done well. He says in, like, the review of North, And so I'm not criticizing the subject. You might say, oh, they're criticizing it because it's bad or badly done, but that's not actually what it is. They're criticizing why would you even make this movie, or how could what's the kid's name again? Haley. What's his name again? I should forget. The famous kid from Home Alone, Macaulay Culkin, right? Why would his agents and his parents allow him to do this? And, this movie's not for kids and his fans will watch it. None of that is pertinent. Like, that's his choice, that's his agent, that's nothing to do with you, right? You're like giving him career advice and getting invested. And, his fans might watch it and kids, but it's rated R. So none of that is pertinent at all. Right? Like, it's so bad to see a kid do all this. Like, but that's the point. He's the villain. It'd be one thing if it was trying to glorify, like, look how cool he is, although he is pretty smart, and he does come up with some pretty clever techniques, like the Mr. Highwayman. And a lot of people were saying that in the comments, too, of, like, the clip. How come the police didn't follow up on this? But I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mistaken, after that Highwayman thing happens, I think the rest of the movie resolves very quickly. It's not like, a bunch of time passes, like a month or a week. I think it's like the same day, or maybe the next day, that the mom finds the thing in the tub, or the duck that was in the tub, and I think it escalates and ends very quickly after that. So the implication is the cops would find out who did it, probably, right? Somebody saw the kids up there, whatever, and they might come back and trace that down. But it's not really pertinent to bring that up. Like, the whole events of the movie end very quickly after that. Right after the Highwayman event happens, the crash, they go home. There's some confrontation, with the mom. And I think it happens directly after that, if I'm not mistaken. That's towards the end of the movie. And so, I don't know. I don't think that's really relevant either. You might think, I'm overly defending the movie. But, like, what do you expect the cops to do? Like, they'll find out that same night? Like, it takes them time. Right, somebody probably would have seen them up there and, the two kids, and they would have found out. But then again, this kid's such a smooth talker that he probably would have talked his way out of it. Sort of the peer pressure, you come along and do this. Like, what do you expect is going to happen? Maybe it's earlier in the movie than what I'm thinking, because they have a whole big fight, and why would he do it after that? Like, when he gets locked in his room and stuff. So maybe I'm wrong. I'm remembering it like it happens towards the end of the movie. But again, my assumption is, if the story went on for like a week or a month or something, obviously the cops would have found out. But this notion that, the cops would have found out that same day when there's a big pileup, they'd be focused on just resolving it, and then they'll find out, okay, like a couple days later, and then they'll get the kids. Like, we get it, right? So there's no question they would have found out or been on their trail. But this notion that they would have done it right away, I'm pretty sure the events of the movie happen in a pretty short span of time. Right? He comes, he visits this kid, he's showing him the tricks in the treehouse and the dog, and he kills the dog, and then he tries to kill the sister over the ice and make her fall in. And then they have a falling out, and they fight, and then the one kid gets locked in his room, and then, he tries to kill the mom, and she finds the duck. Like, I don't think it's happening over a very long span of time, so the Highwayman thing doesn't have a lot of time elapsed to do with it. And so therefore you're able to basically see that I don't think that's really too pertinent. I almost want to see somebody's reaction to that, which I think I've looked for that before too, and there aren't very many. There's only like 2 or 3 people who reacted to the good son. I just want to see how much time elapses from that moment. So like we'll see, even if they edit the reaction up. I would say that's one of the last things that happens in the movie, but it couldn't be, because they do have like a fight somewhere in the middle where he's accusing the good son, basically. He's accusing him of doing something bad, trying to kill the sister, blah, blah, blah. And by doing that, that must have happened after. But again, it happens relative. It makes it seem like this kid would have gotten caught for something before, because the way they show him in the movie is a little comical. Like, he's everywhere he goes, he's killing a dog, and he's trying to kill his sister, the girl, whatever. He's trying to kill people, get him in a car crash. Like, what was he doing the rest of his life? Like, if he was doing this shit every day, he's causing major problems on a regular basis, which maybe he does do and get away with, but like at some point there's a limit. Like, he would draw a certain amount of attention to himself after a while, so maybe he was just saving all this shit to show off to the other kid. But like, if he was doing stuff on this major of a scale all the time, right, there would be like a trail of destruction in his wake that he would eventually be caught. And I do love that line, it was mine before it was his. Like, he was jealous. That's why he killed the other, you know. So, I mean, the point is, he's a very smart, very cunning, very manipulative, but also very evil kid. And I don't think there's anything wrong with showing that as a legitimate subject in a movie. That's what the movie's about. Now, do they do the best job with it? No. I always say it plays like a TV movie where it's like, it's very predictable, it's to the point, it doesn't kind of explore any other elements to it. Right, it's just very basic and doesn't really go anywhere else with this material other than, oh, look at him, he's up to mischief, and that's about it. Right, it's kind of like A Few Good Men or something, like, where these feel like TV movies where they do exactly what you expect them to do, so you could be watching it in the background, and just in between ads here and there, you're doing some work, you're distracted, and you kind of still get the essence of the movie, because any scene, you already kind of know what's going to happen. Not because you've seen it before, but just because it's so predictable. Like, everything is like, oh, look at the kid, he's up to some mischief. Now they have a falling out. Now he's up to some more mischief. Like, there's nothing more to it than that. Just like A Few Good Men, it goes through all the cliches and exactly the way you expect them to do it. And so, except for the romance, I guess, that's something Ebert points out. Like, whatever, it's written in such a way, it's maybe not a good thing or a bad thing, but just it's an observation that Demi Moore is not, and Tom Cruise don't have an affair of any kind. I almost still believe it's implied that in the future they might, but there is nothing like that, which is kind of refreshing. Like, it's not, you know, just because one person has to be male and female, it doesn't mean there has to be a romance there. And I don't know how that is in the book, but maybe it's the same way in the book. Like, that's just not a thing that happens. Right, like, that is actually one of the novelties in all of filmmaking history. How many movies have a prominent male and female character who kind of work together, have a lot of things happening together, and there's no, not only is there no romance, there's no even remote impression of that. He's a bit mean to her, they have a fight, but that's about it. So I forget what I was even saying. I could watch somebody's reaction to The Good Son, or I could watch, I kind of want to watch like a gameplay video. What was number 4 and 5 on the list? It was like, I keep forgetting my own fucking list. I keep saying it every time. 4 is obviously the courtroom stuff, which I've already done maybe a little bit too much. Number 5 is like, I kind of forgot. But yeah, let's look for like a let's play thing. So it would have to be something I've played 100%, satisfactory, full on, you know, nothing that I'm worried about being spoiled, but then they'll spoil something about the sequel or some other, you know, game in the series, or some, you know, they'll make a reference to another game that has nothing to do with what they're doing, thereby spoiling that as well, right? Like, I don't fucking know. Like, almost a story game would be fun. Like, let's watch somebody's reaction to Heavy Rain, which even, I never really adequately played it because I had already seen, like, Far From Subtle's playthrough or somebody's playthrough. It's not the kind of thing I thought I was going to enjoy, so I kind of ruined it a little bit. I kind of always regret that. But no, it's like, you know, there's all these alternate endings and stuff. So David Cage, who made that, is kind of like the savant of gaming, like where he's like the M. Night Shyamalan, where he's really good and really bad in a lot of pronounced ways. Or like a savant picture is kind of like The Dark Knight Rises, where certain aspects of it are so good, right? Some of the lines of dialogue, some of the scenes, and then some of the other aspects are so bad, like, no, I came back to stop you, or something else of the sort. And so, you know what I mean? So a savant thing, I use that term like that, where you can be so good and gifted in certain ways. I'm kind of like that in some respects, but then you can be so bad in others. So Christopher Nolan does some amazing things in that movie, Dark Knight Rises, but then he also does some terrible things. The way that Bane dies is anticlimactic. The way that Talia dies is kind of weird. It's kind of a missed opportunity that Batman should have died. Let me go through top 5 alternate endings that would have been better than the original. So Red John in The Mentalist should have been Bertram, and he should have had a phobia of clowns indicated by the poker game. Or Red John should have won, and the team works together to avenge Jane, and they somehow catch him that way in my, little alternate ending story. Something like that. Or it should have just been better, period, even if I don't know how. Light Yagami should have won, I guess, at the end of Death Note. Or at least he should have killed everybody with him, killed Nier somehow with him, or come up with a better plan. It should have still been different. And then what else do we have? We have The Mentalist, actually The Mentalist was season 3. Season 3 should have been the ending, kind of like that, where it doesn't have to be about anything else. Right, season 3, it would have just ended there, or at least the Red John story arc would have ended there. Then there's a couple others that I always talk about, but I can't remember them now. Just sort of unsatisfying endings. American Psycho is a really good movie, and the ending is terrible. I don't even care about the book at that point. The way they present it is so farcical. It was so good, and then they ruin it with the ending being it turns everything into a trivial. It's dumb. They should have given it more substance. The guy, that character is wasted. Willem Dafoe is wasted because he's what was the point? There's no final scene for that. It's Eyes Wide Shut and that. Both the endings are bad. There's all this intrigue, the whole story about the party and the cult and all this kind of stuff. And, you have scenes of Tom Cruise walking down the street for long periods of time in the suspense and he's being followed. And it's it just ends. They have the little talk at the billiards game with the guy, with Ziegler, and that's it. So, what am I supposed to learn from that? In other words, you're building up significant parts of the movie to do with the intrigue, of him being chased, and, he might be killed, and, there's this big conspiracy in this cult, and then it ends off with, there's no resolution to it whatsoever. That's it. You might say, the point is that he's paranoid and having a fantasy, and it's his sexual thing that's leading to all that. But it doesn't matter, because you don't get it. People who defend this wouldn't get it. You're committing precious screen time and effort and energy and thrill and commitment and investment to Tom Cruise walking down the street being followed by somebody. And you're committing, so much effort and time into those scenes of the girl being killed and being saved at the party or whatever. And you're committing, all this kind of effort, right? The letter that he's given, leave these matters alone, when he drives up to the gate. So you're committing all this it's a thriller and he's going to bring down the cult and whatever. Something's going to happen with that, right? But there's no payoff. The hotel room where he's being so awkward. So regardless of how you explain it, you're spending way too much time in the movie dedicated to that for the payoff to be, there is no payoff. You just have the little pool game and that's it. That's literally it. Like, that's supposed to be the grand reveal. And even there's some ominous dialogue, right? Like, people live and then they die, unless they don't, or whatever he says. Something like that. Life goes on until it doesn't. And so, like, there's no actual adequate payoff. So, like, you're setting up this cult-like environment, this big thriller thing that you're spending so much time and effort on. And then again, I'm not saying the payoff has to be positive or happy or over the top, like he brings down the whole cult. But there is no payoff. What is the payoff to the whole cult and all that environment? Nothing. The fact that Ziegler just talks about it a little bit, and that's it. Right? In a normal movie, it'd be like, well, now Tom Cruise is going to be very motivated to do something and bring something down, so he's going to expose it or something, you know what I mean? At least to try to. Maybe he'll get killed, maybe that'll be the ending. But oh no, he just goes back to his wife and says, we should fuck, or that's the final line of the movie. Like, I get that you could say it's an analogy for their sexual life, but also it's not an adequate payoff. So why should I care that Tom Cruise is being followed down the street? Why should I be invested in that moment? Because nothing's going to happen to him. There's no real threat. It's just all in his head. It's just all part of his sexual fantasy. And, like, what the fuck? Right? What is the point then if we're trying to take that seriously? You're wasting... It's like more than half of the movie is about that. The fact that, you know, oh, he's being chased down the street, and oh, he's at the party, and oh, he's going to get killed, and oh, he's going to, you know, he's getting this letter and being warned about it, and oh, his friend got killed who was at the hotel, or something happened to him, and oh, you know, all these scenes have no value then, because they're all building up the intrigue of what happened with the party. Right, so you're building that up like it's significant, but then you don't give a payoff. Same thing with the Willem Dafoe character in fucking American Psycho. You have all these scenes there, right? So it's not my opinion even. It's like, what is the point? He has a scene in the office. He has a scene at the party. He has another scene. And then what's the payoff? Oh, there is no payoff. There's nothing, right? You don't see him again. It just leaves it hanging. So, like, why even include that, right? It's like, either his crime should be for real and he gets caught, or Willem Dafoe should have some sort of other scene. And there's nothing. It's like, oh, now I'm just going to wake up and everything's fine. And whatever implication or theory you want to have, like, oh, well, his parents covered it up for him because they're rich, or this world is so fake that nobody cares, or it was all in his head. Like, it doesn't matter which of those theories is there. Like, you've indicated so much over the course of the story. You've committed screen time. So, like, what about the Willem Dafoe storyline? He was looking into it. He was on to him, whatever. And then that's it. There's just no payoff, nothing. Again, it could be a good payoff, like, okay, like, you know, he catches Bateman and he arrests him. That could be a payoff. Or it could be that Bateman gets away and he's all mad about it and he tries to, you know, catch him. Or it could be a number of things. But for the payoff to just be, oh, Willem Dafoe and him are talking at, like, some party in a club. I think that's the last scene he appears. And they're just talking, and it doesn't really go anywhere. And then that's it. You never even see him again. That's never followed up on. So that whole plot line just goes to shit, right? Despite the movie being very well made, very colorful language, and creative sort of satire and so forth. It's the sort of movie that's stupid when people meme it, like, oh, you think it's all funny and ironic. But it's meant to be like that, so it means a lot less. Like, people think they're being all clever, like, oh, you know, haha, look at this funny scene or this funny... Like, it's meant to be satirical, right? That's how the book is written, that's how the movie is made. It's not really edgy or clever that you find it that way. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind watching, like, somebody's reaction to it. Either that, American Psycho, The Good Son, or Eyes Wide Shut. But no, Eyes Wide Shut is definitely flawed. Right? Again, the ending is just very bad, and it doesn't give you an adequate payoff. So here's my point. Like, if I'm making a movie, this is the accountability you have to have. If I'm committing, okay, I make a 3-hour movie, and an hour and a half is all to do with, oh, there's this cult, and oh my goodness, I end up at a party, and I almost get killed there, and somebody does seemingly get killed there, and she sacrifices herself to save me, and all this kind of stuff, and I'm being chased down the street, and I'm all scared for my life, and I go to the morgue, and I see this woman's dead body, and I am having all this crisis, and all this time I go to a hotel, and I think my friend has been killed, right? I drive up to the gate of the party later, and I'm worried that I get a letter, and like all this ominous music, and the dun dun dun, whatever, that fucking piano chord they keep playing. And how does all that resolve itself? Nothing happens, and you go have sex with your wife, and that's it. Like, what the fuck kind of a payoff? Again, I'm not telling Kubrick what to do. I'm saying if you're spending an hour and a half of a 3-hour movie, like over half of it, on all those scenes, what is the point of them? What is the payoff? There is no payoff. Or the implication is just like, well, these people are just too big to touch and you can't do anything. Which, maybe that's true. Maybe that could even be the outcome. But, like, there should be some further element, like the fact that the mask is on the bed means that, somebody went in there and it's a threat to him. That's why he's... Or it could mean that, it's just an analogy for his guilt and all this kind of stuff and his sexual repression, whatever. But it doesn't entirely... Even if you want to say that's what it's about, that's not good enough, because that's the payoff for the sexual issue with the wife and everything like that. That's fine. But give us some sort of... Like, why can't it be both at once? Give us some sort of payoff for that, other than Ziegler at the fucking pool table. That's speaking in innuendo, basically. Like, not sexual innuendo, even. But, it's like... It's like there's something missing. Like, there's something more that you want out of it. Or not even that you want. It's not like I'm injecting and saying, it has to be a thriller. But that's how it's presented. I don't know. It bothers me so much because people would still chill for it. Because it's Kubrick's last film, or just Kubrick in general. Like, again, like that scene of Tom Cruise on the street. What significance does that have in any way to anything in the movie? Some guy's following him down the street and looking at him all freaky, and he goes in a cafe and he's all scared. Like, what does that have to do with anything? Right, that, he's being followed by this cult, and he's being threatened, and he's being scared. But none of that ever resolves itself or has any sort of payoff or anything. So what's the point then? Is he still going to be followed as the time goes on, even after having sex with his wife? Is it all in his head? In which case it doesn't make sense, because we're wasting too much time on it, like with Ziegler and stuff. And if it is in his head, why doesn't he get a proper payoff for it? Or even, like, if it's in his head, you get a payoff, you get a... Again, I'm not saying he has to take down the whole cult or something, but something should happen. Just some kind of payoff. Again, you're spending so much time and effort on it, because that's the biggest cop-out. Like, let's say it's all in his head or whatever, exaggerated because of his sexual whatever drive being repressed or something. Then it's like, it's all in his head, but that's not a good payoff for the audience. Same thing with, like, American Psycho. He was just imagining all of it, or some of it, a lot of it, but it doesn't matter, because that's not satisfying for the audience. Like, so we just wasted 2 hours, it was just all in his head. Cool. Like, what a twist. So what? Like, there's no value in that. So we could watch like a reaction video to that. I was gonna watch the cut thing, but it was so fucking boring that I would rather talk about my stupid ass shit, like The Good Son and stuff. Court TV, Jodi Arias. The amount that the jury has to go in and out and fucking do this revolving door shit, especially in the Darrell Brooks trial, was disgusting. Every time with them going in and out. Is that lawful law to send the jury in and out and make their fucking legs break and fucking... I just settle for watching something at some point because I can't navigate this shit when I'm fucking driving. But no, like, why couldn't Nurmi just retire or get off this case? Because you don't need two people on the defense there. Why do they always have two? So here you have Jodi Arias trial date 28, jury questions, no sidebars, at 1:10, starting in 3, 2, 1, and 1:10 doesn't mean an hour and 10, it means a minute and 10. Difficulty is now corrected. I like the jury question stuff, though. I feel like a lot of trials I haven't seen this in. But then you should just ask them to reframe it. But this is the most talking and activity that the judge ever does when she asks the jury questions. That's pretty fair, though. You split the cost. It was our money, but his choice. You could just say you don't remember. That goes to like 2 points. Did you? Like, oh, that proves she wasn't a smart criminal and it wasn't premeditated, because why would you watch the camera? Right? The stupid defense, like, oh, if she really did it, would she be so dumb as to do that? But also, it's the mindset that you know you had done something wrong, so you were trying to erase the evidence or clean the evidence. So it kind of goes to both. So she was sort of jaded to the police response. But you could also say, why would Travis continue to sleep with her after the stalking behavior? Yeah, statement hearsay from a dead man too. What are you, a fucking spirit medium? What is this, Phoenix Wright? Literally, where Maya Fey would be up on the. That's the number one hearsay. You're testifying from a dead person. At least with other hearsay, you could go out and try to confirm it. Yeah, why didn't Travis just change his garage password, PIN code, so she couldn't go in there? But she said the door was open like immediately. Or then how come the incident didn't happen in the closet? Or why not just say that scenario? That he was holding the knife the whole time as he was chasing you. Why wouldn't that be workable? Instead, she says the knife was somewhere else. And that wasn't even that long-term of a relationship, it seems like, with Travis. Why not? She turned into a demon voice. Is the who says Cameron Diaz? Like, how does Juan Martinez just bring that into it? Travis must have said that somewhere. You're gonna try to find a loophole in the Mormon faith. You're trying to find a gray area, or you're blaming Travis for sort of corrupting you. That sort of is why, though. That sounds like a total fucking lie. That sounds like total bullshit. Like, oh yeah, there was this kid who would dress up as Spider-Man. Made up. Edified, but that's like educating somebody. But now it'll be hearsay. This actually sounded kind of genuine. They're like, oh, she never wore glasses, and all of a sudden she did, and the world looked different to her. It seems weird, but actually that I kind of believe. Like, she just never thought about it, just never came around to it. This actually sounds like she's telling the truth. Put on someone else's. It's just not something she ever thought about or got around to doing. So Travis was snooping on your Gmail the same way. I think I just saw this some other time too, but yeah, don't you get tired of crying, sister and family? Like, we get you're sad, we get you're upset, but it's not going to help you to keep crying for 50 days of the trial until... But then what did you do? Destroy them? Burn them? Thoroughly. It's like the adult version of homework. Like, this is how you avert the stimuli acme, that you play around at, like... I won't even say it. First she blamed the kids, like, oh, I didn't want to ask kids about it. Imagine if these ideas were all just made up by people. It doesn't mean they can't still be good ideas or useful or functional, but what they show is contrivance response, needing to bypass cognitive dissonance and self-awareness. Thus, ergo, you can't just say, okay, don't do it because it's convenient for society to control you, or you're animals that need to be herded, like such. They won't say that. They'll say, well, instead of saying something else, I forgot what I was going to say. I got to make like a playlist or something. I'm always too lazy to do it. So I want to see some gameplay video of something, but I can't decide what. I'm going to just go with Chris' move. Fuck this shit, dude. I can't decide. Like, I don't mind seeing a playthrough of something I've beaten 100% of before. And just see, you know what? Let's watch chess gameplay. Fuck it. Let's watch a professional chess game and just study chess. Like, that could actually be fun. Like, let's do that actually. Study chess. I'm not like a good chess player, but I'm probably better than the average person. Like, let's look at the original, Levi Rosman. What was he doing? Or I think I'd rather play chess than actually watch. Or yeah, let's watch those lie detector ones. Gotham Chess, who's a 2400 rated IM. Let's see his oldest videos here. Gotham Chess first video, but somehow I doubt that he probably renamed it to that once he became a big figure. I doubt that he named his first video, unless that's like some default thing. Let's see what it is. 4 years ago. Wait, what? Wait. How could it be only 4 years ago? I kind of like to keep my chess virginity, though, that way. Like, speaking of chastity and stuff, I don't want to feel like I'm studying or really learning stuff. Right, because then you open Pandora's box and then you feel like you're a tryhard and you should be really good and never the same. Right, I don't know. Right, then there's no end to it and you don't feel good about anything. Game review Naroditsky Nakamura. He must have already been streaming before this, but he probably just... That's the whole beauty with streaming on YouTube. It's like, you can just stream and then just upload your stream. You don't even have to edit it or whatever, like I'm doing here. Just upload it. So I just finished uploading my most recent 2 sets of things. One's like 7 hours, one's like about the same. So I like being caught up like this, where, it's not that hard to edit, considering that I'm just doing it like this. Nobody's really watching them, and I'm still happy with what I'm doing. Like, it's still fun. But no, I would love to almost play chess like this, but I tried to do it with the voice and it didn't work. I don't know. I would want to watch this, but I don't want to feel like I'm spoiling myself by like studying, and I don't want to really study. But I'd be more so judging the appeal of what, why are these people so popular? Like Hikaru and Botez, but how could it only be 4 years ago? That doesn't even make sense. He's been around longer than that doing content. Whatever. Gotham Chess first video in 3, 2, 1. What's up, Gotham Chess subscribers? I usually don't make videos at all, apparently. What do you mean you don't make videos like this? This is apparently your first video, so you don't make videos at all. Daniel Naroditsky and Nakamura. But he said almost, which means he must lose. And of course I don't know notation, but you should try to visualize this in your head. The modern defense, also known as nuclear weapons, because they equalize even weaker countries into smaller ones. If Ukraine had nuclear weapons, you'd be safe. Wink, wink. And I love sort of the matter-of-fact explanations that they do, as if there's not like a million other elements to it. Oh, I'm just doing this to cover this, or there's obviously more to what they're doing than that. And this is in a faster-paced game, so it wouldn't really matter as much. Because even for their level, it's sort of arbitrary. They're not playing their absolute best because they don't have time. Or yeah, that's when Hikaru laughs like crazy. Daniel lost. And he laughs like a little kid. I don't know. There's a lot of good Hikaru meme-worthy stuff. No one cared who I was until I put on the webcam. I mean, this is okay, but I mean, would I have guessed that this guy would become the biggest chess YouTuber in the history of humanity? He loves sacrifices already. Sacrifice the rook. Is he going to say the line? We got Kramnik losing his mind. Both of these players are better than you, Levy, so you're only good in hindsight. Like, I could look at the engine and try to understand this shit too, but... yeah, every game in chess is a draw ever in the history of the fucking game. So... I was trying to look for... I forget... So what you gotta do is find something else to watch tomorrow. I can't think of what. Not that I'm not enjoying this, but I gotta mix it up with some variety. And then we can get into Audible and shit at the end of the month towards November. I mean, if I'm going to keep watching the Jodi Arias thing, then I should almost watch the whole, watch it in order, right? Because you might think, oh, I don't want to do that, but by the end of it, I'll have ended up doing that anyway, or I've been watching some of it even when I'm not recording, just in my free time or whatever. Okay, so today I'll start with the Jodi Arias trial section again, but then I'll segue into something else. So I want to do like a gameplay video just to sort of show what that means, because like how I would critique or observe or whatever. So like I'll look up something, like we'll do a halfway point like we do, or a quarter, whatever that I do when I eat, and I'll find like what are some of the most popular gaming channels that I'm not familiar with, and I'll go through and I'll look at them, or even like PewDiePie and stuff. The one thing I'll observe is like there's this loud clickbaity quality, right, where the thumbnails themselves will be clickbaity, the titles will be clickbaity, sort of lowest common denominator, and then it'll start off very low attention. The first 5 seconds are very important to grab their attention, right? So it's like this very fast-paced, edited, highly edited kind of video style, which that takes a certain skill, don't get me wrong, to edit it just the right way, but it means that, it's like they're not showing like the full play session. They'll edit only like the key parts in, which again, I'm not denying that there's a certain value to it, but it's also kind of cheap in the sense that they're just kind of playing off the lowest common denominator, like every yell and scream clickbait moment, like I don't know how to explain it. Everything's just like very surface level, right, with that form of content, which kind of matches folly, favoritism, gaming content in the first place, or any sort of whatever, but there's no depth to it. Like, it's all surface level. So even if it's good at a surface level, and you might think, well, then how come it's not successful, or how come you don't do it? But it's not about that. It's like, like this Hawk 2 a meme or something like that. It's the sort of thing, maybe it seems genuine, that's why people liked it, because like it was spur of the moment, but all it is surface level, because it's just like this random reactionary thing. So, or like the ooh-woo girl, the girl, not aesthetically Hannah, who says ooh-woo, all it means is that you're getting millions of views, but you wouldn't argue that's like some super articulate, well thought out secrets to the universe, philosophical, artistic, anything. It's just a random thing that you would even acknowledge as random, but it appeals to like a lowest common denominator based state, often having to do with the stimuli acme, obviously. And, well, I guess the ooh directly relates to it too. So it's stimuli acme on two levels that you think, oh, like a cute girl is doing it. Perceptibly, that's what probably people would be appealing to, but also, how well she does the sound, evidently. Like, she totally hasn't practiced this and waited for this moment her whole life. But, okay, let's do this, but then I'll switch to something like that, and I'm having such a hard time deciding what. And see, this YouTube Premium seems like it's gone to waste, because I don't think these videos had ads anyway, because I had watched some of them before. So it's more like you'd be incentivized to watch stuff with ads. You wouldn't really know the difference, right? Because since you won't see ads now, you wouldn't know what would have had an ad and what wouldn't have. But even like, what was I saying? Like, I don't know, just you'd have to go out of your way to watch things that you think will have ads more to make use of this. Otherwise, it feels like a waste. Or, again, they should have had some other perks of certain things you can watch that you otherwise couldn't watch, that you'd have to pay for. Like, you buy a movie on YouTube. Like, I bought that I rented Oslo August 31st, or Interiors, or something like that. And the volume for Interiors was fucked up. I couldn't hear a fucking thing. It was so quiet. You could say that's just how the movie is. It's meant to be sort of that, but I totally forgot how she killed herself, too. I associated the image of him talking off the balcony or whatever, looking out the window of a skyscraper or something. I associated that with, like, her having jumped off of a building, right? But she actually goes in the water and dies like that, which kind of, the way that was shot wasn't the greatest. It makes it seem like you would easily be able to save her from that. Like, how bad was the current and the tide and whatever? And she had tried to kill herself before, too, like with the gas and stuff. Or you could say that was, like, just her being senile and it's, like, an accident. But, you almost don't sympathize. Like, I was talking shit about the dad. Those are the moments that I like with this React form of content that's a little bit different than what I would do in a review. Like, you get on like a trope of something, like The Sopranos, like the plot armor, and I'm talking shit like, oh, what's Tony gonna get saved by this episode? Because he's like, getting saved by plot armor all the time. I start ragging on these people for some recurring trope in the series. So it's the same thing with this. Like, oh, this piece of shit dad made her kill herself, and he won't even take responsibility because he's with this floozy chick and rubbing it in her face, and like, he keeps being a dick about it, or he just seems like this character that deserves to be blamed for it. It's one thing, like, okay, you're just with somebody and you break up and then they kill themselves, but you're with this other girl and you're kind of flaunting it, and I don't know. Okay, Jodi Arias trial day 30, part 3 in 3, 2, 1. On the right to the... Oh, it's on 2 times speed, though, so maybe I'll restart it on normal speed. Or sometimes maybe I should watch it on 2 times speed just to... I've just seen this part, though, too, recently. Fuck. Yeah, he does a lot of, like, speculation here that's not even very good. Like, not only am I watching this maybe too much, but then I end up watching the same parts over and over too much. Let me skip it, actually. But no, I was watching on, like, 2 times speed. That's the whole good thing with these wireless, like, Bluetooth headphones. Not that it's really, I wouldn't say what kind exactly, but any of them, like, oh, you're shaving and you can listen to this, or you're, driving and you're doing it. It's just more convenient. So what you have is the ability to, okay, this is Jodi Arias trial, day 30, part 4, in 3, 2, 1. Like, it's just sort of convenient to a degree that, this is a jury question. Let's see if these are different, though. Did I see Travis's gun? Is that innuendo now? Because the jury always loves asking these sexual questions more than anything else. I don't fully remember this, but Daryl Brooks didn't need a gun. He's a human weapon when he's driving that fucking car like a dynamo clown shithead. But it's hard to explain exactly what that crime is. Like, you're doing it for attention, or a lot of crimes are done for attention. So that's the ironic thing with people talking about gun control. Oh, the other countries don't have school shootings as much and all this, right? What if it's because of the media coverage and how much I'm not saying don't cover it. I'm not saying don't put the names of the victims and stuff like that out there. But the full day, all day coverage and the extreme way that it's covered in the U.S., what if I blame the media for copycat crimes because of the sort of attention that the people want? Because if you even ask these people who do it, that's what they say. They want to do something that'll get the most amount of attention. They're not doing it just for the simple act of doing it, like a revenge or something. Instead of just shooting again, or I would just ask, instead of just getting out of there, shoot him and then just leave. Why would you stick around and slowly, methodically stab him like 30 times? You put the knife in and you put the camera in. See, Casey Anthony tells you the best way to get away with a crime. Not that I'm encouraging that. Forget about the fact that it was a, young girl, baby, whatever. I'm saying, even if it was an adult or whatever, what would you do to get away? Like, have the body hidden for like a month, right? Like, how could we frame it? Hypothetically, of course. You kill like a homeless person who nobody knows or cares about, and then you hide their body somewhere in a swamp for like a month, and nobody finds it for like a month, and then all the evidence is going to deteriorate, so it'll be a lot harder to trace it back to you, right? That's the point. You'd have to kill somebody who nobody will be missing for a month, which is a very hard scenario to set up, right? If it's somebody you know or somebody who is known by other people, it'll be virtually impossible to do that because people are always going to be looking for them. Maybe if they're going to go on a trip, right before they go on a long trip or during the trip, you go on a trip with them and then they never come back, right? That kind of thing. But normally people would be looking for them. But no, if they're found within a few days or a week of you killing them, it'll be very hard to not be found out by the evidence, forensic evidence, especially by today's standards. But that's what Casey Anthony benefited from a lot. A lot of what would have been the evidence has deteriorated, so now we don't know what happened, or we can't prove it really very well. Keep showing the family, and the one girl, I think is the cop on the right here or on the left of the video, is always crying. Her left, your right. I think I love that. Whenever I have gotten pulled over, like in that sense that we had on the recording even, it's like, it's always been, what do you call it? Like, they'll look at my record maybe and say, oh, you've never, like, I'm assuming, you've never gotten a ticket before, so we won't give you one now. So that's like a self-fulfilling thing. Like, it, you know, you don't have any sort of record, so, or maybe that does count towards the record, that, oh, you've been pulled over 4 times over the course of 10 years, whatever, but you've never gotten a ticket. Like, they always let me go. And it's always been something minor, but you know how people can be stupid about it. Like, you'll just give me a fine, I'll pay the fine, like, fuck you. That's why when people make a big thing and fight them and all this, like, resist, whatever fine you were going to get is probably a lot worse, or I mean a lot better than what you caused by doing that. Even if they're wrong, right? Even if you fight it in a court, it's not going to help. You know, think about like the absolutist tendency. If an absolutist gets pulled over by a cop, and they know and they believe and they're sure that what they're doing is wrong, well, absolutists don't believe. They would know instead, right? Why believe when you could know instead? Why trust when you could confirm? Kind of ideation. But why would you I'm not even really paying attention to this now, it's fucking nermy. But no, it's like, absolutist gets pulled over and they know the cop is wrong, but they would plot one of two things. Like, okay, I'll deal with it for now because I'm not in a position of authority, power, whatever. So I'll deal with it, but then I'll get them later. I'll go to court and I'll sue them and I'll make them lose their job, or I'll record it or something. And then, or even if it was on a personal level, okay, I'll plot to kill them for daring to do this. But I wouldn't give any, they wouldn't give any sign, right, the absolutists, that they would have that intention. They would just deal with it very normally. It's a bit of a debate as to an absolutist when it comes to performative aspects. They could use them, they might be a master of them, but they also would sort of disregard them and exist in such a state that they would not be valued or necessary. So it's a little bit hard to pin that down. Yeah, I was even going to watch like chess-related videos, but I don't want to spoil the game for myself as far as studying it. I'll look up some top gaming channels and see like which ones I'm not familiar with. I would love to do that streaming format, but I would have to somehow pin down exactly what we're talking about. Like, how would you know what exactly I'm reacting to? Like, even this stuff, you might think, oh, this is a shoddy way to do it, but I could always add the video to it later. Like, based on my own verbal timestamp, I could just sync it up myself and then upload it later. Whether it be a full video like this or a clip, even like a 30-second clip of one of my takes in the middle of a thing, I could show what I'm reacting to. Sexual sin, also known as the stimuli acme, although that's not really just sin it's related to, it's just the overall sexual ideation. It's amazing how much people are not at peace with or aware of or, you know, just knowledgeable of their own inherent base tendencies, but then again, that's the nature of contrivance response. So it's not a question of education, it's a question of indoctrination, right? Anybody can see the inherent base state, like, okay, 2 animals humping, there you go, that's the stimuli acme. But indoctrination is, oh no, it's love, and it's meant to be with one person, and it's a higher measure, and it's all this kind of, you know, social aspect that isn't based in reality. So imagine if you were as rational about those things as you are about law or fact or something else, science. Isn't this sort of hearsay, but I guess you're not giving specifics or... But no, you have to realize about people's perceptions is they always go for the surface layer level, lowest common denominator, easiest thing. So something that's short form is preferred over long form, even if something that's long form is more detailed and more accurate and more full and more objective and proper and important or significant or whatever, right? So long form might be better objectively by every standard, but short form is shorter, easier, lowest common denominator, so that's why it's valued. Or again, that's why people value appearances so much. Appearance, identity, superficial performative aspect. One doesn't object really too much though. But you have the ability to have this performative aspect where, you know, all these surface level things that are valued, but they can easily be manipulated, and you know that, and you know that they're just, like, you know, that's the thing about society is that you know it's fake, everybody knows it's fake, but you still do it anyway, or you operate on this initial level where you almost pretend like it's not fake, or you, like, struggle with the ability of that, like, to say that, you struggle with the ability of the fakeness as far as you know, like, oh, it's your fault for not adequately overcompensating or dealing with the fake artificial nature of it, not the artificial nature itself or the flawed process, that you have this element. So yeah, I'll look for some of the most subscribed, most viewed gaming channels, or maybe some game. I can't decide. There's some element of this that I want to do, and it seems kind of silly, but you know, kind of like playing off of what they're doing. So I was watching like an XQC reaction video, and he didn't really give much to work with, but it gives an excuse to watch the video itself, I guess. That was like disturbing things around the internet part, whatever the fuck. See, because you must be the change you wish to see in the world. So even if you're doing this content that seems kind of stupid, I can still, my reaction can still be a higher level of thought or whatever, I guess, but doesn't mean I'm always doing that. But now you'll do it in a court of law, but that's only because you're accused of murder or something, you know, which could be a legitimate way to say it, like, oh, I was trying to protect him, but now if my life is on the line, okay, fine, I'll relent and do it, but only because you forced my hand. So if only you didn't accuse me of murder, I wouldn't accuse him of being a pedophile. You can't, well, it is quite the extrapolation on the 12-year-old girl orgasm stuff. Right, if it wasn't for that line, you wouldn't go this way, or it wouldn't have any basis. I love that story she's saying with, there's this one boy that he likes that always dressed up as Spider-Man. Like, you're really trying to... That sounded so fake. You always have to remember, you never know for sure 100% whether somebody's lying or other aspects. But no, you got to remember how much people value those elements. Preconceived notions, performative aspects, and identity and things like that, posturing. Or they rarely ask questions from this distance. He's at his desk for once. told her that. This is at least a very fair way to put it. It doesn't matter what you're saying now or what sometimes that's bad with memory though. Like, do you remember where the knife was? And it's like, no, I don't remember where the knife was. Oh, so you have to go look for it then. Oh no, I didn't say I didn't remember where the knife was then. I said I don't remember where the knife was now. You have to specify that more clearly than what he does. Do you remember where the knife was on June 4th? No, of course I don't remember where the knife was on June 4th. That was a long time ago, 2008. But on June 4th, I very likely could have remembered it. Right? It's very hard to ask somebody that. Did you remember it at the time? Not do you remember it now? But how would you know that? Like, how would you remember now that you didn't remember it then? Or remember now that you remembered it then? That's a very different thing. Right? Go back 5 years and try to remember some detail of something. You'll confuse it with your memory of it now. Like, oh, I know it now because you've told me, so yes, I did remember it. Or, I don't know it now, and I think that I only know it because you told me. Right, so that actually can get screwed up, because when you say, did you remember where the knife was on June 4th of 2008? Or, I guess if you say it like that, did you remember where the knife was? Instead of, sometimes you'll say, do you remember where the knife was? There's some phrasing of it that isn't quite clear, though. Like, you do have to be better about it. Did you remember it at the time? Or did you, even remember is a bad word. Did you know where it was at that time? At that exact time. So you would have a frame of mind to say whether or not you would have a means to go and grab it or quickly in a certain period of time. Right, that would be quick and reasonable. And so, yeah, let me decide what I want to look at here. Okay, so let's try to find something. I really can't think of anything, though. Let me look up on, almost like on Wikipedia. Like how would you know that? Like, maybe I should do something recent. Like, what is, yeah, they have like the YouTube gaming thing. So you could look at like, what is a recent thing that is doing really well? And then we're basically reviewing that. Not so much reviewing the game, but reviewing the person doing it. Like, what is it that makes this so popular? And a lot of it is unfortunately cult of personality, that somebody's already established or well known. So what we have is or this is just more like a tag to do with it, not that whole, I forget how you even access that. It was like this whole other, maybe it's almost another app here, but like almost another category platform sort of for YouTube. CEO calls XQC. This is maybe good enough. Tyler 1 reacts to Magnus Carlsen games. He's done very well with chess in a short period of time. Here's a good fallacy to do with chat or with anything, like, like, oh, you played chess for X amount of time, like a year, and you're only 1,500 or something, but you might only play like an hour a day or less, right? Or somebody else in that same year might play 10 hours a day. So it's not so much you played for a year, but like how much in that year, right? It would be vastly different for different people. Scariest game over screens. The thing is, I don't want to spoil stuff that like I'm not familiar with. I'm very particular about that. So let me see stuff. Yeah, let's look at this. Grand Final match. This can be okay, because you won't really learn anything from this. Grand Final Magnus versus Alireza. But I don't like the speed stuff either. I don't know. Like, that can be fun to watch in and of itself. But either I would have to, like, not already know the outcome, or they sort of spoil the outcome before, sometimes in the title and whatever. Let me try to find this as its own sort of standalone app, if I'm able to. Like, it's just called YouTube Gaming, and it has like this heart icon or some shit that looks like a controller. I can't remember. Okay, is this actually going to be what it is? Like, it just looks sort of different, so I'm curious. Like, let's see what's top of the thing. Yeah, it has like some controller icon. Celebrate your streams with Dashy Games 8-Bit Rhino. Okay, I don't want something that's actually outright sponsored by it, but Magnus finally streams and runs into Hikaru on Title Tuesday. Magnus doesn't really stream a lot. Kramnik losing on time compilation. Okay, let's look at this for whatever reason. Not that you'd really be able to appreciate this if you're not really watching it. In 3, 2, 1. Or we should hear it. That's actually a good thing. Let's watch Kramnik rage about cheater. He's too strong. Do the procedure. Then he sort of blames the clock. Like, he's trying to complain. Like, you lost on time. What do you want? I mean, you have to respect him. Like, he's better than Hikaru. He's won a world championship overall. Not at this point, but Nordebek. I mean, I would get salty about that, too, but you have to actually do it. Like, how do you make a real-time game exciting? A turn-based game exciting. Make it real-time. They have, like, a heart monitor, too, apparently. Yeah, because he's a boomer, and he doesn't know how to click a mouse as well. The flagging I can kind of sympathize with. The accusing people of cheating thing is a little bit dumb, but like this old school chess player who didn't sign up for clicking speed being a part of the thing of playing the game. Like, look how he clicks like such an old man. He's clearly winning this one. That's when it really matters, but it can happen a lot in drawn positions too, I guess. It's going to be a draw, but you're just faster, so you flag them. Never do it. Never flag. Or don't rely on it, at least. It is a good principle. Like, it shouldn't come down to that. You should be good enough to win, but unfortunately a lot of games come to that. Yeah, it's a good principle. Like in classical settings, it won't save you, right? Because both players won't have enough time. Oh, this looks good. Hikaru being a villain for 8 minutes straight in 3, 2, 1. This is the laugh. Daniel lost. And it shows him actually being angry. We don't need to see this. He didn't lose to him. He lost to somebody else. So then he loses to the overall ranking. I think that's what the context is. Breaks webcam. Then he does the laugh again. And he goes back to being so calm and monotone. But he can dish it, but then he sometimes can't take it when he gets mad himself. Playing on clay. Wooden shield is actually one of XTC's terms that he adopted, unironically. I'm surprised he would say that, though. He can go fuck himself. This one is kind of cool where he says, like, kidding. Although it's kind of rude. Imagine you're disqualified for that. Like, you're not allowed to talk or be distracting. But yeah, the number of draws would bore the shit out of you if you were good. If you actually pursue it. Or like when his game against Emery Tate should be trending because of Andrew or whatever, probably was. Which he wasn't that good compared to Hikaru, obviously, but or you just prematurely offer a handshake because you already know you're going to win. Speed is definitely his specialty. That's what he's known for, so it fits well with the online stuff. Whenever they're scrambling with the pieces like this, too, you would think they're going to make a mistake and put like a legal position or make a legal move. It's easy to be the villain when you're winning or when it doesn't concern you, but I want to see a moment when he's losing and he gets mad. He has a lot of villainous caliber laughs. The one where he laughs at Mr. Beast is really good. I forgot this guy's name, but this guy's kind of nice, wholesome. Hikaru is very toxic. he really doesn't like either Danya or Chess Bra or some other streamer he really dislikes. He didn't like Botez either. But you should do it in a draw if you're playing against a better player like him. You should. Yeah, you should play for a draw. How could you expect to win? But even if you do, it's fine. You wouldn't expect to win. That one seemed kind of good. F.U. Levy. I want to see almost the whole clip for that one. And he had so many over-the-top laugh moments. He's retired from trying to win a world championship. Really? It's only their second Classic game? Well, it doesn't look that long ago. I guess Alvarez is really young, so... Who has a better sense of style? Him with the pineapple shirt or Alvarez with all his... whatever he does? Okay, let me look at that. I want to see that full clip, and then I'll see some, maybe Kramnik cheating, complaining about cheating, which probably will be long enough to constitute a whole thing. But no, that reaction seemed almost wholesome, that they were surprised he says F.U. Levy. Yeah, show the whole thing. Curses on stream. Which maybe that's even it. They're not meant to curse at all. Yeah, fuck you, Levy, fuck me. Why is he doing that accent? That's kind of weird. I like how surprised everybody seems. Fighting over which one of them gets to mate her. Let's look at the Kramnik thing, or that'll be the first thing that comes up when you look up Kramnik anyway. Kramnik cheating. But not that he... Yeah, wouldn't that be ironic if he turns out to do that? All of Kramnik's cheating procedure. Tribute to Lord Kramnik in 3, 2, 1. This is like 16 minutes long. Very good, I managed to draw, but he's still dissatisfied. A lot of the time, chess players look older than what they actually are. That's sort of a trope. Was he a good sport? No, he's just being salty in general. I mean, to be fair, he is a world champion, so, like, he could use that. Like, how could anybody beat me? But the online thing is a little different, too, with the clicking speed and all that kind of shit, where, like, flagging, clicking speed. Because it's one thing, it's two levels of degeneracy. Like, it's one thing that's bad to flag in chess, period, right? But also, number two is to do it because of your clicking speed alone, like something that's not even intrinsic to chess. So, for example, like with Orange Ghost on chess.com is one of the highest rated players, and like Hyperbullet, he's not even close to as good as some of these other people. So it's not that he's cheating, it's just that he's abusing something that's not intrinsic to the game, some of the online element, the clicking element. He has like a hardcore gaming mouse or something, like a special mouse that allows him to do that. Everything is clear, let's run the procedure. Some of these might actually be true, too. I won't say he's wrong about 100% of them, and I always say that in a broad sense, too. If I was a world-class chess player, I wouldn't even take online chess seriously, just like people didn't take it seriously until a few years ago. But it's like, because you never know if somebody's just weird, they just think differently, or they don't even know how good it is, or they've studied that exact line. Like, how do you know what this guy studied this one opening his whole life and he's only 1500, but when he plays that opening he can beat 2000s because he's just like good in that one game that he studied over and over. So how can you say that isn't the case? So, but no, I'm always cynical to that. Like, anybody could be cheating all the time, right? And you wouldn't know, because imagine, people accuse people of cheating over the board in a controlled, curated environment, like in a tournament, like the St. Louis Chess Club and stuff. So how could you say you're not cheating online when you could have somebody next to you telling you, you could have a headset in, you could have somebody telling you what moves to make, you could have your friend sitting across from you behind the table off camera, even if you're showing yourself on camera, somebody across the hallway. There's so many things you could do in person when you're online, right? It's not like you have to have it open in some super obvious way. You could be doing it a million different ways. Somebody untouchable from the cast of Untouchables. But no, he's not actually as old as I even thought. He's only like 50. But he beat Kasparov. So I guess Kasparov would have said the same thing. Let's do the procedure. But no, what if you just have like a really good moment, or you get lucky? You might make an engine move, but you don't even know it's that good, right? You might do it not necessarily by accident, but you don't realize the full implications of it. Yeah, this is like the boy who cried wolf, the king who cried the emperor with no clothes. But Hans Niemann was accused of over-the-board cheating. It's very different than online cheating. So yeah, what happens when Kramnik plays Hans? Oh yeah, you could kind of disguise it too. Like, say you're a good 23-2400 player, right? So you are good, but then you don't do the best move. You do like the second or third best move every time, or sometimes, so you use it here and there, so it won't be super obvious. So you can kind of metagame to how you cheat. So just because it's the boy who cried wolf doesn't mean that he doesn't have a point in some way. But the online thing too, because of speed chess, is so annoying. Or sometimes people use speed as a reason why to avoid cheating. Like, oh, if we play classical, people could easily cheat. So that's why they like faster chess, as if you couldn't cheat there too. Because an engine can play bullet chess too at a high level. So you could just sort of translate it. So the sacrifice of a few seconds is worth playing at an engine-like level. But that's the main way people could do it, is you have somebody doing it for you, basically. And just telling you somehow, showing you somehow. It's one of those things that's just impossible to prove one way or another. So even when these sites will ban people for it, they're not very good about it, because maybe they just had a couple good games. You don't know for sure that they cheated, right? It's still not a 100% thing, but oh, even he's encouraging flagging now all of a sudden. He even said it, maybe I'll flag him now. And then he tried to backpedal. Of course, these ratings are always relative, or the accuracy, because, I could get 92, but it'll be against a 1,500 rated player. It's not going to be, against him. Yeah, imagine playing online chess at the highest level and expecting people not to cheat or getting mad about it, because it's not going to work. Like, it's too hard to regulate. You'd be worried enough about people cheating over the board, but that's up to the venue you play at and so forth. You saw everything. Everything is clear to you. It's very salty. 90 a lot. Not too many cheaters. Kramnik, 2020, whatever. It just, this whole sort of thing doesn't suit him too much, streaming. And he's got like a little infinite loop going on now. When you get so mad, you make a time paradox of yourself. It's not that bad on the chess because nobody actually plays on the chess. Well, which they do, but it's not as popular. That could be the reason why. Right? You'll criticize that with communities. Like, oh, this XQC's community or somebody is so bad, but they're not really any better or worse than anyone else. They're just bigger, so now they'll have more of a... Their lowest common denominator is bigger than others. So an absolutist would be like, we understand the nature of the process. It's very easy to cheat online, so you just wouldn't even care. You just wouldn't even do it. Maybe you just studied that part, but it's really hard to know like what somebody has and hasn't studied. Maybe they just studied this one game, and any other position they wouldn't be as good, but... This does seem actually kind of dubious. Some of these he's no doubt correct. I don't want to say anything, but that's what this whole fucking video is about. Oh, now he's making all kind of other excuses. I'm tired, I'm cold. Oh, he's being really salty about it. I didn't know he really did content or videos or things like this too much, though. Just sort of incidental, or it's almost like a requirement that you would have. Like, oh, you have to do it if you play so people can see whether you're cheating or not, but they really can't see that. The same people who would say Hans Niemann is cheating at a highly observed, highly curated, controlled environment over the board with anal beads or whatever, the same people who would say that are going to say, oh, nobody could cheat online. Nobody's cheating online. Cramning's just crazy. Like, if you could cheat over the board when you're being watched and searched and this and that, you couldn't do that in the comfort of your own home? 90 a lot. Very modest. Yeah, that'd be a good way to test it. We play the same opponent, play him over the live board. Oh, look at him actually giving finally some analysis. Not that I understand it at all. I am sort of obsessed with doing that, like where I want to play chess more too. I even made an account for this thing, but it's so distracting. And the voice thing doesn't work right. It wouldn't be that distracting if the voice worked more consistently. Where like Lit Chess has that feature. Yeah, that's the big flaw of chess, is that it has too many draws. And even if people say, well, it's because both players are so good, like at the high level, it's still not really a good explanation. It's still boring. It doesn't matter how good you are. I could be the best player in the world, and I'd still draw the majority of games against other players. Like, Kramnik following standard procedure after getting crushed by GM. Okay, we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Another Ukrainian player. He's such a great player that it makes you kind of, sad to see this happen, but it really is an issue with online chess, not with him as much still. Like, anybody could be cheating all the time. You wouldn't assume that players of this caliber, entitled players and stuff, would do that, but just out of respect, right, for the game, but... This is just kind of watch him play in silence. This is just like one game. It's not really a compilation. And I can't really even see very well, but his face is his face cam is like half the screen. You don't need to make it that big. Even Hikaru and stuff don't do that. This is like a boomer when they try to fucking stream, but it's justified because of how good he is, obviously, but... But no, I was trying to assess, like, whether you have, that clip I don't think I had seen before, though, where Hikaru says, F you, Levy. sounded like he just spat there or something. What is he doing? Spit ASMR. Like, look at the format that I could have created, though. Film critic plays chess using their voice while driving. Mukbang ASMR while eating ice cream or fucking something. Fast food while driving, while, making mouth sounds inadvertently. Mukbang. Like, look at the monstrosity of the shit that I could come up with doing. It's like you're just doing what you would be doing normally anyway, but you just happen to be recording it. Which is not really a good philosophy, but he doesn't seem to be complaining too much. He's been playing this one pretty much normally. I kind of want to do one. We can always just do it. Like, there's no rule that says I can't do it. It takes a little bit of setting up, though. Let's see if we can just wing it and just do it. But I won't even be logged in or anything. I don't even have to be logged in, I guess. Let me actually try it. But then it ends up being too long and too, because I was doing classical games, and then it becomes very hard to talk like how I'm doing, because, I could try to talk only on their move, but then I don't fucking know. It just seems like something that'd be so perfect in theory, but in practice, it's not really all that good. Right, but it's a good feature to have. Right? Again, there's so many other games that I opine could be fun, because you have the ability to basically, like choice games or story games or something where the input would be relatively limited, right? Would be it'd be relatively limited because of the simple fact that you're not really having to do anything high-octane action sort of stuff. Let me see. I'll maybe try it, but and I probably won't even be able to finish it, but I just have some urge to do it. Even if I'm, not logged in. Because, I tried to make that account, and then I got fucked over because I kept losing to, the issues, honestly, with the voice. I don't mind losing, but I wouldn't lose at that rating, when you just make a new provisional thing. So I don't think I'm even logged in. Alright, let's do a 15 plus 10. And then all we have to do is try to use it with the voice, which I may or may not be able to do. And then I have to keep turning on and off the voice, too. I can't even see it properly, though. Okay, never mind. I'll have to, change it or something. Because, even the thing, I can't even see the board fully. I forget how I had set it up before. You have to kind of go into it with this intention. I just suddenly randomly wanted to do it as I'm sitting here, but alright, so what else could I potentially do? But yeah, using the voice thing can always be fun. Or again, it allows you to do it here. And it makes you feel so smart that, you can play chess while distracted and just with your voice, but it really doesn't matter because, right, it's not the kind of game that your physical input matters unless you're playing Bullet or something very quickly, but maybe if I had logged in, my settings would be saved or something to that, but I don't know. It is a fascinating concept to try to do, where you have the ability to just appreciate that, it's a very interesting format. Let me see what I can do here. It's almost like a self-troll test. How distracted can you possibly be while driving? let me watch a video, which you can have it, in the background now, especially with YouTube Premium, but even without, like, just generally, certain things would play in the background. So have that playing, like a video, plus reacting, plus talking, plus, playing a game, recording, all this kind of stuff, eating something. Although I typically don't eat while driving, it's just more like... So you'd basically be in a position to... I forget how I really set this up. I don't get it. Right, where I made an account for it, which I forget. Or I'd probably turn off the setting, though, just generally. Even when I wasn't using that, if I played something else. Like actually off recording. Whatever, it's an interesting concept. Yeah, and I'm not even saying I'm that good, but it's just something you could do kind of here and there. And that's the sad part, how, like, good chess players will be all arrogant, but it's not really that impressive because it's like, well, it is impressive at the highest level, but, like, in general, it's like, oh, you're only better than the average person because you play more than them and you study more than them, and for you it might be a career, whereas for them it might just be a hobby. So there is a difference, like, it's not the same thing as, it's not the same thing as comparing, like, oh, look at some random person versus, oh, look at Magnus. Like, it's not the same thing. Not saying they would be Magnus, but they would be a lot closer than you realize. Like, it wouldn't be like, oh, they're 1,500 if they took it seriously and it was their career. It was the same way, like, when you go to use the microwave, you're not saying, like, oh, why aren't you as good a chef as Gordon Ramsay or somebody, whatever. You wouldn't think like that. So the same thing, like, when somebody happens to play a game of chess, you shouldn't be saying, like, oh, they're the best player, how would they be compared to the best player in the world or whatever. So let's see what else we have here. I wasn't sort of very well prepared for this, or I was trying to watch, like, some sort of gaming related clips, and then I stumbled upon Hikaru being the villain and all this kind of stuff, which is okay. See, I don't have, like, those over-the-top emphasized reactions. I'm more, like, low-key. It's more like my style would rely on very insightful observations and stuff, which it could indeed do. Right, like, even with movie reviews, certain trends or tendencies that you're kind of identifying. Certain techniques and all that. Or I like this little thing that places will do, like, they make an ice cream or whatever, and then they, like, turn it upside down to show that it's frozen. So one time it's going to come out, and that would be a good bit. Maybe the cops are just fucking active on this road. I always see them, and I got pulled over that one time. It was a couple days ago, where I got to, I wasn't even doing anything wrong, like, but no, yeah, like, objectivity as a concept is so important in general things that oftentimes people are not. So, like, when would somebody, like, admit something or, like, a flaw or they made a mistake or something, right? If it's a big enough mistake, they're not going to admit it because then they don't want to go to jail or whatever. So there's always that cui bono secondary gain that we've talked about here. This is some kind of sidebar torturing pets. I can't even read the beginning of the title, but Jodi Arias trial sidebar torturing pets in 3, 2, 1. Torturing pets. The defendant tortured her cat. So she tortured her cat as a kid. But I don't think they ever discussed this, actually. I think that's prejudicial. Yeah, he's exaggerating a bit then. Okay, so that's actually dismissed. Yeah, that's very prejudicial because you're implying something so extreme. Like you'll turn them against her for torturing a cat. It's not like she's actually saying like, oh yeah, I would go out of my way and torture it just to torture it. Right, I maybe squeezed it a little or did a little thing here and there. But that's different than, I mean, it's still not good. I'm not defending it. But yes, even when you're looking at like React content, people aren't so easily defined, so your reactions can be very variable. It's hard to explain, but alright, this is top 5 heated cross-examinations and high-profile cases, trials, whatever, starting in 3, 2, 1. It starts with like Alex Jones, and I'm done saying sorry. Yeah, you can't prove that somebody didn't legitimately think that. Yeah, Alex Jones's crime is so minor though in that the amount that he was fined was way too high for that. Law and crime. I don't like all these sidebars though. They're interested in the memes and the React content that they can make out of it. I like it when the witness is actually justified too, like when they're actually so smart. I want to see that, like somebody who is guilty, who goes on the stand, and normally that's what happens. That's a good pattern. The people who get away typically don't testify, right? If I'm not mistaken, Casey Anthony never testified. O.J. Simpson obviously never testified. So a lot of the ones who get away don't testify. So that's the advice. If you're on trial, don't testify, and you'll have a better chance. Because they have less ammunition, less to judge you by. Oh, this is like where he's cross-examining his own wife that's questioning whether I raped you. Although his tone isn't really that bad. I feel like he was actually kind of... I do like this when people represent themselves. Daryl Brooks. But what if you decide to testify? What would happen? You just sort of forfeit the right to cross-examination. Or you would say, did the defendant... See, he gets her to... But at least she's admitting the sex part for his benefit. He's asking it in kind of a calm way, though. He's not yelling at her or anything. Objection, hearsay. So you did want to go with me then, because you said you would do anything. He's actually asking it in a fair way. I don't mind that, actually. I'll defend him a little bit there. Obviously, the crime notwithstanding, he's asking it in a very calm, normal way. He's not actually that bad. He wasn't being mean about it, like a dick about it. Yeah, that's what makes it weird, too. Because, you know, normally if it's a murder victim, you at least wouldn't be questioning them. Yeah, okay. I've seen this before, actually, too. Yeah, see, the Alex Jones thing is way overblown. They just want money, like, fuck off. The family members were in on it. I'm not saying there shouldn't even be a lawsuit, but I'm saying it shouldn't be $1 billion. It should have been like $1 million or a couple million. That's it. $1 billion makes no sense. Like, that's stupid. And he genuinely believed it. This is a horrible conviction, though. It's not a good rate. He felt like he was doing this a lot throughout the trial, though. Yeah, this is so fucking witch hunt. He's not the one who committed the crime, man. 50 million, $1 billion. Like, who do you think this guy is? You can condemn what someone does without going over the top. She's admitting it, though, too, sort of. Let's move on, rather than sustain or... He's making it about being liberal, but that doesn't really have anything to do with that. He's not wrong, but then again, George Bush started the Iraq War. But he didn't do it. He didn't do it, so you can play the sympathy card all you want. Alex Jones did not kill anybody. He didn't lead to anybody getting killed. I don't apologize to you. Look at the poor court reporter. Court reporter quits their job moment. Wasn't really that wild. Yeah, that's probably the dumbest shit outcome ever. Yeah, who exactly is Alex Jones? So Alex Jones is literally Elon Musk over here. And even then it would be out of proportion just because you think, oh, he has so much money. That's so fucking dumb. That's bullshit. That's a horrible, horrible conviction, way out of proportion. You can commit Wall Street fraud, all kind of stuff, and they won't go that high. Yeah, whenever you take the stand, you lose. Take stand equals lose, to put it in Twitch format. Just like how they say, and that was a pretty funny joke in the MasterChef thing, like, cry equals win, documentary equals win. Like, when they show a documentary of the contestant before they actually do what they're doing, like, they wouldn't have shot a documentary if they didn't make it through. Everybody simps for Vasquez. Penetrates is an interesting word. He does clearly have drug problems, but that doesn't have anything to do with it. But no, imagine if she married Elon Musk. How much money she'd get out of that one. Not professional treatment. My friend's a nurse and she did it for me. How about that? Or that's the same thing Jodi says. It doesn't appear to be because I was wearing makeup. Not my job. Or yeah, like she's accused of editing it in some way. I definitely did see this before. This isn't really that big of a deal, though. People just like to see the cat fight between these two. And yeah, call James Franco to testify. No, it's because she's all attractive and whatever. Like Daryl Brooks is similar to that, where he cross-examines his own ex-girlfriend about the thing, whatever, that she saw on the day. But then why kill your family? At least hire somebody to do it then. They always fucking do themselves in with pictures and videos. It's quite a mouthful of a question. More steps, like why he had an ankle bracelet or something on, counting his steps. What kind of record is that even though, just to show whether it's off or on? Like who is really, how would you be able to do that retroactively? I can understand if you're tracking it at the time. I don't know, you often don't hear that presented as a piece of evidence. Maybe I didn't see this last part of it, but I've definitely seen this video. Possibly on this very same format. Or no, maybe I did see it. 2 in a row that have to do with dogs, the kennels. So if you didn't do insurance fraud, you would have gotten away with it. Like, how come nobody... Romeo and Juliet wannabe, but he forgot to kill himself. He could have done that as far as the pact. Well, that's consistent at least with the pact. He's actually pretty articulate here. Oh, so now you're using your fact that things have been disproven. Look at this guy, I actually like him. You didn't say yes or no. Top 10 uncanny names. Coincidences, Usain Bolt. In a very disheveled state. Okay, so today, because I had an urge to, I actually play a game of chess, and I'll try to actually focus and do it. So maybe I won't talk too much in between. Like, I'll demonstrate. So it's a 30-minute game. We're starting now. My name on the chess profile is also the same as my channel name, so you can actually look at it and look at the games. So I fell down to... Wait, I'm 1,500 though still. How come? So the first couple of moves I'll make manually, and then I'll start to... do the other thing. It's kind of not working already, but it has to like download it every single game, I guess, and extract something. So the first move I made was pawn to e4, then knight to f3. That's my move 1 and 2, and then their moves are, they went pawn to f6 and then pawn to a5. Bishop c4. That's too bad. It already did pawn to c4. Like, yeah, I guess I won't do it after all. Never mind. Bishop e2. Blue. E2, or D2. I don't know. What I can always do is I can turn it off like this, but I have to keep clicking on my phone every single turn, which this is a classical game where it's going to be, so I made one mistake already. It's very unsatisfying how that's the case. Like, what am I supposed to do with that, man? When it's, like, it's okay. It's not a terrible mistake, but that just shows you I have no confidence in this thing. So I went bishop to d2, d3, and then they went pawn to h5. So now I'll make my next move here. Castle. Okay, so in this case, it worked, so a big surprise, big shock. I just want to play like one game and take it seriously. It's a 30-minute game. It's a classical game. I'm not going to talk too much, or I'll keep muting it if I do. And I could watch a video while doing this too, but that would be too much. I can't handle that. Pawn h3. Okay, I actually got that correct because he's pushing the pawn. He went pawn to h4. I should keep saying it as it happens, but he went pawn h4, so I went pawn h3 to block it. Then he goes pawn to a to b, b6, pawn to b6 by him, and of course he's black, I'm white. And I'll make my move in a second here. I should explain my thought process a bit more as to how I'm doing this, but I play sort of defensively, so all I was trying to do is develop in castle. And now that one pawn is already fucked up, the c4 pawn. So when you say the move name, the coordinate name, and multiple pieces can go there, sometimes it'll mess it up. Looks like he's disconnected too, so let me try knight c3. Knight c3. Okay, we already won, claim victory, because the guy the guy just left because I'm taking too long. But to be fair, it's a classical game, so that's what you're meant to do, right? And certainly I can't play faster games like this. I want to get to the point where I'm good enough where I can actually do that. I can first of all play at a much higher level, and I can second of all, maybe that's a sign that I just shouldn't do this because I'll get in a fucking crash because of it. I'm trying to look at the screen as little as possible, or only when there's a good chance to do it. Or, you don't have to look for an extended period of time. This is kind of fun to do, but I can't really get the commentary in. Not because I can't concentrate on 2 things, 3 things at once, but because I can't do, because of the muting function. Now, the first couple moves I just make manually anyway, because I don't want to have to risk aborting over that. It's a great psychological effect. Like, you just lost to somebody who's driving, who's fucking using their voice. So first move, I go pawn to e4, I mean. The pawn e4, then he goes pawn to c5. Now it has to do this loading shit again. So the bishop c4. Purple. Bishop c4, bishop. So So it did a pawn move. Okay, I'm not doing this. I don't care. So fucking stupid, man. Like, that's not really justified, because I only unmute it when I'm ready to do the move, and it made a pawn move that had nothing to do with it, man. Knight E5. Makes no fucking sense, man. Makes no fucking sense. So then he goes pawn to E6, or yeah. Bishop C4. Does the pawn again. Like, I don't understand this, man. Am I saying, like, the wrong coordinate? Like, how the fuck? This is garbage. This is garbage, man. Knight C3. Alright, meant the other one, actually, but... Bishop E2. Green. Bishop. So the thing with that is it'll like point these arrows and have them colored. No, it's really bad though. I mean, I said Bishop C4 in 2 games in a row. So how else am I supposed to say that? I don't, and it even said it like in the text. So he goes like knight to F6, castle. Now he goes bishop to. People play so fast, even maybe just because it's the opening, but in these longer formats, people still play so fast. So he goes bishop to E7. Pawn B3. Pawn B3. So that moved D3 instead of B3. Maybe it's my fault. I'm just not clear enough. I can't really explain it. So now he goes pawn to A6. Pawn B3. It even says it right in the thing sometimes, like with where it's writing it out, what it's listening to. But then it keeps going, like it did D. There's no way to combat that, I guess, like when words sound similar, like B and D or whatever, C and E. Bishop D3. Green. So I capture the knight that he moved to there, so then he captures back with the queen, so now his queen is on d3. Pawn b3. b3, 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 pawn b3. That's too bad. It did it this time, but it keeps trying to do D, which I can maybe sort of understand vaguely. So I'm already down like a piece, I think, because I was not trying to do. I mean, I don't mean to make excuses, but it's kind of like, it would be fun if it just worked. Even with me having to tap this shit, it just doesn't work. That's just the reality of it. It does not work. It's not workable. It doesn't work. That's it. So he goes pawn to b6. Queen red. Queen red. Queen f3. Blue. I like this to compel the queen trade in such a way that is very cute, and I tend to like it. Now he captures back the queen that did successfully move to f3. Rook f3. So we capture the queen back, and then he castles. And so let me try to give a little thought process. Here it gets kind of nice to take your time. This is the stage of the game that I like, so I'll take my time. Let me try to count the material too. He has 2 rooks and 2 bishops and a knight. I have 2 rooks, 1 bishop, and a knight. So I'm down 1 square piece that is obviously meant to be a handicap that this wants to deliberately inflict upon me. Bishop. Green. So when I do that, I still have to tell you the notation because you don't know what green was. It's bishop to b2 that I maybe was trying to do much earlier on in the game. Then he moves bishop to b7. Rook f1. Purple. Well, the rook goes to f1, which you got confused rightfully because there's 2 rooks that can go to f1. That was the rook from f3 to f1. But that'll confuse it more if you say it like that. Like you're giving them too many notations to deal with. Now he goes rook to D8. Rook D1. Rook D1. Green. We went rook from A1 to D1. That would be the correct, one to do. It gets a little confused in terms of you just have to be patient and you have to go by the colors more. And maybe I should do it like that. I should say bishop and then wait and then say it once it highlights the bishop. I'm down to 20 minutes. He has 28 left. I don't know. I like doing this, but clearly it doesn't like me. But no, that's always a good measure of social contrivance. Speaking of random topics, like whether or not you're able to. I guess I could listen to the trial at the same time as doing this. Jodi Arias, but just for now, I won't do it. But yeah, see, now he's taking a little bit of time, so I can ramble on about various stuff and react to something or whatever. And then I like that because, this is how it should be. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm stressed out and trying to move fast and I feel bad. Like, I got 20 minutes left, and so, the one game will last like the whole drive too. But that is like splitting your attention, or it's like one of those things where, you see a streamer playing like 5 games at once, or reacting to stuff while playing stuff, while listening to music, while interacting with chat, while talking, while their wife gives them a blowjob, while they're eating food, while they're, whatever the fuck. So you have all this hyper activity. So he goes knight to E4. Knight E4, red. If knight captures knight, and then bishop's going to capture knight back. Very simple. So this would be a reasonable position if I just had something along the lines of a functional fucking shit. Like, look at how much time I'm committing to this, too, but I'm down a piece because of the clown show shit that we've had to go through. So now, I'm not sure what to do. We have a bishop in prime position attacking the king side. We have the... You got like a fucking farm vehicle going across the road. Like, what the fuck are you doing? I don't know actually what to do. Pawn G4. G, no. There's got to be a cancel function, or it's got to give you more time, because that's just wrong. That's just wrong, man. I said G, like, how's it do F? It did pawn to F5 instead of G4 that I said. Then he captures back on F5 with the other pawn that he has on E6. rook e1. Green. Now, I'm not even the excuse-making type, but this is bullshit. Like, it ruins the whole game. Like, what the fuck, man? How am I supposed to know? Some of these are totally unjustified. It seems like maybe more so the pawn moves, or the pawns confuse it because they can always move to so many squares. And now I could, like, push the pawn. So I move the rook from f1 to e1. Now, if I push the pawn, then you could lose the other bishop because he'd have to move one, even if he took. So he goes bishop, the dark square bishop to g5. So I don't really know what to respond to that with. Let me think here. You got to go forward and pawn g4. Pawn. So the rook can't. I'll just do it with my finger, man. I'll just play with my finger. I don't care. Like, this is fucking. The rook captured on e4, and then the bishop, and then he captured back with a pawn. It's just wrong, man. It's just wrong. Okay, I'll do another one. I'm very unhappy with this. Like, I just can't explain it. I keep trying to give it a chance, but it won't let me fucking do it. Like, fuck you, man. Well, the first couple, I'll just play the whole thing like this. I don't care. I'll just do it manually. Like, how many moves do I really have to make, man? It's so fucking dog shit. So he goes to e5, e4, then I go he goes e4, then I go e5, and then he goes knight to f3. Then I go knight to c3. Then he goes bishop to c4. Bishop. Purple. So purple is, of course, c5 in that context. So this is going pretty much how I expect, but there's going to be a move that fucks me up somewhere along the line. You never know really which move it's going to be, so that's why it makes me kind of mad. But he goes pawn to c3. Knight, orange, the colors seem to work better than anything else, so you can't always get the prompt. So I went knight to knight to f6, yeah, his knight's on f3, my knight's on f6. So this move, he goes ahead and he does he does pawn to d3. Pawn h6. No. Pawn green blue purple so I went to h6 to specifically block the bishop from pinning the knight. Then he goes ahead and he castles. Castle. So that's pretty good because you get to basically everything's just matching him back and forth. So he castled, I castled. Now he goes pawn to b4. Bishop yellow. So the bishop drops back to back to b6. It's a good way to learn notation, though, honestly. Okay, now this is the stage in the game that I live for because it's like all I have to do is, just kind of stay the course and everything's good. And now he goes rook to d1, e1, rook to e1, because the queen's already on d1. So now what you have here is pawn purple. Pawn purple. Blue. So we end up going pawn to d6, covering that so the knight is no longer needed to cover it or something. And now he goes bishop to e3, and then I'll certainly capture back with my own bishop here in a minute. Bishop dark bishop green Okay, so what I did is I captured with my bishop from b6 to his bishop on e3, and then he captures back with this rook from e1. Okay, so he captured back, so everything is actually even and good in this position, and so it hasn't made any mistakes yet. If I make a mistake, I'll acknowledge it at least, but Alright, so give me a second here, and I'll figure a way to move something else. So my plan now is, okay, the development is over, or I got to finish developing the light square bishop. So what you can do now is you can create a V-shaped structure where, since one of the bishops is gone, you don't have to worry about the bishop pair. And I'm going to go pawn to B6, and open that light square bishop's position. Right, and then we'll be in good shape. Everything else is secure. Everything else is fine. Pawn. Purple. Pawn. Red. Pawn. Red. Pawn B6. Taking a real gamble there. So we got pawn b6. It's sometimes hard to see the colors. They're sort of dim, so you sometimes are guessing. But it looked like red, but it wasn't red, so... Now he goes queen to c3, or b3. So let's see. Again, the goal is not necessarily to play fast. He's got the double diagonal going, but he can't even do it because of the simple fact that my pawn is there, my rook is there. Pawn, purple, green, so now we raise the pawn from a7 to a5. Now you can capture, I can capture back with the rook. Instead he decides to go bishop to d5. Bishop to d5 he does. Pinning the knight to the thing. Bishop, orange, so I go bishop to b7, and that still preserves the pin because the bishop is pinning the knight into the rook. Now it's pinning the knight into the uncovered bishop. So now I still have to cover the bishop, but then I'll cover it with the rook itself, and also thereby unpinning, even in a longer sense, the other thing. So it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Or that is unfortunate. He brings the queen. So now he goes queen to c4. Queen. Green. So now I cover the knight with the queen right back. See, this is at least an interesting position. Now he does that, which means the pin is indeed a thing, but can I counter with something? This, at least, I don't mind. It wasn't the fault of the voice thing that I'm going to lose. If only I could unleash the knight into an attack on the queen itself, then I could do something. This position requires a bit more nuance to it. I don't actually know what to do with that. But this is a move I could have done maybe all along, and I just missed it. The knight could have taken the whole time. Maybe I can escape it just like that. So I'll go knight, blue, purple, so I go knight to d4, d5 I mean. Then he captures back with the queen, so queen to d5, and then the pin is still there, and so now I don't really know what to do. So I'm going to lose a piece here, but at least he earned that a little bit more. So again, the pawn is pressuring the knight. If I move the knight, or no, this isn't a big deal. You could just move it to cover the stupid ass thing. So I'll just go knight to d8. Knight. Orange. Yeah, who the fuck do you think you're playing against? If the fucking voice thing doesn't sabotage me, I'm unbeatable. So now I cover it back with that. Not exactly what I was thinking, but he came up with a good little thing, so he dealt with it there. So all that for nothing. It's an even trade. It's the scholar's mate, and you've had your four, like the James Bond little riff I made fun of. I do so many of those kind of joke quotes based on movies or something. But you really expect somebody to make mistakes in a classical game, it's going to be a draw 100% of the time at every level. Everything's good with this. You got the V-shaped structure, beautiful, and you got the bishop, and you got everything. So I'm going to probably move the king now so I can push the pawn on the F file. So he goes back with the queen to... so we did knight d8, then he goes queen to b3, and then king, blue, so I go king h8. Alright, they're in the corner, so now we can open up the pawn. We go the pawn to like f4, f5 I mean. I can never get used to this fucking stupid ass notation, dude. This is pretty fun, but maybe I'll watch something in the background while doing it too in the future, although that seems maybe a little bit too I don't know. So he goes knight to ABC d2, knight to d2, and I can do in response the same thing I was going to do. Pawn, green, so we go pawn to f5. If he captures, I can easily capture back with the rook. I'm attacking onto the knight as well with the thing, or I'm also covering with the queen. And I could take because he's not double threatening onto there. So he has 26 minutes, I have 17 minutes. I wonder if you could guess that based on how, like when I'm talking and when I'm not. Because whenever I'm talking, it's their turn. Or no, it could be my turn because I'm muting the thing. So I have to keep clicking this every time. So with a little more effort, I can just click the fucking move. But that's more precise. Here I can just kind of click the voice box icon, which is annoying that I have to do that. But you should be able to say like stop listening or something sometime, but he captures back with the pawn, so I went pawn to f5, he goes pawn to f5 from e4. This move might take a little bit of thought. I could take with the queen and I'm setting up for something good, but also it doesn't matter because you don't want really the queen always in front now like this. You might want to set up for double stack with the rooks, and the rooks aren't connected because the knight is in the way. But the bishop can take that any time that you want. It's a little tricky. Do I take with the rook or do I take with the thing? Oh, but the knight covers knight too, so I don't know. I'll take it with the queen, I guess. Queen. Rook. Blue. Green. I had a change of heart actually. So the rook goes to f5. Because whatever you do with the queen is just going to get caught out there and it's not going to be good. Well, this position is very basic. It's very basic and very beautiful in the sense that it's just like a normal position that you can kind of deal with. And if you can do that, then these are the kind of position I live for. I have 16 minutes, he has 25, but it doesn't matter because it's just kind of cool. He's down 24 minutes, so because that much difference won't matter. The game should be over by then. Because at this stage in the game, something is going to happen, right? It can't drag out this much. Openings are boring, end games are boring and repetitive, and stale and drawish and everything, but this is the middle game. This is ripe for the action. I could try to double stack it. I'm also attacking with the bishop, but it also doesn't matter because you're also covering with the knight. And so let's just see what he does here. Yeah, I've seen video of Nurmi too from the Jodi trial, the defense attorney, and he was all fat there, but he's much skinnier now. So is he just in better shape, or is it some medical thing he had done or whatever with the millions he made from his books and stuff, which honestly I kind of say he would deserve it more than Juan, because Juan at least got all the attention. Nurmi was forced to do it against his will despite his wanting to quit. Completely unacceptable to do that to him, and then you want to act like he's the bad guy. Like, what is he supposed to do? He's not going to just not defend her, but he's also going to, you know what I mean? It's my turn. What did he do? He went knight to something. He went knight to e4. Knight to e4. Which I could take with the bishop. I could take with something. Hang on a minute now. Okay, he goes knight to e4, so I don't know exactly what that does. I can still create the double stack. These moments become a little more difficult when you have to calculate so much. If I took, he could take with the rook. It wouldn't open interchange anything. I'm just going to do a queen move that I was talking about. Queen. Yellow. So I go queen f7. So now we're double stacked with the rook and the queen. Queen. It's not ladies first with the double stack, though. You'd rather the queen be in the back a lot of the time because, unless you're actually just mating them, but you don't want the queen to be first because then it disincentivizes trading or even sacking or whatever you're doing because you don't want the queen to die first. Now we're threatening the trade with the queen itself, and so if he doesn't take it, then we preserve the double stack. He takes with the queen, so he goes queen to f7, rook blue, orange, so I go rook to f7, and the reality is that I have, I maybe should have done it with the knight and used that as a chance to unburden that knight by what has been, just sort of blocking the back ring, but it's okay. So I go rook to f7, he goes knight from f3 to h4, and then I still have plenty of time. This is kind of a more uncomfortable part of driving, so I have to kind of pay a bit more attention. It's actually slower, but it's just different. So I don't think anything they do here is a big deal. Knight, blue, I go knight to e6. Just to get out of the way, we can create a double stack. And of course, this pawn isn't covered on f3, f2. This was at least a fully played game. Whether I even win or not now, I don't know. He goes rook to e1. Rook, green, red, so I go rook from a8 to f8, so we're double stacked. That's one of those confusing moves. The colors are actually a big help. You should say the piece's name first, which is difficult with the pawns, and then go by the color. The problem is the colors are also sometimes hard to see because they're so like light. No, this is all I wanted, is just to do like one solid fucking thing. You could say, I could combine it too. That's the well, I don't really want to do that. Like where I could listen to the song or I could do like some low brain content in the background. But now he goes pawn to f3. So he goes pawn f3, which I don't understand because there's nowhere good for my knight to even go. I don't know. I'm a little stumped here because maybe I'll make a little brazen move here. Knight, red, knight, red, knight, G, knight, I just did that one manually. Like, I fucking hate this thing. I went knight to G5. Knight to G5. So if he trades, it puts my other pawn in an awkward spot. Double stacked, but I don't know why. I just wanted to do it. And he has a fork also, too. He has a fork, or he can take the rook. Right, where he could check with the knight and everything. And he's going to certainly do it when I do this here. So he captures with the knight on F. He captures with the knight on the F square here. On F5. Pawn. Purple. No. So it goes pawn, instead it goes pawn, I don't know what it did, A, B, C, D, D4 it went, and now he goes knight to G, G6, and he forks me. King. Oh, that's kind of funny. It does the king move automatically because there was no king move to do. Like, there was only one king move to do, so it went king to G8. Rook. Green. So I played pretty well, and that move I was going to get forked anyway, but I got like sort of double forked, but it didn't matter because, you know, whatever, it was still fine. And so now I go rook to F7, then he goes rook to E5. And so now what you can do is king, green, but it did kind of the wrong thing. There were two moves, but it automatically did it. Right, so even though that's what I wanted to do, so it went king to H7, then he goes knight to E7, rook, orange, so I go back to F8. He can easily take that pawn there. I was hoping to like pin something down, like if he leaves the thing there, it would be like, oh no, if he moves the knight now, the rook gets taken for free, but actually he's double stacked, so it doesn't matter. I'm pretty much going to lose this one. He has the... Well, actually, wait. No, he has a piece extra and he has a rook extra, like... Now he captures knight on D5. Rook... So I go rook to D8, and we're double attacking it, but you can easily move it, and I might just win a pawn at best out of it. So you get put a rook on the file here on the 7th row, and then he can check with the thing with the knight, and I won't be able to take it with the pawn because it's pinned. So he's incentivized at least to move it, which he almost can't even do, or I could maybe take a pawn if he does it. Or I still won't be able to if he goes back to like F6, F5. So he goes knight to C7, and then I'll go rook. I go rook to whatever the fuck that is. And the reason why is because I don't know, I kind of am out of it. The reason why I can't even do it, just whatever, forget it. I lose the game, it's over. But this one was pretty good. At some point I started making moves myself though, like the rook has so many options now, they don't even do the colored arrows, as if there's not enough colors you could potentially do for it. But no, at least I found some tricks to it. It's not a very good position to be in, and I'm not really happy about it, so let's just forget it. But no, I played pretty well. I played pretty much the way I want to play it too, in terms of what I want here. It's just like, it's not quite good enough. It's not exactly what I want, and so you're able to basically do it in such a way that you feel basically like it was okay. It was okay. I'm not crazy about it. It's fun, but I don't know. I'm very frustrated by it actually. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to do. It's too much effort, man. Like I'll try to do it while watching something else, but the reality is that muting it and unmuting it, the fact that I have to keep tapping that every time, that should be enough of a commitment where I shouldn't have to worry about anything else. Right, but on top of that, I've had to make some moves manually, or I've had to basically do it in such a way that it just isn't that good, or it'll make a mistake somewhere along the line in the game, and you won't really know that entirely, so I'm not too happy about it. So yeah, I don't know what that was. I just felt like doing it though somehow. But yeah, I would say I played at a reasonable level, because I always create these kind of positions that are easy to draw and are kind of safe to play, where you sort of trade a lot and everything's sort of simplified and there's no problem. And so the reason why you're able to get away with doing that is because of the simple fact that it doesn't matter what your level of play is, you'll get down to the end game, it'll be pretty even, and then everything will be fine, so you don't have to overdo it. And the reason why you don't have to overdo it is because you don't really know what you're doing, so the principle is kind of like minimalism. Since you don't know what you're doing, you don't have to try to do too much or try to do crazy fancy attacks, which more than likely are not going to work. You just play it safe and see what happens in there. Yeah, like a Pokemon game I could do, just because you're just saying, well, the movement would get kind of tricky, but I got to figure out some sort of emulation capability with that, where you say where to go, like move left, move left, move left, and you keep doing that. And, you know, it obviously, you could do it theoretically with a real-time game too, Like they somehow set it up with Dark Souls, and then they're showing like, oh, we beat Ornstein and Smog with that, but it doesn't mean that, I don't know, like that's ideal to do, but they obviously memorized exactly what to do or something. Okay, so let's do just a YouTube video. I like the idea of doing that. I just wish, all I want from that is I want to play one game where it's actually proper, and it's just impossible to do it, where it's proper all the way, right? And you just can't do it. It's so stupid. This is... Oh, it seems like my headphone isn't even working. My Bluetooth, because I haven't been using it this whole time. That's very odd. Or it says it's on, but I don't get it. This is very unfortunate, actually. So now, oh my god, I'm so, like, not in the mood for this, man. Nothing is fucking working. It says it's connected, but it's not working, so I give up. This is Jodi Arias, raw Jodi Arias full interview footage in 3, 2, 1. And I'm just listening to it like you are, like whatever, with the speaker, because I can't get it to work otherwise. And I probably won't even really be able to hear it. What an amazing fucking session this has been, man. But no, it'd be cool to get that to work with. Yeah, like Adventure Quest, I could play that. Like, theoretically, because everything is just like button prompts, you don't have to move around, everything's turn-based. That would actually be a good game to play like this. Do they really have to show that we're attaching the mic and stuff? Is this really important? You know, in a way, I almost can't even blame her for getting this attention, because it's like the last attention you're ever going to get. What do you want her to do? Just quietly go into obscurity when everybody's so curious? And you know you're going to jail, so you make a spectacle out of it, but to be fair, it's the media that makes a spectacle, like, they're asking for Charles Manson interviews in fucking jail and stuff. But do they really have to show this, dude? That's why it's raw, because you get to see them set up the lavalier mic and shit. Still better mic quality than mine right now, even though this is in like 2010 or whatever the fuck. This, in a way, is maybe her dream come true. She always wanted to be famous for photography, but not like this. Like, in some weird way that you get to, you like to have your photographs admired, but Travis in the shower. Jodi said you're going to be famous for this one, like the Calvin Klein style, but she never knew exactly for what reason. Right, you never would have guessed for what reason you'd be famous for it. Yeah, like Adventure Quest or Pokemon games, turn-based game, Paper Mario games, Mario and Luigi games, Final Fantasy games. All these games can be done with the thing. But no, Adventure Quest is especially good for it because there's no movement. Like, you would just say, go random battle, or go to the house, Warlick's house, or whatever it is. Right, you would just say it based on that. You could probably do it on your computer better, but it doesn't mean that would entirely work. Or actually, that probably would work too. You just have your computer in like the passenger seat or in some way that you can see. That would be the main issue, the visuals of it. Right, rather than doing it on your phone, you'd have the visuals of the computer itself in such a way that you can deal with. I can't even hear what the fuck they're saying, so whatever, dude. But the headphones won't work, that stupid ass thing wouldn't work with the mic, with the voice. It worked okay, but you gotta try to go for the color. So say the name of the piece, then wait, then say the color, then wait, and then sometimes it still won't work, but generally it worked. Or there should be more of a cancel period. Like maybe I should say, I should have more like a delay on it, actually. Or let me use subtitles here. How it escalated. I don't know if there's really a word in at least vocabulary to describe it. But I think fortified, mortified is the word. Did you avoid eye contact with Travis's family while you were in there, or what did you make your thoughts on there? I typically avoided eye contact. I don't need to look at people when I already can see through them, one of my RP kind of lines to say. See their faces, Travis, see their faces, abused me, the man that abused me. Oh, you're going to play the victim. I don't want to look at that. Like, really, dude? You have the sense that there is great division on both sides, but the majority is against me. What are, at least she acknowledges that. What are your thoughts? A psychologist once explained to me that society is the one who gave you the free books. Society has this need to persecute people. I actually agree with this, like the social, shaming, public shaming, social stigmatizing. Like, if she committed a crime, she can go to jail, and that's fine. But you like to make a public spectacle out of somebody more than just that, just to reinforce yourself, make yourself feel better, make yourself feel better about the cognitive dissonance and the structure that you're under, like the limits and restraint. Like, oh, it's worth it because look at this bad person, and it's some weird, like, reinforcement through enforcement structure, threatening, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Just wanted to get it over with. What are you focusing on, court, or are you focusing on what could be the worst outcome for you? I would much rather die, and that's why maybe the jury doesn't do that, even though she has all these aspirations for what she can do in jail. She sort of plays pretty good reverse psychology. Like, we don't know now whether she really wanted to die or not. She kept saying she was trying to kill herself. So then that plants the seed that, oh, you know, we don't want to give her the death penalty because that's what she wants. But maybe it's not what she wants. But she kind of plays with everybody here. It's hard to know what she really wants, and the jury certainly can't predict it or anything. I don't think she really wants that, though. Oh, don't worry, they'll get you moving around, doing work in the yard and shit, which just drive me a little crazy. I think you're already a little crazy, girl. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done this shit.
Well, prior to trial, I respected Juan as a very capable attorney. Even though he's done some very shady things in the case.
He's done some very shady things, and you might think, oh, that's just her throwing shade. But, like, she's just being salty and lying. But actually, she, he did get this bar, not entirely over this, but he really did do some shady things.
His accusation that I was seeking fame is absurd. I remember a hearing we had in 2011 when he stood up before the court and said, I don't control the media. If it were up to me, I'd be on TV every night. So I think he's the one seeking fame.
Yeah, he was seeking fame. She makes a good point here, though. So she gets the last laugh against Juan. doesn't mean that you overturn the verdict, but that has nothing to do with Juan, really, because, again, any competent prosecutor should have been able to win that case that was reasonably cut and dry, so it's not like Juan's credit, right, like, oh, anybody could have done it to a degree.
I wanted to crawl under the table and just disappear.
So don't give him too much credit and fluff him up too much. Right, so even though Jodi's conviction is maintained, that has nothing to do with Juan. Like, she's guilty, so she's guilty. That has nothing to do with it. You know, that's just the real outcome.
Just coming to fully understand what I've put people through. My family and everyone else as well.
Little crocodile tear shit. Okay, so today I'll move on from the Jodi Arias trial and I'm watching a part of the Alex Jones trial. I haven't actually seen that much of this. Maybe there's a few clips and highlights. So this is Alex Jones testifies in Sandy Hook defamation trial part 1. And we're at 42 minutes on the nose. So I probably watched some of it before this. And so we're starting in 3, 2, 1. Curator showing people there's a glut of news information. And yeah, like mainstream media does that too, where they'll focus on one thing, like a big thing to make a spectacle out of it. Also appear on other shows. You know, they get him on his ego, like, oh yeah, I show off here and I go here and do this, but they'll use that to show his impact and influence, to show that he used that to disseminate things that are part of the slander here. But no, it's a way disproportionate response that they did. Try to destroy his whole company. It's obviously just a witch hunt, right? It's one thing you fine him for $5 million and move on, but they overdid it. If I was like Elon Musk or somebody, I would do that. I would pay the whole thing, and you can associate with me with him all you want. I don't care. I would even say it in the statement, like, I don't vouch for any of his views, but it's clearly just a way to try to destroy his company. So I'm going to personally pay off the $1 billion, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's a way disproportionate response. I would do that. I would personally do that. When you have that kind of money, it's like, fuck you money. The point is, I don't care about the Sandy Hook thing in terms of, oh, I'm not taking a side, but I'm saying that's a way disproportionate response. Like, even when you murder somebody, the bail, when it's set, is set lower, way lower than that. There's no, a $1 billion thing is not a real fine. That's not something that happens. Right? That's obviously when you're just out to get somebody. $10 a day. This is all an estimate, though. He wouldn't know exactly how much. Is this his own lawyer asking him, or because it sounds very nice and not adversarial, but he'll still say some wild things. But there are performative aspects to everything, so I don't know why people act like, oh, does he really believe everything he says? I'm sure he doesn't believe everything he says, but a lot of it he probably does. That's the whole reason why he's doing it. Like, you can't say, oh, he's just doing this all for attention, because then why would it be so exact? Like, it's a reflection of what you find interesting or valuable yourself that you would even do it in the first place. This is kind of too cordial and too nice. I honestly can't decide what to watch. Like, I was trying to do this YouTube series very open-ended, but I have nothing. Let's go through the formats again that I keep forgetting. Like, but you got to give him credit too. He was very impressive with how he put together that company and did all this. Like, you could say, oh, all he does is say crazy stuff, but okay, then you say crazy stuff and try to be as successful at it as him. So it's not that simple. David Knight won a contest. This isn't actually that interesting. It's got to be more adversarial. But let's go through my formats. Okay, number 1 was supposed to be Skibbity Toilet, which I'm not really in the mood to do that right now. Sort of react to that. I might do a little bit of it sometime, but Skibbity Toilet stuff, then what, is he giving like a cough drop or something? Exception to the food and the clothing. That was kind of nice of her. Kind of cuts down on his ability to yell and scream and all that. Now, this was just wrong, though. And again, people would say that means Elon Musk is far right, but I would say it very clearly. And that's why Twitter is such a good thing, too, because you can't separate him from Twitter. So, like, I would post a tweet, and you would see, I do not vouch for a single thing Alex Jones has ever said. However, this defamation trial was clearly a witch hunt to try to destroy him, was clearly a biased and selective way to try to destroy him and tear down his entire company for committing a crime that does not justify anywhere near the amount, the penalty amount. I'm doing this to simply set right an illegitimate process that was completely out to get him. Right, and so that's the point. I don't have to like him, I don't have to vouch for him, I don't have to do anything, and I don't want anything in return. But I want to make sure that his company goes on, and you can say whatever crazy things you want, for the most part, because if they're crazy, then people don't have to listen. So there's two layers. Why would people listen? You can say, oh, those people are just crazy too. But then there must be some truth in it, or there must be some, don't blame him for that. Like, but everything is like the op-ed now with how biased fucking everything is. Yeah, that's why. Like, the majority of what he does, the InfoWars does, is probably pretty serious. But then people focus only on the 20% that's a little out there. So it's kind of myopic marginalization. Like, people will think of, chemicals in the water that makes the frogs gay. Oh, wait, that's actually true. Or other things. Epstein, he was right about a lot of stuff. But people focus on the most extreme lowest common denominator part, not the... Actually, the way I use the term lowest common denominator is a little different than that. That's like a very different meaning. The meaning could be like you focus on the worst part, right? I don't really use the term like that, but in other words, out of 100 hours of news, 1 hour would be bad or extreme or something, and you'll focus on that. So you'll define it by its lowest common denominator. But the way that I use it is more like something that appeals to the lowest common denominator, like a mass of people, the largest number of people, right? Like something like sexual appeal, right? That appeals to the broad majority of people without any nuance or anything to it. And so Alex Jones being anti-war, that's the whole irony that you don't realize what it's really about. Like even Trump being anti-war. War industrial complex, and so what you have with that is, the figurehead might change, so, it goes from George Bush to Obama, but the position is still the same. They're both warmongers in a manner of speaking. Bush, obviously worse still, though, because of the Iraq War, but it's important for someone like him to be self-funded because they can't shut you down, they can't control what you say, and obviously with the kind of content he does, that's very relevant to it. False duality and sort of this, almost like a one-party state where it seems like, Mitt Romney or Obama, but they're not really going to be that different. It's just like an image that I look at. Maybe it's partly because of their appearance, but like you see Mitt Romney and Obama standing across from each other, and that to me perfectly sums up, they're the same. They might be in different parties, they might seem like opposition, controlled opposition, but they're the same when I look at them. That's kind of how I looked at Trump and Hillary, actually, but I was wrong about that, clearly. Like, that, they're basically the same. I'm not going to really distinguish. That's a good analogy, actually. The dogfight might have happened, but you're the Michael Vick. The CNN is the Michael Vick who puts them in the arena together. Yeah, like that little kid being in the Blackwater ad, and then that ad is removed, who tried to kill Trump the first time. It might just be a coincidence, it might be an incidental, but let's say it was this multinational war, sort of, what do I typically call them? Like, special ops, kind of background, mercenary, military, paramilitary group, right? That does all this shady stuff in the background and has done it in various countries. Now it's like, it's just a coincidence. It's like, if they made a mistake and something like that came out, that would be all it would be. Like, it's not going to be super obvious. Yeah, you can cut down everything. Yeah, which is fair. I mean, I sympathize with the whole media aspect because that is the real mode of control. Like, how do the elite in a country control the outcome of things beyond just their wealth and business and everything? They use the media as their mouthpiece, right? Like corporate media mouthpieces and oligarchy and all this kind of stuff, right? That's fairly obvious that they use that to influence things. I don't know why people would resist that point. Why wouldn't they do that? I'm not even saying they're bad for doing it. I'm saying it's not about good or bad. It's just practical. Yes, they'll use, powerful people will use their power for various things, like, that might be in their own interest. Why wouldn't they do it if they feel they can get away with it? Especially in the guise of news and so forth. It's no coincidence that that coverage leads to support for one of the two dominant political parties and not for an independent or not for other things. So there is a clear structure there where the overlap of that intent, right, Democrat or Republican, the overlap is still certain incentives that you have there. So it is a sympathetic position that, like, who is Alex Jones, right? He was just some random guy who got his, made a break for himself, who did all this. And so you're looking at it kind of the wrong way. He's like a nobody. He doesn't really have that much power. He has a bit of a following. He's made a bit of money. But, like, who is he really? Is Alex Jones really a threat to your life in any way ever? And the answer is he's not. He's not really going to do anything to you, right, no matter what. So the real people who do have true power, right, don't like him, though, because he's a small threat to their power. That's my whole position, too. If any, or just the objective absolutist sort of tendency, if what he's saying is totally false, then that would speak for itself. And accurate reporting in other ways would win through social Darwinism. So if it's false, let people decide for themselves, and nobody would listen to him or care what he says. If what he's saying is true, then that's just a reflection of truth. If it's somewhere in between with some little spin on it, then people can see that for themselves. So it's not really necessary to shut somebody like that down, right? Don't fear the words. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't cut out the tongue, if you will. Just, he can say whatever he wants, and it doesn't really matter. Like, what did it really do? The Sandy Hook thing or that Pizzagate conspiracy he was doing, what does it really do? And again, on a defamation level, fine him for $1 million and move on. But it was way out of... You can't really show that damage. Like, what happened to the Sandy Hook families as a result of what he said specifically that would amount to $1 billion damage? There is no such thing. If you were involved in the crime and helped propagate the actual execution of it, like if you weren't responsible but you provided some support or ideas, that would be different. But... But I have to respect what he did. Like, it's no small accomplishment what he was able to create. And so it's just an excuse to tear him down, right? For various other reasons, which is almost for someone like him that validates him. Look how eager they are to get rid of him. Or like these little caveman, the milkshake, or the fucking... I don't know if some of those are his own products, or like sort of in... or just he's doing an ad for it, like some little pills or something. But again, it's people's decision whether they decide to buy it or not. Like, it's not... I don't like when people talk about media like this, like, oh, it's the Fox News rabbit hole, but it's your choice to both go in there or look at it or to take it seriously or to act on it. Like, it's you. It's still you. So don't blame the thing. It's their choice, and you have to give them the benefit of the doubt that that's what they really think, or that, He sounded like he said there's no people happy there. You're outsourcing it? Yeah, at some point it becomes such an information overload that, like, the V for Vendetta effect, you can call it. Like, there's so many people do something that you can't even catch them for it, like downloading illegal torrents or something. If millions of people do it, how can you punish them? At best, you can punish the person who uploaded it in the first place and put it online for them to, the uploader, not the millions of people downloading it. It would be very hard. Like, if there's millions of people doing something wrong, so if you do it like that, you can't catch people. That's the power that people have. That's where the government can be easily outmaneuvered, because, like, you have this ability to you could have all these people walking around, like, doing resistance to the government, and you can't control all of them. So as much as look at it, victim blaming, but like, the Holocaust, if all 6 million of those people banded together, there's nothing you could do to them, right? 6 million is way too big of a number, but you sort of divide and conquer, and when they come for you, nobody stands up for them. So it's really a fault of society more than the people trying to perpetrate it, even because, well, again, you get the big picture, is that to allow something like that to happen as a society, it requires a lot of failures along the way. In the media, being allowed state-aligned control, taken over, allowing anybody to come to a position of so much power, allowing the Nazi Party to have that much power, allowing somebody that bad as an individual, if you want to put past that judgment, to come to that position of power, any position of power, to turn a blind eye to certain things. Like, there's so many things that have to go along with it, and have a number of people who are genuinely believe this or indoctrinated into it, like the Hitler Youth. Oh, this is a different judge than that, though. But this is a different judge, and then they have another trial elsewhere. So, yeah, again, I like what that represents. Again, think about if Elon Musk does that. I try to turn the phone off or, like, put it to sleep to stop the audio, but because we have YouTube Premium, it goes on anyway, so that can be kind of annoying. That's always been active since we got it. But there's a clear bias. Like, it's hard to say, oh, the jury just doesn't like Alex Jones. But maybe, like with Trump, most people might, or I won't say most people, but a lot of people aren't going to like him. Or like how there was some argument you could make with this. Like, it's impossible to have a fair and objective jury for Alex Jones or for, let's use Donald Trump, because that's kind of what you see with people. A bulk of people love him, a bulk of people hate him. There is not very few people who are going to be objective about it. So you already know they're bringing in their bias. That's where we've created this culture. You could say, oh, it's a reflection of just how he is and what he does, but it still doesn't matter as far as the particular crime that he's committed, but people go in with that bias. So I can guarantee it would be almost impossible to find a fair and objective jury where it wouldn't be, clearly a lot of people like him, clearly a lot of people hate him. It's a love-hate relationship. It's not like, oh, there's a lot of people who just view him as ordinary or in the middle of the road down the line. There are so many genuinely good memes and different things that I've discovered in doing all this React stuff that I hadn't seen before. Like that Shia LaBeouf thing, not only had I not seen it before, I don't think I even knew what it was. I had never heard it referenced to or anything. That was genuinely just 100% new to me, which is surprising with how much, whatever random stuff I've seen over the years. Like the Christian Bale freak out I had obviously seen many times before. Maybe not that song based on it. The whatever, he's sneaking into your party or something with your niece Patrice, unattractive niece. Right, that is the same guy actually who made that. Mark Ronson or whatever. But no, I love that. He actually gets the whole choir together and actually does this as a professional, like a stage show, seemingly. With no audience except for Shia LaBeouf himself, though. But no, presumably they're really singing it there, too. It's a lot. It says live, but then live in front of who, though? Like, Shia LaBeouf literally produced this himself. So yeah, let's see what we had. We had the skibbity toilet thing, which I'm not going to do right now. We had the... So, yeah, let's do some of those. Okay, let's... I think I was trying to do that, and it was sort of boring, so... Like a sort of social experiment type thing. I was trying to watch, like, the what would you do at some point, too, and I couldn't... I wanted to watch, like, the whole thing from the beginning, or at least be able to. But... Social media clues. There are some pretty good ones, but I can't necessarily find them. Yeah, these are fun. This is almost the kind of thing I would... kidnapping. This is the kind of thing that I would almost make myself if I was able to, like... Mr. Beast is doing, like, those kind of game show type things. Like that circle video I saw. The problem is it felt like there wasn't enough of a criteria. A lot of people would just get out seemingly on purpose for stupid reasons, or it didn't feel like they were really forcing them out enough. So here we have, well, first of all, this thing won't rotate, so we gotta wait on that. Fox and CNN. And see, the whole problem with bringing up Fox, though, is it was always sort of isolated by itself. So Fox is one network, right, but every other one, CNN, NBC, Washington Post, everything... Election day fast approaching. Polls show the race between Harris and Trump. That's why it's always hard to justify a perspective. Like, who would possibly like this guy? And yet, you are also acknowledging that he has a good chance to win. How would he have any chance to win if all your propaganda was correct? So all you're left with is, oh, you have to discredit then everybody who supports him. Let's look for some actual proper... Or you know what, like a scary, let me see one of those, like XQC reacts to a scary video. These can sort of be fun, and again, I'm mostly doing it just to watch the scary video itself. Right, if I haven't seen it. You know, that's always a good way to alienate people, too, is, like, just in a social contrivance level. Like, even if you're really, like, if you're too smart, or if you're on the ball about something and you know too much, they won't know what you're talking about, even if it's 100% accurate. You have to kind of dumb it down for them. So that would be the reaction, is, like, unwillingness to be puzzled. So that's a bad thing. Or you need some, contrived form behind it. The most depraved case you've ever heard. I would want to make sure there's something I haven't seen before. So I was trying to look for like some social experiment type similar thing, or like even reality TV things are along the same line of like To Catch a Predator or something. That's what that cut thing I kept bringing up was for, like similar stuff to that, but those weren't really good. They do them sort of too off the cuff. Like there's not enough structure to them to make it really interesting. Reacts to movie clips for 75 minutes, and it's an hour and 4 minutes long. So that's problem number one. Never mind the fact that he's breaking TOS. Weird or creepy videos. Dash cam. I've probably seen most of these, but yeah, maybe we'll do that as like an overlap. What was the other, like social experiment or let's just do it on its own then. But see, that's why like the dash cam or the like caught on camera, because then that at least lends itself to being real. Real scary videos that will shock you. Okay, let's give this one a shot. Real scary videos that will shock you. Scary comp 151 in 3, 2, 1. But some of them still won't be fake or won't be real. I must admit, that was almost comical with how suddenly and unexpectedly it could happen. That's like a form of humor, like where the guy falls through the roof suddenly. Or somebody crashes their fucking car into that. But who the fuck was that guy? I'd expect you to be more angry. See, that seems pretty real, because if you were to set that up... But the person on the left looks like they could have died, but it says... Yeah, I'm at least inclined to believe that's real. That is like a knee-jerk reaction that people could find almost funny, though. We just have it's so unexpected. Like as a viewer, even expecting something to happen. But this will be scary for a different reason, like a near death. I guess that's the same thing. But these aren't really scary as much as they're dangerous, like... Do not attempt. This guy's got all the disclaimers. You can tell he's been doing it for a while, so he's going through traffic, and I almost wouldn't feel bad for him because he's just, he's going to almost die, but look at how he's driving. It was the car's fault, but he was also still driving a little bit crazy, right? Yeah, that's the level of anger I would expect. But also the biker, it's kind of both of their faults, because the biker's driving kind of crazy too. Okay, that seems obviously pretty genuine as well. I would never put it past that these things could still be fake, right, by how elaborate things people do today, but sometimes it's the source, too. Like, if they, this person goes on these explorations in caves and stuff, and he finds, like, a scary thing, if he has a channel where he regularly does that, that could be either because he does it regularly, he's doing it for attention, finally, because his videos aren't getting enough views, or it could be genuine because, oh, look, he wouldn't have a reason to fake it. This is highly, probably illegal, though. This is the sort of thing like some protagonist would use in some questionable way, like Bruce Wayne does this to try to infiltrate something, or somebody like that, I don't know, a person of interest. And they're doing it so casually and sort of like laughing about it. I mean, these are more like just, they're not really scary in the way that you would expect it to be. It's not a bad video, but okay, this one's kind of dumb because of how long that's going on for. Yeah, these are all sort of fake outs because nobody's actually getting hurt, but that's, maybe that's why he includes it. If it was, then he'd blur it out because it could be, like how that one guy's video was blurred out, the sound, when the woman's actually burning to death, it seemed like. That's the whole danger of even reacting to them if you show them, because you could show something that could get you in trouble, especially when it's live. I don't have to worry about that because I'm just thinking of the timestamp. Let's look at either... Let's try to combine something we've been doing. So we'll do like the reaction to... It doesn't just have to be him, but he has so many React videos out there, XQC. Like some court reaction. Like I know he did the Amber Heard trial or something. Or like To Catch a Predator. XQC... Or like even Court Cam, but I think I've probably seen most of those. Saikuno skipping Adapt. He's just going through naming everybody and he doesn't name Adapt. You want something that's like a long one though. You have to keep like resetting this every time. Let's see, let's filter it by that. Duration over 20 minutes. But this is like a... let's do it like that, even though it's a fucking clusterfuck. Reaction to Johnny Depp winning versus Amber Heard. Well, the winning alone wouldn't be... I want to see like moments from the trial. Fine, let's look at it. Asmongold. Oh, it's kind of split up too. I don't want to see just that though. That's just the outcome. But yeah, like there's these reaction compilations that are kind of similar, you know, done with movies and stuff. Johnny. Let's do like just trial reaction. Who would want to see something like this? But that's the same thing I guess I've been doing. Reaction compilation. It's over 20 minutes. The only one that seems to be really done is the winning. I saw like this long portion of him doing it. Okay, these are pretty long. It's like a playlist. So, I watched the Johnny Depp vs. Amber Heard trial, so you don't have to, by XQC. It's 29 minutes, 15 seconds long, in 3, 2, 1. We'll just do this one, because I've seen parts of this, but maybe not too much, of the actual trial itself. And sort of judging his reaction, too, on top of just the thing itself. So, Depp is actually testifying himself. Why is he surprised that it's his real voice? It's just highly publicized celebrity cult of personality trash, though. Stuff like that happens all the time, so it's selective. Not based on severity or some hierarchy of how serious the crime is. Even like the attention that the Jodi Arias trial got, just because of the manner of the crime, not because of severity. Like Daryl Brooks is at least justified because of the number of people that he killed. Species of Truth. There were a lot of fights, but not like that. I would almost believe that he might have done it once or twice or something, but minor, but not to the extent that she says. Well, why not, Cab? They'd be doing it if she was saying the opposite. There's a bit of a fallacy, like initial layer, like somebody makes an accusation and that one sticks and that's what people talk about. Then if you go to defend yourself, it makes you look guilty just for defending yourself. Like, oh, why even address it if it's not true? Right? The fact that you're addressing it almost validates it, but you might have to, otherwise people will believe it. I mean, she didn't do that with Elon Musk, but I guess if they were married... He's one of those actors who I always say you can't really recognize him from one role to the next, or you see him in real life and you'll be like, you won't even know who he is because he looks so different in every one of his roles. And none of them necessarily make him look like him. This isn't really even a testimony. He's just... But you should have all this shit written out because this is like a whole deposition fucking opening statement. But that's how the court works. Like he's just mocking the very fabric of it. That's justified because that's the whole standard that people don't always think deeply about, like the perjury standard. Like, and Jodi Arias could have been got on that a million times over, like Casey Anthony. Right, you see that in the verdict, like, oh, she's innocent from the major crimes, but she still gets lied to, or she gets in trouble for lying to an officer. Yeah, I don't want to see, has he seen this is kind of boring actually. Quasimodo. Yeah, don't use the children, dude. Just fucking... So, what I'd want to see is, okay, Casey Anthony trial reaction, Jose Baez being the GOAT. That was something I would disagree with. Like, a lot of people say, oh, Juan Martinez is so good, like on the Jodi Arias trial. I don't think he was all that good, but if he had been on the Casey Anthony trial, they would have won. Not at all. That just shows you you're stupid. Like, it's a different case. It's more difficult. She doesn't testify, which doesn't give you some of the same openings. She's not like a compulsive liar. Well, I mean, she lied in her statements, but she's not doing it this way. So, You can do Casey Anthony trial reaction or Catch a Predator reaction or something like this. Let me see. Because no, that verdict is interesting because it's like, oh, it's a little deflating. You got off on the big crimes, but then you can't celebrate because you're still going to get caught on perjury and stuff, which is relatively minor, but... And it gives you an incentive. Like, because she lied to the officer, she got away with it. Whereas if she didn't, then maybe she would have gotten caught. So those lies were worth it. So all you have to do is commit perjury and you'll get away with your crime. Right? That's like a small price to pay. Right? So it seems to incentivize it. Like, oh yeah, that was calculated. She was willing to take the perjury charge to get away with the bigger charges of the actual murder, etc. So you have... the Casey Anthony trial reaction, and the best way to do it is if you do it in a long form with respect to in long form, like duration, because then it could be somebody's full... I want to see basically full parts of it. So I was trying to do it in such a way that Casey Anthony trial was a disaster. Bose versus the World. I don't know who that is. Casey Anthony's new documentary is a disaster. Oh yeah, I saw people getting upset about that for the case of they're making... Or it was like on Peacock, I thought. Oh yeah, it doesn't say Netflix. It just says documentary. Like they're trying to show what she's doing now and everything. So people are saying, oh, I'm canceling my subscription now because as if anybody fucking uses Peacock anyway. I saw one time an ad that Harry Potter was on there, so maybe that would be the reason why, but it's a case where Casey Anthony trial was a disaster. It really wasn't that much of a disaster, actually. Criminal lawyer reacts to something. There's something about Casey. Or, let's give this a shot. So let's shit all over JCS. And we can combine the two and do his reaction to Casey Anthony. I guess. There's something about her. The same way that you have the Jodi's wrath. I don't like that. Or is it even JCS? I think it is. I just don't like it because it feels like he plays too much of the interrogation, too much of the thing, right? Of actual clips. And then he'll just say like a few words over it. And I saw some other guy doing something similar. I don't like that sort of thing. Not that what I'm doing now is too in-depth. I'll try to, I don't know. I should try to do it like what I used to do, which was a little more in-depth. So XUC, there's something about Casey, JCS in 3, 2, 1. Okay, chat, we'll give it a try, see how it goes. Or I want something to come out now that the dad really did do it, or somebody else really did do it. Because some of the same things used against Casey were used against the family too. Like, why didn't they pursue it? Why didn't they do something too? That's the smartest thing you can do, is not to testify. Those are the two things that they're not dark. It's just a clown looking at a video clip and saying something about it and stealing it. They are all edgy. But no, like, number one, don't testify. Number two is, But see, that's prejudicial evidence. Like, it doesn't matter how you react. That's not a form of guilt. It could be a sign of guilt, but that doesn't mean you did it. You could just be a bitch and you don't care about your daughter. You wish you would have had an abortion. At least here he's going on longer, but the way he does this, I don't really like it, but don't testify and let the evidence degrade for like a month before it's found, and the act of doing that is very good. You could have just like said like you're on a trip. Missing for a month, but then it's like, what did you do during that month? So you would think that's pretty strong testimony. That the car sounds like a dead body. See, she's already smart. That she shouldn't say anything, the same way you didn't testify. Or she makes up this big story about... She makes up a story like, oh, it's with somebody, and then she's not real or something, some maid. Zanny, like a nickname for somebody who gives people Xanax, except that'd be an X. This shows you the difference between being actually on a jury versus being the public, though. Everyone's so sure of her guilt, but it's not quite that clear. But then he didn't take a big reaction to that. That's what Jose Baez gets him on. He did an amazing job. I don't care what you feel about the trial. Jose Baez is very impressive. And he's not as aggressive like with Juan Martinez and stuff. But nobody even knows her. It's awesome, the subtitle says, but this isn't what makes her innocent. It's the fact that they accuse others. And you can always use that, like, oh, I was doing it to protect my family. I didn't want to say my family killed her, so I lied about the nanny for their sake, not for my sake. Now, to be fair, that's not entirely fair. People have different dispositions about different things all the time. right? You show it in different ways. You might repress it. You might cry later. That's not entirely fair, right? Some people are low-key like that. It doesn't mean you have the same reaction. She's really firm with the name. She came up with this over the 30 days of the lie. That's her trick. She makes a triple name, include the middle name. It makes it sound more real. Yeah, see, he picks up on that too. Everybody has 3 names. So a lot of this is probably made up, but maybe not. Or this is the guy. Do you know who that even is? He could be in on it, though. That's the conspiracy, that he's covering for Zenaida. I mean, this was all made up, but a lot of this doesn't come into the court because she doesn't testify, so I don't know how much of this they actually discussed there. It'd be the sort of thing the defense would really want to keep out. Don't bring it up, and then it's fine. But you could ask other people about it. So then you just ignore it for a month, though. If you just would have had an abortion, nobody would have anything to say. So he does use at least a real name for that guy, the Hopkins. That seems kind of like a roast moment. That's a little bit unnecessary. Like, whatever she did, she did. She worked at Universal. She is lying here a bit more than I remember, but a lot of this doesn't come in. So you're calling her a bozo, but she got away with it. So what are you going to say now? Or Jodi raises an interesting argument with this, like, you know, I was unsophisticated with dealing with police, and I'm nervous with police, so I wouldn't tell the truth. But you're supposed to, but you still... It's not a normal thing, like, oh, I'm nervous. Not because I'm guilty, but because I've never been in police custody before. Or, you know, like, it's just inherently an uncomfortable situation. The same way that Juan Martinez argues that, like, in jail. The reason why she's all disassociative and having psychological issues isn't because she always has them from the trauma or something else. It's because she's... It's because she's, how would you even know that so well? Now, you could say she was using, like, a fake name, but... This is all part of her elaborate lie that she's trying to come up with for this. Yeah, sometimes it's better just to say less. Or she could have rehearsed this, obviously, over in her head. But it's not really that good of a lie, either. Domestic history. This is a little prejudicial and unfair, too, if it was in a court. To be fair, this is also the same issue of, like, teenagers lie all the time, so that doesn't mean... There's a lot of that happens anyway, so... See, all that wouldn't be really good to use in court. None of that should be valued by the jury. The fact that you happen to tell a lie when you were younger, the fact that you happen to be maybe spoiled, that's very highly prejudicial. But it's out of desperation, or it's out of, it's not that easy to do. You'd rather say nothing, though. What, lying about working in Universal. Not everything, but pretty much everything. You should fear a man named Jose Baez, though. This is what you don't understand who you're dealing with. You picked a fine fucking lawyer. I'm just telling you, like, he is a genius. His performance is to be admired. Like, you really have to appreciate what he did here, even if you don't like the outcome. He really did something special. But you could have still said you somehow met him through there. Look at him getting all mad, the detective, but you don't... You should just not even say anything. I'll just take me to court then. I'm unsophisticated with police, like you could say. I don't trust the police because I think you're all incompetent. How about that? I don't trust the police. My dad was a cop, and you could come up with the whole thing. My dad was a cop, and I know how you guys do things, and I overheard all the lackadaisical shit you did, and I heard about police brutality, and he abused me as a kid. Well, that's why I have a psychological negative fixation on cops, that I don't trust them, and I would have called them to try to find my daughter. You said the 7th. Okay, you're trying a little bit too hard, detective. No, that's a good way to say it. The dad was a cop, and he abused her as a kid, and because of that, she doesn't like cops, and she also overheard him talking about, or whatever, things to do with the police and how bad they are and how crooked they are, and it's the same police department where they live, and it's the same thing where there's all this ulterior motives and police brutality, and they don't really care, and they have their own agendas, and all these things she could have heard over the years. See, look how long he's playing this. Is this a JCS video, or is this just a fucking interrogation? I could just watch this. Now it would come in 20 minutes later and say, by the way, she said something that wasn't true. I hate this. Like, this is so dumb. He's not doing anything. You're trying to go all super mom, private investigator on this shit. She's gonna be all mad. Or not even lied, but just dealt with it sooner. But it's been a month of her not contacting, so that makes her kind of turn against her more. It's not like she's just doing it. You're never gonna find out. You should know your fucking boyfriend's number. Well, is she still alive? But like, pretend she's telling the truth. She really doesn't know. So why are you treating me like the bad guy? Zenaida is just a criminal mastermind who faked her identity. They're being all nice and they're being all, or is that adept in the background? That's the real tragedy of this video. Like, the parents seem like very nice and supportive, but there could be some conspiracy. Like, that's just the media's fault, though. Don't blame me. They should have been looking at her from the beginning. This is a bit exploitative, like, fuck that. Let the police deal with it, but it looks like they're not doing a very good job then. What, to see whether you're lying? But you would think if she knew that the parents had done it, maybe she didn't really know what, she would have yelled at them like, why are you accusing me if I know you did it? She would have brought that up now, like, or other times. But she's so dedicated to protecting their reputation that she wouldn't do that. Maybe she's just good at bottling stuff up. I thought you said this wasn't the true self because this is her fake self because her real self doesn't care. You don't know that, though. She's expressing the pain for the whole situation. Like, I've been interrogated and asked enough questions. Emotion fades when speaking over, and some of this is a reach, like, as if the eye thing really matters. Like, I never, like, you would say, you never make eye contact with anybody because they're all useless idiot clowns. It doesn't have to do with the particular subject matter. You know, the parents come off as all nice, but that would be like some fictional thing I would come up with. Like, I'd make a movie about this with an alternate ending. Jose Baez has been working on this shit for the last 10 years, and he gets the dad pinned, and he actually gets him to confess, and he actually did it. And that comes out. That'd be so epic. Or even in real life if that happened. The dad really did do it, and that would have been such a cool kind of, well, not so much in a real life outcome, but in some, I'm like editing reality the way I do with like alternate ending to this or that would have been better. That would be actually cool that he actually did do it and framed her. There's sort of mixed feelings. You're a cop, Dad. Go fucking find out what the fuck happened. Now you'll say, oh, past tense, been. Like, oh, that means she knows she's dead. Like, it doesn't. So they haven't been on good terms since she got out, but she could write a book about it and get famous or rich off the back of this somehow too. Or she's working for one of the people on the defense, not Jose Baez, but somebody else. I think one of the, like the defense investigator. Yeah, they cry potentially for themselves. Jodi does that a lot. Were you crying when you shot him? Were you crying when you were stabbing him? And then the judge mercifully calls a recess. Then you might say, oh, why is she laughing now? She isn't guilty, but she's just trying to get her mind off of it. Is it really skill, though, when it's so bad? Like, I don't find it really all that convincing, but that's the whole point. How are you a good liar if what you're saying is verifiably untrue? A good liar says things that can't be confirmed one way or another. They are, as of now, due to these events. Or you could have said that in a go-between. I would drop Kaylee off with her in a public place, and then she would take her with her. So I didn't know exactly where she was going, or I did know, but I don't know the address now. That would actually be the genius way to do it. We met at a coffee shop, and I dropped Kaylee off with her, and she would take her to play in the park, and then take her with her back to her house to babysit her for the rest of the day. Ergo, I didn't know exactly where she lived or where they went, or I had seen it one time, but then I forgot exactly where it was. So now I don't know, but I knew that she was in good hands, or I thought. So you met to a go-between, so now you don't have to give a fixed location because you don't know it. That she's close, but they still. Oh, here we go. The goat. Give me a goat emote. Or they're doing like the Monka eyes for Jose Baez, maybe. Some of this is prejudicial too, like Jodi doing all these handstands and stuff when she's in the interrogation room. That doesn't really have to do with anything. This isn't even psychological analysis. This is just like character assassination. Yeah, she has like very good body language here though. Like she's very, I don't know, she has like a certain quality where she feels like she's in control. Or that they're going to be willing to testify against you, which they kind of do. Or it turns into from that to all these accusations and stuff. See, look at her sort of controlling the conversation. Kind of awkward silence. Just find, have that little build up like you had for Juan Martinez. He's very good at his job. Have a little fanfare for Jose Baez. I hope he made a lot of money for it. But see, at least here you've had time to kind of get yourself together a bit. You really don't have to say anything, though. I wish Baez would have told her that sooner for the professional sake. You always got to be cognizant they're just lying to you and they can get away with that, or they're just using techniques or whatever. So it's very contradictory. Darrell Brooks actually does a good job at showing that a little bit. Like, so you were lying in the interrogation to try to get me to confess or something, but now you're expected to tell the truth on the stand because like you can deceive people to try to get them to reveal information. There's a little bit of a double standard. The TV, everybody. So where exactly did they find her? I forget. There was like some bag over her or something. The enthusiastic, yeah. It's possible. What if she was taken there? Maybe Zenaida took her there. But she does get out. That's the thing. She does get out. Don't tell him, chat. If only you knew, dude. He doesn't know. He doesn't know Pepe laughed. But it's not because she's good. It's because her lawyer was God. Baez, you better know his number, dude. Say his name, say his number. You better have that shit tattooed on your fucking ass by the time this shit is over, dude. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? That's the greatest stroke of luck that ever happened to you, that he was willing to take this fucking case. And see, some man like that does it to prove something. He's not doing it because he needs the money or he's making that much money from it or for the exposure. He's doing it to prove it to himself. Like, I want a challenge. He's too good for normal cases. He wants something interesting. He's bored. He wants a challenge in his life. And he sure got it, but I mean, he rose to the challenge. So that's like the absolutist thing. Like, I don't care about the outcome. I care about the process, not the product, but the process. So I respect his unwavering ability there. They're all kind of low-key disposition now. They were more aggressive with her before. But at some point you have to face the reality. Like, what do you want her to do? Worry all the time, be sad all the time, cry all the time like Travis's sister in the courtroom. It's day 1, she's crying. It's day 50, she's crying. It's day 25, 60 minutes in, she's crying. Like, we get it. But you should feel like you would understand it. You would understand, like, okay, do what he's going to do, and no, she's so calm because she's confident that she's innocent. Yeah, don't make a spectacle on the media. I actually kind of respect her for that part, where she's mad about, oh, I saw your little interview, cameo on TV. Like, why are you making a spectacle out of it? But even if you think, oh, it'll help find her. That's not true. There's plenty of times in depositions and stuff. That's not nonsense. Like, he might not want to do it, but there's plenty of times where the lawyers will sit around and do that.